phone, £2,500 has been spent on something, and your heart just sinks. Like, I knew that there was a problem.
Oh, dear.
I did the right thing.
You did.
And it's just so brutal, and it's kind of embarrassing. It's not something that you really want to go and talk to people about.
Well, this is the thing, Gareth, isn't it? This is what I was saying. How does it make you feel? What impact did it have on you? Because it is embarrassing, and people feel humiliated. But we need to talk to each other about this so that we're all aware.
100%, and I'm actually in a very fortunate position there, in that I contacted my bank, and they actually were able to get the money back for me.
Thank heavens for that. Thank heavens for that. Honestly,
yeah, very, very lucky. It took a couple of weeks.
Okay,
but I've learned from it, and I hope that my call today and everyone else's call and this whole subject can help prevent other people from experiencing it, because it really does hit you hard.
It does indeed. Gareth, thank you very much. I really do appreciate the call. Thank you. Sheriff, a first-time caller in Harlow in Essex, warm welcome. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening, Ali. So with my situation, it happened. I'd ordered something from Amazon, and then so I was expecting. Let's say I was expecting the parcel today. So I received a message from a random number. So as I was expecting the parcel, I was like, okay. The message said you missed your delivery, so please reschedule another delivery for using this link. I clicked on the link because I was expecting. I didn't know it was fraud. I didn't check the number. I was confused. So I just did that, put in my bank details. They took out £1 from my account, and then that was it. So I was waiting for the rescheduling the next day, I think. I didn't get it. I was driving one time, and then they called me. We're calling from your bank. This is not where we realized there was a fraud. Something was someone was going to get into your account. Can you give us your details? And I gave them literally everything. When you go to open a bank account, they give you the detail. Like they let you set up like your date of birth. They give you your date of birth, and then they add some 4 numbers. I literally gave them everything of mine.
Oh dear!
So they had everything of mine. That I was driving. So when they called me, I just gave them everything. I was in a hurry. I just wanted to give them everything.
Yeah.
They took everything. One morning, the next day or 2 days after, I was sleeping. My phone started going off. Netflix subscription, £250 transferred to this, £250 going to that. I was like, what is going on? I woke up at 2 a.m. in the morning. I was screaming.
I can imagine.
I was like, these guys. So I called my bank. My bank started blocking them. They started they told me I should wait. They transferred me. It took me about 30 minutes to get through to the fraud team with NatWeb. But at the end, they got it sorted, and then it took 5 days, and then I got my money back.
Well done, Sheriff. Anyway. Well done. I mean, God, at least it ended well, but absolutely horrendous. Thank you very much indeed for your call, and I'm glad it ended well. Jenna, just briefly, in Cumbria, good evening.
Oh, good evening, yes. So this happened way back in 2007. I received a phone call out of the blue from a company offering me a mouth-watering deal with the network provider Orange, claiming that they could give me something like 6 gigabytes a month, unlimited calls, unlimited text for only £8, which was a pretty good deal back then, good. And they'd throw in a free handset. So it was cheap, but not so cheap to be suspicious. They read out a series of terms and conditions to make it all sound bona fide. And then they also said they wanted £35 out of my account to cover a credit reference check, which, if unsuccessful, would mean that they would have to go to a different provider. But anyway, to cut a long story short, I received the letter the next day, and sure enough, they'd taken £35 out of my account. Without going into too many details, I was suspicious. I went to the bank, I showed them it, I said, well, what does this mean? And they said, well, what they're really saying is that they can keep taking £35 out of your account for every mobile network provider they claim to have dealings with. So I asked them to cancel it, and they said, well, bearing in mind that you've agreed to their terms and conditions, we can't cancel it.
Yes.
So anyway, I then looked into it further, and apparently it was a scam. How it worked was that they would have not... the phone would have arrived, and I wouldn't have been at all suspicious. I would have activated the SIM, waited to pay for my first monthly payment to go through, which wouldn't have been £8 a month, it would very likely have been £50 a month.
Okay, Jenna, I'm sorry I'm going to have to cut you off there, but we'll continue this conversation another time, only because it's getting close to the witching hour. Thanks for all your calls and messages this evening. That was a fascinating discussion, by the way, in the last hour. I thoroughly enjoyed that, learned a lot from it. I'll be back on Saturday from midday for my usual weekend show. If you missed any of this evening's show, you can listen back on Catch Up on Global Player, the official LBC app, where you can also pause and rewind live radio. Download it for free from your app store or head to globalplayer.com. Nick Ferrari at breakfast will be here on LBC from 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. But right now, as we approach 10 o'clock, Britain Decides.
The campaigning is over. The general election has just seconds to run. Throughout the day across the UK, millions of people have been voting. Now we're just moments away from the exit poll, which forecasts who they want to enter number 10. Welcome to Britain Decides.
A very good evening. This is Andrew Marr and Sheila Fogarty with John Sopel and Lewis Goodall from the newsagents. We have had 6 weeks of stumbles, chaos and extraordinary polls.
You've heard their pitches for power tonight. It's the voters' verdict.
We'll bring you the biggest voices, the best analysis and the sharpest opinion. We're with the party leaders and in all of the key seats.
On air and on Global Player, your non-stop election coverage is about to begin.
If the polls are right, this could be the most dramatic election night you will ever hear.
I'm Tom Swarbrick in Richmond, Yorkshire. When Rishi Sunak leaves this count in just a few hours, will he keep his job?
Here in Holborn and St Pancras, I'm LBC's Aggie Chambre, following Labour leader Keir Starmer. Has he convinced voters to give him the keys to number 10?
I'm Ben Kentish, following Lib Dem leader Ed Davey. He's enjoyed himself on the campaign, but is he about to become a serious political player?
At the 8th time of asking, will Nigel Farage finally make it over the line and into the House of Commons? I'm LBC's Henry Riley in Clacton on the trail of the Reform leader.
The political map of the UK is about to be redrawn. In the next few hours, we'll bring you the winners, the losers, and the best insight in what it means for the country's future.
We've got some of Britain's best informed political analysts crunching through all the numbers, and we want your views. What went right? What went wrong?
Over the next few hours, you'll hear it all here first. And unless every pollster in the country is wrong, the result will be anything but boring.
OK, we're just seconds away. In a moment, as Big Ben strikes 10 o'clock, we'll bring you the result of the 2024 general election exit poll.
Good evening. You're listening to Andrew Marr and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. And tonight, for this historic election, we're teaming up in a global exclusive with our colleagues John Sopel and Lewis Goodall from the newsagents. Welcome to Britain Decides, live from Westminster, on air and televised in full on Global Player. And we will have the exit poll imminently.
And Andrew, the expectation of the exit poll has been that the figures are going to come in just a second. The expectation has been Labour on 400 seats, plus I think we can see it now here. The exit poll shows Labour on 410 seats, the Conservatives on just 131, the Liberal Democrats on 61. The Reform Party will be delighted with their result of 13 seats. The SNP 10, an expected drubbing for the SNP in Scotland. Plaid Cymru 4, and the Green Party 2 seats, so an additional seat from the one it had for years with Caroline Lucas. I mean, we've been expecting this landslide, but those figures extraordinary.
This is an extraordinary evening. There are not many times when the entire country, as it were, turns its back and chooses a new direction. This is going to be an evening remembered for 100 years. It is not the destruction of the Conservative Party some people have been talking about. They have survived a bit, but it is an astonishing moment. It's bigger than any of the great turns that I can remember in my lifetime.
And although that landslide that was expected has clearly happened, there is still some moving parts here, not just tonight, but for what that reform vote in particular means for the right in our country.
Absolutely. I think we should all be looking at the reform vote. Perhaps 5 million, 6 million of our fellow citizens voting for reform, and many more MPs for reform at Nigel Farage's back than we had expected. I think it's going to be a very, very uncertain evening. I think a lot of counts are going to be within a few hundred votes, really knife-edge contests. So you've got to keep listening, you've got to keep watching, because there's going to be a lot of thrills, spills, surprises, and unexpected tumblings down.
Absolutely.
Ahead.
And we're here till 5 o'clock in the morning, holding your hand throughout it all. We'll speak to you later on the usual numbers, 0345 6060 973. But with us here in the studio and helping to guide us through the night are the news agents, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall, bringing us their insight and analysis as all the results come in. And John, you have covered a few of these. What do you take from this projection? I mean, Labour from shattered to triumph, and the opposite for the Conservatives.
I'm going to try and sound not too breathless, frankly, because these numbers are astonishing as you look down and go through them. From where Labour were in 2019 to this today seemed absolutely unimaginable. If you want to talk the language of geology, this is an earthquake, this is a tsunami, this is tectonic plates shifting. And for the Conservative Party, an absolute catastrophe when people were talking in 2019 about the Conservatives and Boris Johnson being there for a generation. And in my lifetime, I mean, there were the landslide wins for Labour in 1966. There was Thatcher's landslide in 83. There was Tony Blair's in 97, arguably Johnson in 2019. This is bigger than all of that. I mean, the scale of the victory is huge. And just, look, there's still going to be uncertainty, as Andrew, you rightly say. Let's watch and see what turns out as the night unfolds. But what we have, if this is right, reform with 13 MPs, a far-right, anti-immigrant, nationalist grouping in the Commons is going to change our politics. I've also got to say that the SNP have taken an absolute hammering in this, if this exit poll is correct. Far worse than a lot of people had predicted.
And John, what's interesting is that the Labour Party, when it lost so badly in 2019, looked at what the people had rejected and decided to head centre, onto the centre ground. The Conservatives are going to have a similar exercise, but they appear, on initial soundings anyway, to be heading rightwards, not to the centre. And that is going to reshape our politics, if that is what happens next.
The problem you have is that the centre of gravity, I would argue, in British politics, has always been roughly around a few degrees left of centre and a few degrees right of centre. And if you go too far from that, you don't win a majority. The problem is that the Conservative Party membership is way to the right of the Conservative Party in Parliament. And that's why you ended up with Liz Truss as the leader when Johnson stood down, not Rishi Sunak. And so it's hard to see what the party does.
But looking forward, John, what this means is that the Labour Party has an eye-watering, astonishing job ahead of it in terms of trying to rebuild this country from a weak economic position. And all the way through, they're going to be looking to their right and thinking, if we don't deliver for working people, if we fail to deliver on what we have promised, there is an absolutely devastating right-wing backlash waiting to happen.
Look, Labour didn't go into this election with this kind of glamorous, kind of exciting, all singing, all dancing set of pledges. It was very modest and incremental. And the problem they're going to have is there's no money. There is the very tightest of spending rounds. Yet at the same time, they want to be able to deliver and say to the British people, look, we're changing your lives. And that is going to be immensely difficult. And, the last thing that Keir Starmer wants, even though he's got this fantastic majority, which means he'll get any legislation he wants through, is for people to feel that sense of disillusionment, let down, betrayal, same old politicians, overpromise and underdeliver.
Absolutely.
And Andrew, your thoughts on what did for the Tories? Because we've already discussed a few times, you and I, whether the rot began with Boris Johnson, but the campaign itself was woeful, wasn't it?
It was the worst electoral campaign, I think, that I have ever seen, and I think probably that we have ever seen in democratic history. It was astonishingly bad, right from the get-go, all the way through. But I think really these astonishing figures tonight, that was set in concrete at the time of Liz Truss's economic experiment, where she came quite close to bankrupting the country. And I think after the shenanigans under Boris Johnson and Partygate and all of that, when that happened, the British people looked at the Conservatives and they thought then, this is it, it's over. They're going to turn their backs on it, and that's what's happened tonight.
And Sunak wanted the job, but was found wanting in many ways.
Absolutely. But we have now, I think, finally got all the numbers in detail for you to see. Now, all night it's going to be Lewis Goodall crunching these numbers. Lots of people helping him, I'm sure. But Lewis, just take us through what you have noticed from these.
Well, Andrew, we're going to run out of superlatives tonight quite quickly, aren't we? But this is an astounding result in the sense of we've got to consider where we're coming from. Labour is at 410 seats, according to this exit poll. And, of course, this exit poll, we can discuss exactly what the exit poll is in a moment. But even if it's a little bit off, even if it's way off, we're still looking at the best ever set of Labour gains in a single parliament from one to another. Remember, Labour were barely on 200 seats in 2019. They're now at 410. That is just shy of Labour's great landslide of 1997 with Tony Blair. If the exit poll is just a little bit off, then it's entirely possible it could still improve further. Conservatives at 131, that means that they are at their worst performance in their history, worse than their performance in 1906, in the great Liberal landslide of 1906. The Conservative Party has never been weaker in Parliament than it will be in this upcoming Parliament.
Lewis, can I ask you a very straightforward question, a difficult one perhaps? What exactly is an exit poll? And given what we know so far, can we trust this?
The exit poll, Andrew, this is the first time that we're dealing with real votes in real places. Right up to now, we've just been talking about MRP polls, increasingly sophisticated polls, but this is the first time that we are dealing with actually how people have voted, i.e. there is a whole set of people, very clever statisticians, psephologists we call them, who are standing outside voting stations across the country in key places and saying, how have you voted? And then they use quite a few, small number of those, and they use those results to extrapolate outwards to get to this result by comparing their results in the previous exit poll data, in this case of 2019. So if you're a Conservative and you're sat at home thinking, well, this could be wrong, well, yeah, it could be wrong. It could be a little bit wrong. But this methodology has become more and more sophisticated over time. So if you look back to 2019, 17, 15 and before, it is generally more or less on the money. And it would have to be out by a factor. I mean, basically, we might as well forget doing exit polls. If this is wrong, it would have to be sufficiently wrong in order for the Conservatives, even if they gained an extra, 30 or 40 seats or whatever, then they would still be way behind. They would still be in their sort of 1997 kind of levels.
And can I just point out that before we hear from our reporters, which I know we're going to do in just a second, the discipline that we've seen from the Labour Party in the campaign is still very evident. Angela Rayner has just described that exit poll as encouraging.
Encouraging. Well, we're going to be getting the former Labour leader Neil Kinnock's reaction very shortly. It must be an emotional night for him. But first, with a quick check-in with our LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, who is with me in the studio. Natasha, this is clearly catastrophic for the Conservatives. Just remind us what kind of election campaign they've actually fought.
Of course, Andrew, it has been one of the most awful, so many people are saying, campaigns from the Conservative Party in modern times. Let's just remember how it started, him calling that election in the pouring rain and just gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. People saying the media narrative, the strategy was not what they were hoping for, not getting enough people making those key messages out. Of course, they wanted to throw absolutely everything they could at this, and there are people in the Conservative camps telling me tonight they are proud of the campaign, they're proud of what's happened. Really? I think actually that's quite incredible when you look at exactly what has happened. The Prime Minister, for what it's worth, we asked him a few days ago, has been insisting that he has done all he can. He has absolutely thrown the book at it, and he has, as far as we know, no regrets about it. But I think there will be a lot of people saying, absolutely not, this has been terrible for the Conservatives.
He has worked ferociously hard, but what, for instance, about that great D-Day gaffe moment? Was that the absolutely crucial final gaffe?
I think for me, for looking at the Prime Minister and watching him throughout this campaign, that's exactly when I think that was the moment that he lost. Seeing him after that, he seemed dejected, he seemed frustrated, he seemed a different person. I think when he, was speaking after that, I think he was a completely different person. I think that was the moment when everything was lost for him. Of course, he really hoped that this was going to change things around for him. When he called that election, people in the Conservative Party in Number 10 really wanted the spotlight to be put on the Labour Party, and that has been done, but it's also not been enough to, I think, move the polls. Like you were saying before, Andrew, Andrew. The nation is giving Labour a blank cheque. They want that blank cheque.
Thanks very much, Natasha, and we'll hear from Natasha throughout the night. If it's anything like accurate, this exit poll, Rishi Sunak may not even survive the night as an MP, let alone Prime Minister. LBC's Tom Swarbrick is in the Prime Minister's constituency of Richmond in North Yorkshire. I'm guessing glum faces all round, Tom.
It's been pretty glum, Sheila. Andrew, good evening to you both. Yes, absolutely right. I wonder what the reaction in CCHQ would be, actually. I was there in 2017 when the exit poll dropped to say that Theresa May had lost her majority, and the only sound that night was someone retching in the corner. To be honest with you, I wonder if anyone is still left in CCHQ, given that the writing of this election result was on the wall for some time. Rishi Sunak was, of course, brought in to steady the ship, but in calling the election at the time he did, he may well go down in history as the man that, frankly, scuttled his own boat, Marie Celesting his own party. But there will be survivors. Based on those exit poll projections, the Tory strategy became get to 100. So a projected 130-odd would constitute a Tory party with at least something to salvage. But my word, as you've been saying, is this a defeat like no other? We'll know in a few hours how complete the Tory rout is, whether it includes, it looks unlikely on those numbers so far, but whether it includes the removal of a sitting Prime Minister from his own seat. That's something that has never happened. It's a 27,000 vote majority last time, so should not be possible. And yet, we've been reading reports over the course of the campaign that Sunak's team on the ground here have been worried about the potential reform vote here. Certainly the reform candidate here is ex-military and has been using that D-Day gaffe against Rishi Sunak. So there have been resources directed to here. It would be a jacked up beefcake of a Portillo moment if it were to happen, but you never know. The delight won't just be confined to an apparently all-conquering Labour Party, but also, one suspects, to some real estate agents in California. Measuring up the curtains for what looks likely to be his new home in Downing Street will be Sir Keir Starmer, who will be at his count in Holborn and St Pancras later on this evening, where we also find LBC's political correspondent Aggie Chambre.
That's right. So Sir Keir Starmer has not arrived here yet, but there are Labour activists, Labour officials starting to arrive. And when that exit poll dropped, there were cheers from them. This is a result, if this exit poll turns out to be right, this is a result that they scarcely could have believed, even though they had poll after poll after poll saying there was going to be a Labour landslide. This is a party so used to failure. They have lost the last 4 elections. They scarcely dared to believe this might happen. In fact, I've already had a Labour official text me saying, I still don't believe it. That's the kind of thing that they are saying behind closed doors, even though this is a huge landslide. This campaign, their campaign, has been so careful, so cautious. No one has wanted to be the person to screw it up. But this is the dream. This has been their dream to get a result anything like this. And I've had a text from a shadow cabinet minister saying they are so happy. That will be the things that people are saying now. As you say, Keir Starmer is not here yet. He's not expected until later on, about 3:30, 4 a.m, when the declaration will be called here, and that'll be the first time, if this exit poll is right, that'll be the first time we hear from the man who is going to become Prime Minister.
Aggie Chambre, quite a moment. Thank you very much indeed for that, and we're going to be hearing more from you, of course, throughout the night. Now then, don't forget you can watch us through the night. Just head over to Global Player for non-stop coverage on this historic election. Let's pick up again with John Sopel and Lewis Goodall here in the studio. John, listening to the contrasting fortunes of the Tory and Labour leaders, it's hard to overstate the scale of change we might be about to witness.
I spent 8 years in America, and between the election day and taking over power, there was 2.5 months. Don't get that here. Overnight, it's all changed.
Just like that.
Just like that, instantaneously. The full brutality of British electoral politics will be on show in the next 24 hours. And there will be a job centre full of former ministers, the people that we've seen in their government cars being driven around with their special advisors, with all the pomp and self-importance that they can muster, just reduced to rubble. Because it looks like many of them are going to lose their seats. And I think one of the most exciting aspects of tonight is some of those results that are going to come in where, kind of people that have been permanent fixtures on the political scene for years are going to see themselves ejected by the voters.
And on the flip side, we're going to see lots of people who have been nowhere near government all their lives, suddenly in charge of huge departments with many, many civil servants around them, and a massive task ahead in the next few weeks and days. I was going to ask you also about Keir Starmer, because some people would say, he's not a great rhetorician. He's not a Neil Kinnock on the stage with great eloquence and rhetoric. And in that respect, perhaps he hasn't been a brilliant leader of the opposition, though he has done an astonishing thing tonight. But he seems to be somebody who will be a better Prime Minister, perhaps, than he's been a leader of the opposition.
Yes, I mean, because the skills that are required are different. The old campaigning phrase is that you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose. Well, this campaign, frankly, has not seen a lot of poetry from Keir Starmer. That's not what he trades in. He is much more about the prose and the prosaic. But just kind of an example of how swift this all is. He will have barely found his way to the different loos in Downing Street and where the remote control is for the TV than he will be on the plane to Washington for the NATO summit at the beginning of next week.
Yeah.
And there he's suddenly going to be sitting around the table with all these people from the Western European defence umbrella, and he's involved in the decision-making of what they're going to do next and what the strategy should be. And, going from... I remember Blair saying when he became Prime Minister, when you're the leader of the opposition, you issue press releases about what you would like to do. You're in government and you're suddenly firing with live ammunition and you're doing. And the difference is huge.
And if this exit poll is even remotely accurate, Keir Starmer's going to have to get used to wielding that power very quickly indeed, and he'll have a lot of it. Lewis Goodall, talk us through these astounding statistics coming out of the exit poll, which we must stress is not the full set of results. You must stay with us throughout the night for those. But what an exit poll, Lewis.
Well, absolutely, Sheila. I mean, not least when you consider, of course, on 131 seats, you can see. I mean, just look at the transformation. We talked, didn't we, in 2019 about what a huge, chunky majority, we would say that a majority of 80 was when the Conservatives went up from 317 seats to 365. Well, look at this. 410 Labour is on now, from 202 in 2019. They've doubled their parliamentary representation. As I was saying before, the Conservative Party, I mean, this only goes back down to 1997. You can see down there John Major, which we thought was the nadir of Conservative fortunes. No Conservative Party and Conservative leader could do worse than John Major in 1997 against Tony Blair. Could they? Or Rishi Sunak, congratulations, you managed to pull it off. Because John Major in 97 managed to get 165. On the basis of these figures, it's 131. And we've alluded to this already, and this is a great reason to keep watching. At 131, that exit poll would suggest that there will be scores of seats, Conservative seats, which will be determined by a knife-edge result. So that could go down. There will be lots of cabinet ministers who probably thought that they had seats for life. Looking at these numbers, absolutely terrified that tomorrow morning, as John was saying, they could be looking for a new job. We have been used in Britain for many years now, even in 2019, which everyone talked about as being a landslide, to a parliament which was more balanced than perhaps it had been in the past. You go back down to 1997, 2001, you had these huge Blair-style landslides where New Labour and the Prime Minister were extremely powerful in Parliament. We've not had that for a long time. Keir Starmer's writ is going to run through Parliament like no Prime Minister since Tony Blair. He is going to have complete power in this next Parliament, but of course, as we know, with that comes a lot of responsibility. There will be no one on the basis of these numbers, Andrew, Sheila, for him to blame but himself and his own government.
Thank you so much, Lewis. There is so much to talk about, and I'm delighted to say that Lord Neil Kinnock is also with us in the studio. Neil, I've been watching your expression all night, and I'm waiting for the words. You're a former Labour leader. You have been through it yourself. Just give us your reaction to what has been an amazing set of figures.
I'm ecstatic, but I'm also very realistic. And reflecting on what you were saying earlier, I'm utterly delighted at this massive advance for the Labour Party and this huge success for Keir Starmer. I mean, he's gained 208 seats, and that is phenomenal. That is really attributable directly to him and the way in which he's dealt with the last 4 years.
And changed the Labour Party. Hovering in the air above you, I can just see a but or a nevertheless or a however looking ahead.
No, it's related entirely to looking ahead. And problems not of the Labour Party's making or Keir Starmer's making, but the reality of the scale, the dimension of crises in our public services, all of them, and the weakness of our economic performance.
We've never been more heavily taxed since the war, never more heavily borrowed, and the problems are enormous.
Exactly. And the undertaking that the Labour has given not to impose additional tax on working people, I know will be honoured. So they have to going to have to look elsewhere for revenues, and the consequence of that will be a Britain that is much more just, much more fairly taxed than it's been for well over a decade.
So we're talking about things like capital gains tax, perhaps inheritance tax, perhaps council tax, because they're going to have to find the money from somewhere.
Well, there are an assortment of places, and you're familiar with them. You read the boring books as much as I have, Andrew.
Written a few of them too.
Yes. Well, no, you haven't written any boring books. All your books are illuminating. I'll give you a little plug for that.
John's got one out soon as well. John Soper. Yeah.
There are boring books that show you where the treasure is buried.
Yeah, absolutely.
You talked about Neil Kinnock's facial expressions over the last 10, 15 minutes. I was reminded of I'm going to misquote your former rival, Margaret Thatcher. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Rejoice.
Well, the thing is, but you're right. There's probably a window for joy and for celebration for Labour, isn't there? But only a window because of those serious things you've just described.
No, it is, and it's down to reality, as John was saying. Keir's off to the NATO summit next week. Now, he will not be nonplussed by that. If anybody can swallow a brief and comprehend it and come up with completely lucid responses, it's Keir Starmer. There's no doubt at all about that. But the fact is, he will be aware now. It won't wait until the middle of the night when he gets his election result, or indeed the result tomorrow when it's finally known. Now he will be fully aware of the gigantic responsibilities of being the United Kingdom's Prime Minister.
And while he's away, of course, at home, there's Thames Water on the brink of bankruptcy. 2 universities, at least we're told, on the brink of going under. We've got a prison system bursting where they're going to have to let people out.
Yes.
We have a whole set of and then there's the public sector pay and the junior doctors and the rest of it.
That's listed in less than 15 seconds without us even opening the books, because God knows what has been obscured by the government, certainly over this last couple of years, when they've been well aware of the deteriorating condition of the public finances, of the pressures arising from requirements in the public services, and a difficulty with this record level of taxation as a proportion of GDP under Conservatives. With all that, what have they obscured? So there may even be more grisly things to be discovered.
Yes. And we've talked about Keir Starmer. We should talk a little bit, I think, about Rachel Reeves as well, the first female Chancellor in British history, and somebody who's come up through the Bank of England, financially literate and tough as nails.
Yeah, one of the few trained economists ever to go in number 11 Downing Street. Yeah. And, I mean, she's a very, very bright woman, but she's also got her feet on the ground. And so, consequently, people won't be getting a lot of theorising. They'll be getting what she calls everyday economics. And I think that it'll help with British and public comprehension of what is being done and why it's being done and to whom it's being done, which will greatly aid in the understanding of our democracy.
Do you think that she's able to come along, Neil, and open the books and say it's worse than we thought, I'm afraid I'm going to have to raise taxes this autumn, and get away with it?
Well, much more is known about the books now that has previously been. So I don't think there are gigantic problems that are completely hidden, but I think there's a probability of matters being obscured to a degree, which means that there could be some ugly additions.
Yes, I can see John Sopel behind you.
I'm just really interested, Neil, in what you're saying, because I ran into someone just before I came to the studio, actually, who was very involved in the OBR, who was saying that, you know, he wishes that Rachel Reeves had been a little bolder and hadn't tied her hands so tightly over, you know, the certain taxes rises that she's ruled out, which either means that there's either going to have to be very big cuts in public spending to balance the books, or there are going to have to be really stupid tax rises which won't work very well, because the Labour Party was so determined not to frighten the horses in this election that they boxed themselves in. I just wonder what you think of that.
No, I don't. I think that Rachel comprehends too clearly exactly what the possibilities and accessible possibilities are for her to have painted herself into such a corner as to be paralysed in action. So, whilst I comprehend what your acquaintance in the OBI is saying, I've got much the same messages from various people who are associated with that sphere of activity. But I think Rachel is too smart, too realistic to allow herself no room for manoeuvre, which she can undertake whilst fulfilling that promise that she's made not to inflict additional taxation burdens on working people. Now, that leaves a great scope for much fairer taxation on assets, the appreciation of wealth that's taken place over the last 2 decades, whilst incomes have virtually stagnated. And so, consequently, that is the area which Rachel will have examined very, very closely, and I fully believe she will explore properly and effectively over the next year or so.
Yeah, thanks.
Lord Kinnock, I know you have to leave us in a second. Thank you very, very much indeed for coming in and giving us your wisdom. Now then, one of the fascinating stories of tonight will be where those 2019 voters who put Boris Johnson in number 10 have gone. And no doubt some of them, at least, will have gravitated towards reform. LBC's Henry Riley is in Clacton, where Nigel Farage is soon to find out whether he has been elected to Parliament at the 8th time of asking. Henry, any indications yet on whether Mr Farage is finally on his way to the House of Commons?
Well, Andrew, good evening. Goodness me. I mean, just before 10 o'clock, when some Reform UK activists, party officials were arriving, there was palpable excitement. Now they are grinning like Cheshire cats. There was absolute elation when that exit poll was announced. 13 seats. It's inconceivable that Nigel Farage surely wouldn't be among that number and be within the 13. One party official told me that they nearly collapsed when they heard the result and found that they may be on course for 13 seats. Clacton, very much the beating heart of Reform UK. Previously had a UKIP MP when Douglas Carswell defected to the party, but they are very confident already. They're not taking anything for granted. Nigel Farage, a pretty tall order if he is to win Clacton. It has a healthy Conservative majority. Giles Watling, the incumbent MP, of 24,702. So it's a tall order, but Nigel Farage, his team, do believe that he could be within that number, within that 13. They are not complacent. They're still waiting. They don't quite believe it themselves. But if this exit poll is right, 13 seats, and at the 8th time of asking, Nigel Farage may well be on his way to the House of Commons. Now we go to Scotland, Aberdeen, where LBC's Scotland political editor Gina Davidson is with some of the Scottish political party leaders.
Thanks very much, Henry. Yes, welcome to Aberdeen, where counting is just getting underway. But I have to say, when that exit poll landed, there was silence from the campaigners who are both Conservative and SNP, who are here just off to my right. I think real disbelief at the numbers in that exit poll. 10 SNP MPs it's predicting. I mean, they haven't had numbers like that since Alex Salmond was leader of the party, when they just had 6. And in fact, the last time John Swinney led the party, they had just 5 MPs at Westminster. So the idea that they are going to lose more than 3/4 of their MPs tonight, I think they were expecting some serious losses. I don't think they were expecting anything like that. We did see an MRP poll that suggested 10 just a couple of days ago. They didn't believe that, and I think it's fair to say that most people across Scottish politics didn't believe it either. But if it is true, I think we're going to see a domino effect across the central belt of Scotland. We're going to see Labour winning in seats right across from Glasgow to Edinburgh, and up here in the north east. Then things are on a knife edge. It's fair to say the SNP could hold on here, or it could actually go blue.
Is that Gina's line that's bad?
We clearly have a problem with Gina's line there. We'll try to come back to Gina, but we can go to Ben Kentish, who's in Ed Davies' seat of Kingston.
What we're saying Yes, it's a historic night, Sheila, in every sense of the word. Historic for Labour, but historic too, quite possibly, for the Liberal Democrats. Their leader, Ed Davey, expected here in Kingston Sturpton within hours. His seat not in doubt at all. But his party is in with a pretty good chance of their best ever result. They are on course, according to the exit poll, for 61 seats. Their best ever result, just 62. So if they slightly exceed the expectations of those pollsters, they will have won more seats than the Liberal Democrats have ever won. They are without doubt on course for the most gains they have ever had in any general election. In fact, even under their previous incarnation, the Liberal Party... Pardon?
Where they are now, if that exit poll is right, they're back to the sort of...
OK, we'll leave. There's some heavy shouting going on by the sounds of it in Kingston. We're going to get more of a breakdown on those brutal numbers for the SNP in particular there from Lewis Goodall in just a few minutes, and on that exit poll overall. Just a reminder, it is just an exit poll. Stay with LBC throughout the night for the results as they come in. We'll get the first ones around 11:30. But it's time now for your headlines, your news headlines at 10:31 from Simon Conway.
Labour appears to be on course for a landslide following the general election. The exit poll projects Sir Keir Starmer is about to become Prime Minister with a Commons majority of 170. It puts Labour as winning 410 seats. The poll suggests the Conservatives have won just 131, which would be the lowest in the party's history. Here's LBC's political editor Natasha Clark.
There are people in the Conservative camps telling me tonight they are proud of the campaign, they're proud of what's happened.
Really?
I think actually that's quite incredible when you look at exactly what has happened. The Prime Minister, for what it's worth, we asked him a few days ago, has been insisting that he has done all he can. He has absolutely thrown the book at it, and he has, as far as we know, no regrets about it. But I think there will be a lot of people saying, absolutely not, this has been terrible for the Conservatives.
The exit poll puts the Liberal Democrats on 61 seats, making them the third largest party in the Commons once again. Reform UK would win 13 seats, the SNP just 10, and the Greens 2. Stay with LBC for continued coverage as the general election results begin to come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south tonight. Also rain for parts of Scotland. Clear spells and showers elsewhere, a low of 6 Celsius. Tomorrow, a mix of bright spells and scattered showers, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
Required.
Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
Good evening. If you're just joining us, you're listening to Britain Decides on LBC with me, Sheila Fogarty, Andrew Marr, and the newsagents Lewis Goodall and John Sopel. We'll be bringing you analysis throughout this election night. You can also watch us on Global Player as we speak to a series of insiders about the importance of this election outcome. This exit poll is painting quite a grim picture for the SNP. Let's go to Lewis Goodall, who can give us a breakdown of the numbers on that. Lewis.
Actually, obviously, it's easy to get distracted, isn't it, by the sort of astonishing headline figures. I mean, obviously, the first Labour victory for 19 years since 2005. Conservatives are at the lowest level since universal suffrage ever. But it masks the rest of this picture, which is kind of, I mean, if you're looking at this Parliament, it's going to be something like 1997 plus, in the sense that you're going to have the Lib Dems, again, as the third party of British politics, a perch they have not occupied since 2015, when, of course, the SNP managed to sweep all before them in Scotland by them winning 56 out of 59 seats in the wake of the Scotland independence referendum of 2014. Ever since then, they have dominated Scottish politics. They destroyed the old behemoth that was the Scottish Labour Party, winning 2 scores of seats across the old central belt. Well, these numbers indicate the SNP is going to be forced to retreat to their old heartlands in more rural Scotland, and that Labour will return to its old heartlands in the central belt of Scotland, which will be a huge psychological boost to the party. This is where the Labour Party in many ways was born, with Keir Hardie and Ramsay MacDonald and so on. And one other point as well, we haven't talked perhaps enough yet about this figure, because this is actually the figure, 13 seats for reform, which is setting many people, just it's surprising so many people. We were talking about maybe Nigel Farage winning in Clacton, weren't we? Maybe getting a couple of extra seats. 13 seats to me would imply that they're not just going to win in a couple of Conservative-held seats, but they'll win in some Labour-held seats as well, including seats like Barnsley and potentially Hartlepool as well. So we will see in these figures, despite that massive net Labour gain, a few Labour losses to reform, and I suspect to the Greens as well, because they're on 2. We haven't got it on here, but they're on 2 in terms of the exit poll, and I suspect they'll probably win in Bristol Central.
And indeed, the message from the Labour Party down there is that they have virtually given up and that Thangam Debonair is out there. Two things that strike me very strongly is that really since about 2012, 2013, 2014, if you're looking at Britain from the outside, a lot of people have been thinking this is a country which is eventually inevitably going to break up. The march towards Scottish independence is unstoppable. And this is the first time when you can really look at the UK and say, no, that bit of the story seems to be over for the foreseeable future. That's really important. And also the point you make about the Liberal Democrats there. Those are people who have fought and won this election on a manifesto clearly to the left of the Labour Party when it comes to taxes, the NHS and indeed Europe. If they make common cause with Labour MPs, dissident Labour MPs, we could see some real fun happening in this new House of Commons.
Well, Andrew, this is the most left-wing parliament we've ever had.
Yeah.
On the basis of this numbers, literally since universal suffrage, as I've been saying throughout, the Conservative Party has never been weaker. Yes, 13 Reform MPs, that's going to play havoc with Conservative Party psychology, but in terms of the Parliament overall, it's never been more left-wing. Just a point, actually, on those Conservative numbers, it occurs to me that 113 seats, you know how many letters it's going to take to trigger a leadership contest in the new House of Commons? 20.
They're going to have to change the rules, Lewis. They're going to have to change the rules. Now, we've also, of course, got our political editor, Natasha Clark, here with us as well. Natasha, have you heard any more reaction to this dramatic exit poll so far?
Yes, I mean, both parties on both sides of the political spectrum texting me saying they still can't quite believe what they're seeing, especially, of course, from the Labour Party as well. And look, that resolve for reform, that really, really is something. And there are people as well in the Reform Party as well that are still incredibly sceptical of this result. And we've just got a little bit more detail from that exit poll that I wanted to go through with you, Andrew. Is suggesting, if this exit poll is correct, Jeremy Hunt could become the first Chancellor to lose his seat at a general election. Also possible cabinet ministers that are going to lose their seats, according to this exit poll: Grant Shapps, Johnny Mercer, Lucy Fraser, Alex Chalk. Too close to call people like Richard Holden, Penny Mordaunt, Victoria Atkins, Steve Barclay, Mel Stride and Mark Harper. And it's important to say that there are still quite a lot of seats which pollsters believed just yesterday, that final YouGov MRP showing that I think there was 80 seats where there was around 5% swing in it. So some of these could go either way. And for the cabinet, though, just the fact that we are talking about so many of these people potentially losing their seats.
Well, and
so many Michael Portillo moments potentially.
It also means that any leadership contest will be completely redrawn by the fact that they're not by who's left.
Exactly. The idea that we could have potentially Penny Mordaunt ruling herself out of a leadership contest purely for the fact that she may not gain her seat again is incredible. And of course, Kemi Badenoch as well. Some see her as the front runner. She's been talking about postal votes in her constituency. She is really worried that around 3,000 of those votes had not been sent out. Could that be the possible swing in her constituency? There will be questions being asked about that.
I'm going to stick my neck out a little bit and suggest I think that Penny Mordaunt, who has fought a very, very strong ground campaign locally in Portsmouth, I think she will survive. And therefore, I think she's a likely possible leader of the Conservative Party going forward. Though it has to be said, the kind of leader that Nigel Farage would like to see, he needs the Conservative Party to tack back towards the centre to allow him the hard right.
Exactly, and I think somebody he would not like to see, Kemi Badenoch. She has already been very clear about what the future of the Conservative Party would look like under her. She does not want to see Nigel Farage being let back into the Conservative Party at all. Those will be questions for every single Conservative now.
Thanks for now, Natasha. Natasha with us throughout the night. Let's speak now to someone who worked at the heart of Number 10 during David Cameron's time as Prime Minister. It feels a long time ago now. As his Director of Communications and now host of the podcast Crisis? What Crisis? Andy Coulson, great to have you in the studio. I mean, crisis, what crisis? That sentence will not pass the lips of a Conservative tonight, will it?
Indeed, yeah. In fact, when you're in crisis, I always think it's important that you choose the right words. It's very important, actually. But disaster is the right word this evening. Yeah. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This is an abject rejection. And that, I think, is the point, really, is it's not just that you've lost an election, you've been roundly rejected. And the votes kind of pouring out into all manner of directions. The only aspect of the exit poll that I'm a little sceptical about is the reform number. I think that I'm interested to see where that finishes. It could be higher, of course, but I think when you've got an exit poll that's got such a violent swing, that means that you could have a bit of volatility within it. But it's perfectly clear, that this is a total disaster.
Yeah. I think John Soper wants to.
This may seem counterintuitive, but when you look at some of the MRP polls, it could have been worse for the Conservative Party. Exactly. They could have been the number 3 party, and the Liberal Democrats could have been the official opposition. So it's a disaster, but not quite a complete catastrophe.
Well, I think the very fact that you've just said that demonstrates what a disaster this is for the Conservative Party. The idea that we're sat here, really suggesting that this number is somehow better than it could have been, tells the story, really.
Yeah, no, I was just going to kind of comment on the reform numbers, because I think what really interests me is, let's see if the exit poll is right and they're going to get 13 seats. And you can think, well, Tories on 130, Reform on 13. Actually, maybe the bigger picture is that the right is in retreat, and as you say, this is the most left-wing parliament that we've had, since the Labour Party was founded. What I'm really interested to see as well, and maybe this is a geeky point, is how many constituencies Reform are now in second place. Because if you look at the experience of French politics over the past 20 years, you have seen the far right, the National Front as it was, and then it became the kind of National Rally. It's gone up and up and up. And so you might think, oh, well, they're a marginal force. They've only got 13 seats. It's how many constituencies they're now in second place in, which I think will be really interesting to watch.
Worth saying, UKIP in 2019 were in second place in 120 seats, and these predictions suggest that they'll be beating that to about 140, 150 seats, which is a sensational fact in itself, yeah.
And also, if the Conservative Party doesn't tack to the centre, then depending on how well or badly Labour does with this whopping majority it seems to have won, there will be a distinct offer in the next general election if it does tack to the right.
That's absolutely right. For me, the key challenge, though, for the Conservative Party now is to confront the truth of this. And there are a number of routes that the Conservative Party can now go. I sincerely hope they do not fall off to the extremes, and the reform vote, obviously, and the share of vote for reform will be a key factor in all that. I hope that they'll appreciate that where you win elections is in the centre, and the Conservative Party has always understood that in the past. I hope it understands it now. And also, I think the other element in this election that will become clear as we get the numbers is it really is about the next generation. It is about the younger voter. And of course, if Sir Keir Starmer has his way, they're going to be a lot younger. The Conservative Party has had that problem for many, many years. Had that problem when I was working.
Interestingly, Reform is doing big on TikTok.
It's doing big on TikTok, but I don't think we should confuse TikTok and interesting videos and putting a smile on people's face and creating a little bit of mischief. doesn't necessarily equate to a political commitment or a political.
We're doing big on TikTok
support.
tonight as well. I think Lewis has something for us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a really interesting thing, Sheila, that we need to think about, and we'll start thinking about more throughout the night, will be a big theme of the coming days, is this question about vote share. And we'll be talking about it with reform, of course, because it's entirely possible. Famously, Nigel Farage and UKIP got, 4 million votes or so back in 2015. They got 1 seat for it. It's entirely possible they do better than that tonight, but get more seats, but still have more votes. This question of how well distributed the Labour vote is going to be central. So what we're looking at here, we can't fill this in yet for this election, of course, because we haven't got the full vote shares, but we're looking at vote shares versus seat share. And you can see here, let's take the 2019 result here. The Conservatives did really well in that election. They got 43.6%, but in our weird system of first past the post, which is not proportional, it is all based on exactly where you get the votes in different constituencies, they were rewarded with that 43.5%, with 56.2% of the seats. And the battle, or the sort of tension that you're going to see, and I suspect hear a lot from what is left of the Labour Party the next 24 hours or so, it is entirely possible, in fact we think, looking at these figures, entirely credible, that Keir Starmer tonight ends the night with a lower vote share than Jeremy Corbyn got back in 2017 when he got 40% of the vote. But of course Keir Starmer, even though it looks like we think from these numbers he might get 36, 37, maybe 38% of the vote, he is going to be rewarded because of the vagaries of our system with a majority of 170 or perhaps even more than that. And that question matters, of course, Andrew, because as you know, we always discuss this in elections, legitimacy matters, and it all matters in terms of whether there is a sense that the government has not just the numbers in the House of Commons, but does it have the authority that it gets from those numbers, from what the country has actually said?
Lewis, you're going to the heart of the legitimacy of our electoral system there. Coming up, we're going to be discussing something that has played a hugely important role as well in the narrative of the election campaign, the polling. You're listening to Britain Decides on LBC, and the time now, 10:47.
LBC.
Protected.
Britain Decides on LBC.
Right, this has been an election partly defined by polls, with stark numbers coming out for the Tories nearly every day of the campaign, and the emergence of MRP polls. I learnt what MRP stands for yesterday, and I've forgotten already. That was a big part of the narrative. The co-founder and director of Delta Poll, he'll tell me, Joe Twyman, will be with us for the next few hours, breaking down the numbers as they come in and reflecting on what we've seen so far. Joe, how important, well, we've got the exit poll, which we'll keep reminding people of, but how important has polling been in this campaign? Some people complained it became a character in the election campaign rather than just slices of information.
Yes, I think that's true. Certainly there were a lot of polls and there were a lot of pollsters, some let's say, more legitimate than others in their approach. But I think it's a reflection of the fact that the campaign itself was so heavily choreographed, so stage managed, and the days of a morning press conference with the parties announcing what they were going to talk about, followed by a stump speech somewhere and going out for a walkabout, those days are long gone. And in the era of the press call and the controlled photograph in high-vis jacket and hard hat in front of party members means that, in the absence of anything else, with 24-hour news to fill, you go to
there was
one
always
of the
Ed
polls
Davey.
that came out.
There was always Ed Davey as the exception to that. Yes,
there's always Ed Davey. And so, but actually, when you look at the story of the polls, this exit poll is simply the continuation of trends that have carried on not just throughout the campaign, but for years.
And Joe, in the end, they have told us a big truth, which hasn't really changed throughout the campaign. You know, a 20-point lead at the beginning, a 20-point lead at the end. They have suggested all the way through that the extraordinary evening we're living through now was always going to happen.
The Conservatives have not been ahead in any published poll since the 6th of December 2021, and Labour have had a double-digit lead in every single poll since September the 26th, 2022. So these trends are long, long established, and they accelerated under Liz Truss, but they were there with Boris Johnson.
And even if this is something that distorts the campaigns in some way, it is also a big truth, a big fact that the electorate need to know about.
Yes, I would certainly argue that. There's discussions about banning polls, but let's say we had banned polls 48 hours before. The polls would have shown exactly the same picture, and people would have acted accordingly. I think it forms an important part of the democratic process, not just for voting intention, but also the underlying data, whether it's on leadership or performance on issues. Labour have been ahead on all of those, and for some time.
It's probably worth reminding, for people will be tuning in at lots of different times during the night. So let me just remind you of what that exit poll has said. Came in just after 10 o'clock. Labour, according to the exit poll, which is not the official election result, just to be clear, have 410 seats. The Conservatives, 131. The Liberal Democrats, for all the bungee jumps and all the rest of it, 61 seats. I'm sure it was more than that, as in more than the bungee jumps. The Reform Party, according to the exit poll, are on 13. Whether that will go up or down, we shall see. The SNP done very badly on 10, and other parties, including the Greens and others, 25. So a hefty majority, as we've been expecting for ages for Labour, Andrew.
I think the thing that we keep need to saying, and I hope Joe backs me up on this, is that with so many seats apparently very, very close indeed, a few hundred votes one way or the other, we cannot be sure about any of these numbers. We're getting the broad picture, I'm quite sure, from the exit poll. Labour are in by a big majority. The Liberal Democrats have done well. The Conservatives have done terribly badly indeed. But in terms of the actual detailed numbers, we really don't know until the evening is much older.
That's right. It's worth remembering that in 2015, the initial exit poll pointed to the Conservatives being the largest party in a hung parliament. But then a strong performance in the southwest pushed the Conservatives over the edge, and they got the majority. Also in that exit poll, UKIP as they were on for 2 seats in the initial finding, but they didn't win any. That Reform vote is going to be arguably the most difficult bit for the exit poll to get right. And so Rishi Sunak, ironically, was right when he said over the recent days that there are 100 seats that are up for grabs. And that's true. The difficulty is when it's the difference between 70 and 170 seats for the Conservatives, it's not good news.
Well, we'll start to get the first results in just over half an hour's time. Andy Coulson is here with us. You're clearly not pleased with this result, but let's focus on what will be happening now in CCHQ and then what comes next. I mean, you've talked there about hoping they move to the centre.
In CCHQ this evening, I think they'll just be, waiting to see what's left. Who's left, because there are some very practical things that then need to be addressed, and that's going to be very difficult because they are going to be, not to put it, to overstate it. There's going to be a complete kind of falling in the machinery. So there's a 22. There's a process, right? We've got to somehow or the other find our way towards a new leader. We've got somehow the other.
When you say a 22, they'll have to reform the 1922
committee. They've got to reform the 1922. Yeah. Obviously, Graham Brady's now going off to the Lords, and then you've got to set the process for, and maybe change the rules, by the way, for setting the process towards a shadow cabinet.
I think we've seen as a nation, the citizens of this country have seen for months now where this was heading. Perhaps not exactly the figures, but we've seen where this was heading. And there's a sense of change, clearly the change thing worked, didn't it, for Labour, amongst other things? This sense of breathing out, there's change. Will there be some relief amongst Tories? I mean, the last few days of, really senior figures, including the Prime Minister, essentially conceding this election. Surely there'll be some relief mixed in with all of this.
I think there will be a relief, yeah. I think there'll be all sorts of emotions. The key thing is whether or not they can quickly move themselves to a sense of responsibility, because the country needs an opposition, and even diminished, the country needs an opposition. And so there's some very practical steps that need to be achieved before you can move into the grieving stage, if I can put it that way.
I'd like to pick up on the other point you're making, Andy, there, really, really interesting, which is the complicated, difficult and agonising nature of the job the Conservatives are now going to have to do. They don't know who the next leader is going to be. A lot of the party office holders, perhaps including the chairman, may not be there. They don't have the money they used to have, so they have an incredibly complex job. And at the heart of it, John, is what kind of party do they want to be?
That is the existential question the Conservative Party needs to ask itself. You had Andy talking about how elections are won in this country from the centre, but you've got a membership that is in a different position to that is way to the right. And, I was at the Tory party conference, as you were, last year, where it was like Nigel Farage was the Pied Piper. Yeah. And the crowd got bigger around him wherever he walked inside the Conservative Party the attraction to go down that route is going to be there, but it might lead to electoral Armageddon and even more years out of power. Or you go to the centre, and then there's the risk of fracturing with some of the right-wing elements, the Suella Bravermans, and people like that, who say he ought to be brought into the Conservative fold.
Well, apart from Suella Braverman, who knows what's going to happen to her tonight? Yeah. Most senior Conservatives are saying we don't want Nigel Farage inside our party at any price. But their problem is they might not want Nigel Farage, but they sure as hell need his voters.
Exactly. And, Nigel Farage, if he gets 13 seats, he is a powerful figure in the Commons. And all I would say is I saw what happened to the Republican Party in the United States, where people scoffed at the idea that Donald Trump could become the nominee for the 2016 election. And now it is a completely Donald Trump-owned party, the Republican Party, with just a few dissenting voices. And so the Conservative Party have got to play this very cannily in the months ahead, where they're trying to figure out how to be the opposition after 14 years in government, where they have not got a whole big talent pool in the House of Commons because they've been reduced to these lower numbers. They've got to find people for select committees. They've got to find people to fill the shadow posts. It's not going to be easy.
It's certainly not.
Well, let's go back to Lewis Goodall for some more information. He can give us a preview of the key seats that we need to be keeping an eye on for in the next half hour or so when those first results start coming in. Lewis.
Yes, absolutely. And we should just say, by the way, just on that conversation about uniting the right, we think that on the bet, we're doing these numbers all of the time, but broadly speaking, we think that if the Conservative Party get about 25% of the vote in this, which would be an historic low, Reform probably on between 14 and 15% at least. So you put those two together, you get 40%. So that argument for uniting the right-wing vote is going to be very strong in the next Parliament. But before we get there, we've actually got to get some seats, haven't we? So let's have a look at what the early declarations, what we've got to come. First one we're expecting, that'd be one of these two. We've got Blyth and Ashington, both in the North East, Houghton and Sunderland South. Blyth and Ashington's a new seat. It's actually a notional, because of the boundary changes, it's actually a notional Labour hold, if you like, in terms of what would have happened if these boundaries had been in place last time. But of course, Blythe Valley, the old seat, was one of those absolutely kind of quintessential 2019 results, wasn't it? The Red Wall, the fall of the Red Wall, old mining town, never ever been Conservative before, and it fell to the Conservative Party in 2019. On the basis of these numbers, almost certainly to go back to the Labour Party. I mean, most of these are either safe Labour or Conservative seats. What we'll be looking for, particularly in the North East seats, so Blythe and Ashington, Houghton and Sunderland South, which will stay Labour, Sunderland Central as well, is what's happening to that Reform vote. Just how big is the swing in these seats by comparison to what we would expect it to be on the exit poll? Is Reform, as John was saying just a few minutes ago, actually coming second in these seats and laying the way, paving the way potentially for them to say, Nigel Farage, that's something you'll be hearing from him a lot in the next 24 hours or so, that they are the main opposition to Labour, not only in Parliament, but in many of their Labour-held seats as well. As I was saying before, we can expect a few losses to...
And Lewis, we should also mention the individuals involved, because you've got Ian Lavery in Blythe and Ashington, yes, one of the most vocal left-wingers, one of the most independent-minded left-wing voices in the Labour Party.
One of the only ones left, Andrew.
And of course, you've got Bridget Phillipson in Houghton, Sunderland Southern South.
Indeed,
and
so the Shadow Education
doing very well. And some people even say that she might be the next Labour leader.
Well, indeed so, although I suspect we might be some way off that on the basis of these figures tonight, Andrew.
I hope so.
Give him a minute.
Yeah, give him a minute. Let's get him in. Let's get him in. Let's get him in. Also, just in terms of the Conservative seats as well, Basildon and Billericay. So this is an absolutely true blue Conservative seat in Essex, but it has been the source of some controversy in this election, of course, because Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman, who had previously been an MP in County Durham, his seat was redrawn, and very, very, very controversially, he decided, with a short list of one, to impose himself effectively in Basildon. That got huge local upset and unrest against it. It's an enormous majority. You can see there, over 20,000. Would need an over 25% swing to go to the Labour Party, but it could happen. Broxbourne as well, safe Conservative seat in Hertfordshire. Again, that requires a 20% swing. But if there is any chance at all of that even coming close, then it could be even worse for the Conservatives than the exit poll is suggesting. Got a few more as well. Swindon South, Sir Robert Buckland, the former Justice Secretary's seat, of course, that needs a 6% swing to go. On the basis of these figures, I think Sir Robert might be looking to go back into the law and dusting off his wig. And we've got a few others as well, mainly safe Labour seats. But again, we'll be looking in places like Makerfield, which is going to be the seat of Josh Simon, who's a key Keir Starmer ally, Tynemouth as well. We'll be looking to see just how well reform does, and we'll be looking to see how big the swing in those Labour seats are. And when we get those results, we'll be able to adjust the exit poll calculations accordingly. But Swindon South, I think, really the first really big swing seat, or the really important kind of swing seat, marginal seat that we might expect, and we'll probably get that in an hour or so.
Thanks very much indeed for now, Lewis. Now, we've got much more to come, of course, throughout the night. We're with you until 5 o'clock in the morning as the results roll in. So do stay with us. We'll be taking your calls a bit later on because we need to get those results in first to get a true sense of what's happening. This is Britain Decides on LBC, and it's time now for the news with Simon Conway.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Labour is projected to win the general election by a landslide. The exit poll suggests Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister with a Commons majority of 170. Here's the moment Andrew Marr reacted to the poll on Britain Decides here on LBC an hour ago.
This is an extraordinary evening. There are not many times when the entire country, as it were, turns its back and chooses a new direction. This is going to be an evening remembered for 100 years.
The exit poll projects Labour will win 410 seats, while the Tories are on track for a record defeat with just 131 seats. Also reacting on LBC, the newsagent's John Sopel says it would be an historic result.
If you want to talk the language of geology, this is an earthquake, this is a tsunami, this is tectonic plates shifting.
The former Labour leader Lord Kinnock has told LBC he'll be delighted if the poll is right.
I'm ecstatic, but I'm also very realistic. And I'm utterly delighted at this massive advance for the Labour Party and this huge success for Keir Starmer. I mean, he's gained 208 seats. And that is phenomenal.
LBC's Tom Swarbrick is in Rishi Sunak's constituency of Richmond in North Yorkshire.
In calling the election at the time he did, he may well go down in history as the man that, frankly, scuttled his own boat, Marie Celesting his own party. But there will be survivors. Based on those exit poll projections, the Tory strategy became get to 100. So a projected 130-odd would constitute a Tory party with at least something to salvage.
The Liberal Democrats are set to increase their number of MPs more than fivefold. LBC's Ben Kentish is in leader Sir Ed Davies' constituency of Kingston and Surbiton.
They are on course, according to the exit poll, for 61 seats. Their best ever result, just 62. So if they slightly exceed the expectations of those pollsters, they will have won more seats than the Liberal Democrats have ever won. They are without doubt on course for the most gains they have ever had in any general election.
Reform UK are on track to win 13 seats. The SNP would win just 10. The party's campaign director has described the prediction as stark. The Greens would win 2 seats in the Commons. Stay with LBC through the night for Britain Decides as the general election results come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south tonight. Also rain for parts of Scotland. Clear spells and showers elsewhere. A low of 6 Celsius. Tomorrow a mix of bright spells and scattered showers and a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
Good evening. Welcome back to Britain Decides on LBC at 11:04. Now, what an evening. You might have thought it was a boring election campaign. It is not a boring evening. And our reporters are stationed right across the country, bringing us all the key results as they roll in. Remember, if you're listening, you can also watch live on Global Player. We've got our colleagues from the newsagents, Lewis Goodall and John Sopel, here with us as well as our political editor, Natasha Clark.
First, so let's hear from our first Labour politician of the night, Steve Reid. We had Lord Kinnock with us earlier on, but not a man fighting a seat. Steve Reid, we'll come on to the result in a moment. Your seat declares at what, 3-ish, 4-ish in the morning?
4 o'clock, we think, yeah.
So we've got you for a couple of hours. Maybe not, maybe not. Well, I noticed your colleague Angela Rayner immediately after the exit poll came in describe it as encouraging.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it's okay to let the guard down a bit now, isn't it?
I think it's important that we don't treat this exit poll as a final result, because it isn't. And it's, I mean, the direction of travel, I mean, if you're a Labour supporter or a Labour politician, you're going to like the direction of travel, of course you are. But there's an awful lot of marginal seats in there. And I know from going up and down the country myself, how many of them are on the knife edge.
It's extraordinary.
Well, that figure could be right, it could be up, it could be down. I don't want to treat it like a final result when it isn't. The
but you know you've won,
is encouraging. I'm happy about that.
You know you've won.
It looks like we've won, doesn't it? But
have a drink.
Does a bit.
I think we've got beaten dog syndrome a little bit. We've lost 4 in a row. You hear the word election, you don't associate it with the word victory. So we don't have to wait that long to get the final results. I'll be back in my constituency for mine in a few hours' time.
Yeah, and as Neil Kinnock was saying when he was on with us earlier on, how did you describe it, Andrew? He said they've got an Everest to get out from under.
An Everest to clear away before they can improve the country. You have a mound of problems ahead of you.
Ahead of us, it's enormous. I mean, the reason you're seeing an exit poll like that and potentially a result like that is because the country is, 1, furious with the Conservatives for what they've done, but 2, confident in Labour under Keir Starmer to lead the change that the country needs. If you roll back to 2019 where we were, worst result for 85 years, who in this room would have thought we could be in this position less than 5 years later? Not one of us, I suspect.
You have, in effect, said to the country, look, if you're badly paid or your employment contract is rubbish, we will make it better. If you are in pain and fear because you can't get a doctor's appointment or you can't get into an NHS hospital in time, we will make it better. If you can't get a flat or a house because there aren't enough of them, we will make it better, we will build more. Do you accept that if you don't make life better for working people in the UK in the next few years, then reform and the right of the Conservative Party are waiting for a terrible revenge?
Keir has been absolutely clear with all of us in shadow cabinet, potentially the cabinet if we win, that this will be all about delivery. You know, I think Keir has been absolutely right not to overstate what we can do, because we've had 14 years of catastrophic
under-promise and over-deliver.
Or 14 years of catastrophic failure. You've got to be realistic about what can be done. You cannot fix all of those problems in a 5-year period. In my brief, for instance, every single river in this country is polluted with sewage. That is not going to be fixed entirely within 5 years, but we can make a start and we can show how we're starting to improve things. It's the same story with the National Health Service, with education, with all of the other services that the Tories have decimated.
You have to show working people quite quickly that things are getting better, at least in some areas and at least a bit.
People will expect to see a new government hit the ground running. So that's an absolute. They will not expect an incoming government to say it's going to do more than it can actually achieve. But we've been very realistic all the way through this. I think it's an ambitious programme, given the state of disrepair that the economy and our public services are in. But Keir has been very clear. Those 6 pledges were 6 first steps towards a 10-year journey of recovery that it will take to really fix the problems that the Tories have landed.
And if the majority is as big as it looks, or if the scale of the win is as big as it looks like it's going to be, let me ask you briefly about housing, because it's a topic that came through time and again, before the campaign, but certainly during it on the calls to LBC. How quickly are people going to see the real nuts and bolts of Labour's housing plan? We've heard a lot of talk about it. They'll look at those numbers and say, you've got real power, use it. build houses and build them quickly.
And you couldn't be more right about how significant a priority that is. In my constituency surgery, and I deal with about 100 cases a week, 2/3 of them will be related to housing in one way. It's an absolute crisis in this country, and we want to build 1.5 million homes over.
And Labour will hit the ground running on that, will it, as government?
Well, in order to get those homes built, we have to reform planning. So looking at reforming planning quickly will be something that...
With those numbers, you should be able to do that, shouldn't you? That speaks to the expectations that people will have of you that Andrew was talking about.
Well, that's right. I mean, the King's speech comes on, it's the 17th.
17th of this month.
So soon enough. I mean, we'll see exactly what is brought forward then. If there's a Labour cabinet, it will be meeting within very short order after we know the result of this election. It will be exactly that kind of plan that we'll be confirming and then announcing in the King's speech.
Steve, is there anything joyful coming?
Anything joyful?
Yes.
I think getting rid of the Tories after 14 years of failure is pretty joyful. If that's what's happened, the chance to turn the page and rebuild our country, that's an amazing thing. I mean, what a wonderful thing democracy is. I was out today and people were standing outside polling stations, going and making their crosses. And if they choose to change the government, they change the government. That for me is absolutely joyful because it shows that in a democracy the people have the power.
I think, John, you had a brief question, did you?
Well, no, I just wonder whether you think it will be like 97, where there was a sense of kind of groundswell of hope after sort of 18 years of Conservative rule, and you can draw obvious parallels with that. It just feels to me that in this campaign it has been much more about we are so sick of the Tories rather than an enthusiasm for Labour.
I think an incoming government will have the worst inheritance of any incoming government since after the Second World War, that being an obvious exception. And there is a mood in the country right now that has no faith in politics and politicians. I attribute that to what the Conservatives have done, the absolute chaos, the crashing of the economy, the breaking of so many promises, the breaking of rules, the breaking of our public services. People have lost faith in politics because of that, and the inheritance is terrible. I don't think that was the same feeling in 1997, and I think the context is very important here. But I think people will draw optimism and hope from the fact that they have been able to replace a government they don't like with a government they have confidence in. And the fact that it's not just about the Tories, it's also about what Keir Starmer's done to change the Labour Party. Is people have been angry with the Conservatives before but didn't turn to Labour. They've turned to Labour now because Keir has changed the Labour Party and people have faith in his ability to change this country.
Sure. Just very briefly, do you think it's maybe a good thing that the British people want somebody who's a bit boring and not a kind of charismatic flash man like Tony Blair was when he won?
Well, I think when you look at what the Conservatives have given us, they don't want a circus ringmaster, they want a leader. And what we've had from the Conservatives for, 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors since 2016.
It's
time for the chaos
12 days of Christmas to all the different posts.
It's time for the chaos. I think people want an adult now, not the mess that we've had. The times are serious.
We've got a result coming in Sunderland.
Patrick Melia, Acting Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837. Sam Woods Grass, 11,668.
So Bridget Phillipson, who is expected to be a star of one of the stars of the Keir Starmer government that we're expecting to be formed, has just won her seat in Sunderland South and Houghton, adding 2,000 plus votes to her figure last time around. We'll be speaking to Bridget Phillipson just after midnight, and we can obviously talk about that result, but also her plans if she becomes Education Secretary, as looks likely. Let's go back. I think, do you want to have a word on that?
Just astonishingly, the other number there is the Reform vote. They are second on the 11,688. That is a very, very strong second place, way, way ahead of the Conservative there in that constituency. And that maybe tells us part of the story of the night ahead.
Let's get that from Lewis.
I think that's exactly right, Andrew. I think the fact, as we were saying before, the figure to watch in that constituency, a safe Labour seat, was always going to be what's happened to Reform. Bear in mind that in many, the Reform Party, as it was, the Brexit Party, was barely alive in many of these places. Yes, they stood in Labour-oriented seats in 2019.
It's only 3 years old.
It's only, indeed so. And to go to be about 7,000 shy of the Labour total is quite astonishing and completely underscores and underlines the possibility, indeed the probability now, that the Reform Party not only comes second in a swathe of seats to the Labour Party in Northern England in particular, I suspect, and heavily Brexit voting areas in those places, but indeed perhaps even snatch a few Labour seats as well, as we were talking about before, possibility in Barnsley, possibility in Hartlepool and so on. So it's just one result. Bridget Phillipson is the only MP in the country.
And on that, we're also
in government if she wanted.
We're also hearing that Reform are pushing Yvette Cooper very close in Castleford.
I would not be surprised at all, and I would keep an eye on Ed Miliband in Doncaster as well.
Right. Steve Reid, I understand you have to leave us.
Right, sorry about that. It's been fun.
Listen,
try if you want to.
Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you want, but try and enjoy it.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Try and enjoy it.
Are you going to
It's been great to be
celebrate?
with you.
When are you going to kick off and say, woohoo?
Well, I've got to go to my count first, so I'm going to wait until I'm elected an MP, I think.
That seems reasonable.
Thank you.
Well, listen, an astonishing set of results from that first declaration and from the exit poll as well. But it's not the real result, the exit poll, just to remind you. Plenty more to come here on LBC. Do stay with us. The time is now 11:16.
This is LBC.
EB only.
Britain decides on LBC. Text 84850.
It's 11:18, and thank you for joining us here on Britain Decides on LBC. Natasha Clark is back with us now. Natasha, just how consequential is that Reform number in the first result?
That's huge, isn't it? The result
Really
we've
is.
just got from Sunderland, that will really worry some in Labour. And I'm also hearing that there's a few other Labour candidates who are genuinely very worried. There's actually one seat in Hull, Emma Hardy, who's saying that that's too close to call because of the Reform vote. If that's the case, and there are Labour candidates worried about losing their seats to Reform, that's really a bit of a throw forward about what we could see in the next Parliament, a potential. I know it's a little bit weird to be talking about the next general election, but that is the problem that Keir Starmer could have when he's looking at trying to unite his party. He's obviously going to see threats from the left of his party, of course, depending on who gets re-elected tonight, but also from that threat from the Reform Party. They will be taking chunks not just out of the Conservative vote, but out of the Labour vote too.
And Natasha, does this also explain a large part of the story of why the Tories are having such a terrible night? Because if you look at their numbers, they have come down, but it's quite clear that Reform have absolutely hammered them.
They have, and they've absolutely, of course, split the vote in so many areas, which will allow Labour to come through in those places where it was potentially too close. But look, there's obvious doubt over the idea that Reform could take 13 seats. There's doubt in the Tory camp that it will be that high. Potentially they're trying to play down expectations, but 13 seats. Some people in the Tories are thinking it's more likely going to be 3, 4, 5 seats. And according to that exit poll, people like Nigel Farage going to get in, Richard Tice going to get in, Ashfield, that's Lee Anderson's seat, probably still going to be a seat for the Reform Party as well. But yes, it is a redrawing of the political map in many ways. And the Reform, if this exit poll is true, that could be one of the huge stories of the night.
Absolutely. We're still waiting for Blyth and Ashington. That is likely, I think, to be the next seat, and we'll start to see if this is a pattern or just a one-off, but I suspect it's a pattern.
And you couldn't get two more different characters than Bridget Phillipson and the Reform candidate, or two more different propositions for the electorate than those two parties, could you?
Let's remember that this is somebody who was brought up in genuine, real grinding poverty. She had a very, very hard start in life. She's a properly working-class woman, and I've heard her talk about the education brief, and she has an absolutely astonishing grasp of it. She is going to be a formidable cabinet minister.
Yeah, and Andy, your thoughts on that? Because, we're talking about the Reform relationship with Labour here, and it's happened very quickly that the Reform impact on the Conservatives and Labour is really a big part of this election.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking at the numbers that we've just been discussing from a number of different angles. One angle that you look at it is from absolute terror, to be honest with you. That's a huge number for Reform.
Because we've seen some extraordinary candidates, haven't we, for Reform being exposed in terms of their social media comments about Hitler and about all sorts of things, which would be anathema to traditional Conservative England, and yet it doesn't seem to be stopping them in these northern seats at all.
The issue, I suppose, is whether or not this Reform number, let's see where it settles, is if you like, a blip. I'm trying to be optimistic here, right? Is it actually just a different element of the total rejection that we're seeing? Is this where the anger sits? Does the anger sit in Reform? And if it is, you can do something about that. Would be the approach that I think that I'd be advocating.
I'm hearing in most of your answers this evening, maybe a sort of semaphore message to your parties and your friends in the Conservative Party: do not lurch to the right.
I think it'd be a disaster. I think it'd be a disaster for the Conservative Party. Much more importantly, it'd be a disaster for the country.
And John, when Nigel Farage declared that he was going to stand and going to be the leader of the party, you went to Clacton, didn't you, for his big party?
Yeah, I did. And there is considerable support. It was a smart constituency to focus on. A lot of people from East London who'd moved out to the seaside, disaffected, angry, feeling that things have not worked out well for them in the last few years. And I think there has been generally a failure of politicians to talk in a grown-up way about immigration. And I think, that has been one of the huge drivers of support for Reform. And it is going to be a huge issue for Keir Starmer. We know that the Rwanda scheme is now scrapped, even after all the money that has been spent in trying to get it set up and ready to go. That's not going to happen. Well, if the small boats are continuing to rise, if there's net migration figures are continuing to be very high, then that is the kind of ground, the soil in which Reform does well.
And Lewis was just suggesting there that Yvette Cooper might be in trouble from Reform. If she lost to Reform, that would mean, I think, the Labour Party would have to relook again at its entire thinking on immigration, because she has been sort of front and centre of that sort of, stop the boats policy with a kind of new Coastal Command and the rest of it.
And I must say that whenever Yvette Cooper came on my programme to talk about Labour's offering on immigration, it was never convincing. It was never convincing to me, and it was never convincing to our callers either. And she, you wonder whether it hasn't been convincing to her own constituents. I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves because we haven't got the result yet. But
I'm already speaking to Labour people who are saying that they are taking this as a message very clearly, that they are going to have to do something on immigration and quickly. I mean, it's very tempting to talk about Reform and the threat that they pose to the Conservative Party, or the changes in the alchemy of politics they make to the Conservative Party. Of course, in one sense, that is irrelevant now, because the Conservative Party have never been less relevant. And what matters is what reform does to the Labour Party. And they are going to be, I mean, I think it's almost certain from the figures that we're looking at, they're going to be second in clutches of Labour seats. And that changes the psychology of Labour Party thinking. And even if Yvette Cooper doesn't lose her seat, there is the folk memory, you don't have to go back very far, back to 2019, where we all know that the Labour Party came within a hair's breadth of not only becoming very close to being wiped out, but being wiped out entirely in its old northern heartland. And that fear is still so close. So the idea that if it doesn't happen to the Conservative Party, that it could happen to Reform is going to sharpen the minds of the Labour Party.
This is going to change the way that Keir Starmer acts as Prime Minister and acts in government. Absolutely. And I think immigration, you're absolutely right, Lewis and John, that is central to this. But there's one other thing that we should mention, which is that Reform will come in saying we just must change this rotten, broken voting system. We've had 5 million people, we haven't got enough MPs. The Liberal Democrats agree. They don't like to say so, but they're absolutely as one with that. Quite a lot of Conservatives now are going to think, actually, do you know what? First past the post hasn't worked for us. We are going to see a big drive for voting reform. Whether you're against it or you're in favour of it, it is going to be part of the politics of the next Parliament.
Yes, although I think it's going to be quite low down the agenda for Keir Starmer's government. It's 410 constituencies that it's about.
I mean, Andrew, you and I were kind of treading around Westminster in 1997 when Tony Blair won the landslide, and there was all that talk about proportional representation then, and with the size of the majority, that idea got absolutely buried.
It's the leader who squashes it. Don't forget, of course, the Labour Party has voted in its constituencies and its unions very heavily for voting reform.
But this is where you can potentially see the fractures. I mean, Natasha's right in one sense. You know, this is a massive Labour victory. We shouldn't already be thinking about the next election, but you can already feel where it's going to require real prowess from Starmer to be able to navigate the politics of the next Parliament. Not because he's going to face parliamentary defeats, he's clearly not, but there's going to be all sorts going on. I mean, if you look at here, looking at 410 seats, what do you do with all of those MPs? It's not entirely impossible, for example, that you see a caucus emerge of more pro-European-minded Labour members.
Absolutely.
But then you've got Reform on the rise in different parts of Northern England, in Brexit voting Labour seats. How do you manage that? But at the same time, you can also see that if Labour does it, it has got Reform in its mind and a more radical right Conservative Party on its mind, as we've seen emerge all over Europe. You can also see the possibility that on its left, that they have a problem with a resurgent Green Party and so on. So it is going to take a bit of political suppleness from Keir Starmer, which he has shown on many occasions, but it is going to take some real manoeuvrability to be able to navigate the politics of the next Parliament to get to the next election and be successful again.
On all or some of that, Andy Coulson?
Well, just on the immigration point, which I think is absolutely spot on. There might be, again, I'm looking for signs of positivity for the future for the Conservative
crisis management, you see.
And I think there is one there potentially, because and I think you're right, this is going to drag Keir Starmer into a different position. He's going to have to address this. That's the immediate political imperative in terms of the size of the Reform vote. That's going to make life a lot easier for the Conservative Party in the long run, right? Because the Conservative Party has been wrestling with this for such a long time. It's been trying to move, even in my time, in 2010 when I was working for David
you mean
Cameron,
now Labour's been dragged into that space?
We were trying to move the immigration conversation into a place that was reasonable and was doable and was not seen to be a lurch to the right, that it was an argument and a conversation about fairness. Now, if the Labour Party are able to do that and drag it back into that position and deal with reform in that way, that's going to make life a lot easier for the Conservative Party's remaking, if you like. The other thing I wanted to say very quickly, having listened to Steve earlier, is that you guys have just got an absolute preview of the next 5 years of your life. That is going to be the conversation that you're going to be hearing at this desk time and time and time again. Look at the inheritance that we got.
Well, we are definitely getting ahead of ourselves. Can I just bring you some word, I suppose, this is rather... We've got word from Fareham and Waterlooville, Suella Braverman seat. Big majority there, of course. But from a reporter on the ground in her seat, 2019 general election, she was again re-elected. A Conservative council leader there has told us Suella Braverman is not well, in inverted commas, so may not show up at the count. Or might show up very late. Not quite sure what that might mean. Do you have any more on that, Natasha, or your thoughts on that?
Yes, well, our reporters on the ground are also saying that they genuinely fear that it could be a lot tighter for Suella Braverman than some of the polls were picking up, that they are facing threats not just from the Labour Party but also from reform. So that could be something really interesting, potentially why we're not seeing Suella Braverman out and about. And you'd think this might be an easy win for someone like Suella Braverman to come out and say, look, this is a really terrible exit poll. Someone that wants to be Conservative leader, that has expressed those concerns previously herself. If that is the case, you'd like to think that she would be on the airwaves saying, actually, this is a disastrous night for the Conservative Party and I think we need to do more. And obviously, you know, we'll wait for the results to come in. She doesn't have to say much, but she could. But yes,
there's a message from Suella Braverman, I'm told, earlier on in the night when she said, it's been really tough, hardest campaign I have ever fought.
I mean, we've seen her, you know, she's been doing all these TikTok videos and, you know, out and about door knocking and, like I say, or you'd expect. But I feel like it sounds, from looking at her campaign, she's obviously struggled with it. It's obviously been tougher for her than she might have thought it would be. And like I say, these are the people that could potentially be rebuilding the Conservative Party and taking over as leader. And they are the people that are still struggling to hold on to their seat, to people like Reform, but also to the Labour Party. So redrawing the political map, it is happening.
As we speak. This is Britain Decides here on LBC. Remember, you can watch along live on Global Player as well. It's been a dramatic evening already, and we've only had, one result so far? So much more to come. Stay with us throughout the night. Andrew Marr and I and Lewis Goodall and John Sopel and Natasha Clark with you until 5 in the morning, one way or another. First, though, here's the news at 11:30 with Simon Conway.
Labour is projected to win the general election by a landslide. The exit poll projects Sir Keir Starmer will become Prime Minister, taking 410 seats. The party's environment spokesman, Steve Reid, has told LBC he's not getting carried away just yet.
If you're a Labour supporter or a Labour politician, you're going to like the direction of travel, of course you are. But there's an awful lot of marginal seats in there. And I know from going up and down the country myself, how many of them are on the knife edge.
It's extraordinary.
Well, that figure could be right, it could be up, it could be down. I don't want to treat it like a final result when it isn't.
You know you've won.
It looks like we've won, doesn't it?
The Tories are heading out of power after 14 years with what could be their worst result ever. The exit poll gives them just 131 seats. The Chancellor Jeremy Hunt and Defence Secretary Grant Shapps are projected to lose their seats. The Liberal Democrats are forecast to be the third largest party with 61 seats, while the exit poll puts Reform UK on 13 with the SNP on 10. Stay with LBC for the latest as the results come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south tonight. Also rain for parts of Scotland. Clear spells and showers elsewhere, a low of 6 Celsius. And tomorrow a mix of bright spells and scattered showers, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
Terms apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
This is Britain Decides from LBC, and yes, we have some more results coming in. First of all, Blyth and Ashington, that other north-east seat that always declares very early. Iain Lavery has won that for Labour, the left-wing Labour MP Iain Lavery on 20,000. But yet again, Mark Peart of Reform is in second place with 10,000, way ahead of the Tories on 6,000. So we have, I think, a trend evolving here. We were asking at the beginning of the evening how many seats Reform would come second in, and so far it's all of them.
All of the ones that have declared, just to be clear, just to be really clear.
These are two very important. This is really a good area for Reform. It's, it's impoverished northeast. It's had a hard time. It's been beaten about quite Brexity parts of the country. And as we expected, they are doing. I think they're doing better than we expected. Actually, 27% of the vote there against 50% for Labour. This is still very strong traditional Labour territory, and Labour are in a strong position. But you were saying, Lewis, that these are parts of the country you might actually see Reform pick up seats.
Yes, absolutely, Andrew. And we should say that these weren't areas that Reform were targeting. They have quite limited resources. They weren't at the top of their target list whatsoever, and yet they are doing very well. It's slightly different boundaries, but in the old Blythe Valley seat, they only got 3,000 votes back in 2019. They put on, 7,000 votes, leapfrogged into second place. Obviously, a Labour gain or a Labour hold notionally, but they'll be pleased to get that seat back. We'll work out the swing, but we have worked out the swing for Houghton and Sunderland South. Leaving Reform aside for a moment, there's a swing of 13% from Conservatives to Labour. Now, Labour needed about 12% in order to get a majority. Again, the biggest post-war swing that we've seen. They're achieving that on that basis. But I think, obviously, all of the headlines so far and the attention-grabbing element is undoubtedly about the Reform vote, because, as I say, if they're doing well there, you can guarantee they'll be doing much better in other places. And if they do get those 13 seats, we probably haven't discussed this enough, if they get those 13 seats, we saw, didn't we, Nigel Farage, what he did in the European Parliament, year after year after year, lampooning them, attacking them, using the pulpit of, in that case, the European Parliament, to attack the political class as he saw it in the European Union. Yeah. He will be able to do that for the first time in the House of Commons, but not just be a lone voice, as say someone like Caroline Lucas was as a Green MP in the last few parliaments, but if he has a cadre of people around him, he'll get more questions in Parliament, he'll be able to use it to his advantage, and he will be able to claim to be, as he almost certainly will be, the authentic voice of opposition to a Labour government at a time when the Conservatives are in some turmoil.
Now, this is also part of the story of the Conservatives' night, because in percentage terms, the rise in Reform vote there is exactly the same as the fall in the Conservative vote, 18%. And I have a strong suspicion that John Sopel has something to say about that.
Well, all I was going to say, Andrew, was the timing of this general election, which bewildered most people. Why on earth were you holding it weeks after you've been slaughtered in the local council elections? Just when everyone thought it was likely to be October, November, maybe even December. If it had been November, Nigel Farage, I guarantee you, would have been in Wisconsin and Michigan and Georgia and Nevada and all the other swing states in the United States, because he was going to campaign with Donald Trump. I think Nigel Farage has been a game changer from what we're seeing so far in this election. Richard Tice, as leader of Reform, was doing OK, but it was not going to make big waves. Farage enters the race, and it transformed the attention that Reform was getting. And, he is the great populist politician of British politics at the moment, now that Boris Johnson has left the stage. And so I think that if the election had been in November, you might have had a very different set of results for Reform tonight.
Excellent point.
Can I just interrupt just to say that we've just worked just in terms of the swing. Swing in Blythe is 10% from Conservative to Labour. So on paper that's good, but it's not actually as good as they need to actually obtain nationally. So what we can see in these two seats is that the Labour Party is going to have to do better in the rest of the country in order to be able to get those massive gains that we're talking about. In its old heartlands, according to these two seats at least, they're doing all right, but it's not a great re-emergence or a great bolstering of the vote by comparison to 2019. It's mainly that the Conservatives are doing much worse and bleeding a lot of support to Reform.
Well, speaking of the rest of the country, we're heading up to Scotland now to speak with Stuart Hosey, coordinator of the SNP campaign. Stuart, the big story of the night across the UK might well be what the hell happened to the Conservatives, but what the heck has happened to the SNP?
Well, certainly if the exit poll is accurate, even remotely accurate, then it would clearly be a very bad night for the SNP. There's no question about that. And it would force us, and I think quite rightly, to reflect on our position, how we make our case, how we make our arguments. But what I would say is, the one thing that struck me over the last 6 weeks is the sole motivating factor for almost everybody was to get the Tories out. And it may well be that many people, including Scottish independent supporters, have taken the view that voting Labour is the best vehicle to do that.
And where Scotland was turned off the SNP, because you'll accept, I presume, that there is at least an element of that about these results, what turned them off?
Well, we need to do the analysis as to when we see the final numbers, how many SNP voters chose to vote for another party, and at that point we can work out, was this simply a determination to get the Tories out, or was there something deeper going on now? I suspect it was the former. All the other issues, austerity, Brexit, cost of living crisis, were just bulldozed out of the way as people decided, no, we're getting the Tories out, and this is the mechanism we've chosen to do it. But you're right to ask the question, and that's a question we will be asking of our own members and supporters in due course. Why did we not maximise the support we might otherwise have done?
Stuart, Andrew Marr here in the imperial capital. Does this raise the question of the leadership, do you think, after this election?
Not even remotely. I mean, the circumstances of this election, Andrew, as you well know, is John took over a difficult time. We did see the polls stabilise. We caught up with Labour in Scotland, although down from where we were in 2019. Some of the polls suggested we'd crept slightly ahead, but it was still down from where we were 5 years ago.
Right.
So I think John and the party generally have done a sterling job given what were very, very specific circumstances.
But with just 10 seats, it does, let's be absolutely frank about this, put independence off the agenda for the next 5 years.
I think what is the case is we would have to reflect on what that means and redouble our efforts to make a cogent, compelling case. But I will caveat, Andrew, it is only an exit poll at this stage.
What about what came before the election campaign, Stuart Hosey, and the difficulties for the party internally? You think of the difficulties around the investigations into financing of the party or finances within the party. You think of the gender recognition bill and the disaster that turned out to be. Has that contributed to a loss of confidence in the SNP?
I think only time will tell when we analyse the real motivations, the real reasons why traditional SNP
but you must have been talking to people on the doorsteps and then hearing them say, "Not this time, mate. Sorry." What reason were they giving you?
The main, in fact, almost the sole reason we were picking up, almost the sole reason was an absolute determination to get rid of this useless Tory government. And they obviously decided, rightly or wrongly, but in their view, their considered view, that Labour were the best vehicle to do that.
And Andrew asked you there about independence. Can you even bring that up now, really, as a meaningful conversation for the next few years?
Yes, of course. I mean, look, without putting too fine a point on it, the SNP are here to campaign for independence. And you'll recall, we returned, 5-6 MPs in 2005 and won the Holyrood election in 2007. We did the same in 2010, then won the Holyrood election in 2011 with an absolute majority, which led to the referendum in 2014. So our job is to reflect on this. It might be a pretty bad night, but to come back stronger. The cause of independence hasn't died. We just need to make sure we speak to people in a way they understand.
Thanks very much indeed, Stuart Hosey, coordinator of the SNP campaign. Not forgetting Andy Coulson's here in the studio as well, former director of communications for David Cameron. We were talking a few moments ago, John and Andrew talking a few moments ago about the degree to which the date of the election has impacted on this. Were you for or against July?
I was surprised, and it's going to be impossible to know. It's the truth of it. I mean, John's far better informed than I am about the state of mind or the diary planning of Nigel Farage. But what I'm certain of is that the Conservative Party were well aware quite some time ago of the threat of reform, and they were deeply concerned about it, didn't quite know what to do about it. This is as recently as a few months ago. And I'm sure that was part of their thinking, is that, listen, this thing is not a problem we're going to solve between now and the end of the year. This is certainly not a problem we're going to be able to solve quickly, so let's get on with it. I suspect was their thinking. Whether that was right or wrong, we're never really going to know.
And of course, very, very briefly, right at the beginning of this campaign, Nigel Farage himself wasn't quite sure what to do. Do you remember he wasn't going to stand, and then he changed his mind?
Yeah, he's the master of that. And this speaks to another truth about the Conservative Party. They've totally misplayed Nigel Farage for many years. He was misplayed in 2009, when we were in opposition. Swivel-eyed idiots and all that stuff, right? That's what set Nigel Farage on the path.
Should they have brought him in or put him in the Lords?
They should have brought him in, stuck him in the Lords. Nigel Farage is someone who claims to be an insurgent, anti-establishment. He's not at all. He wants to be in the club. And what the Conservative Party should have done is put him in the club, in the Lords, quite some time ago, and perhaps the world will be a different place.
Natasha, thoughts?
Thoughts on that? Yeah, I completely agree with you on the threat to Nigel Farage. I think the party underestimated that. And, Rishi Sunak saying earlier this week that he thinks he's done everything that he can to see off the threat from reform. There are many people in his party that just think that's completely untrue. Remember when we got that Tory manifesto, many people were hoping to see a bit more of the widening of the door open to leaving the ECHR, for example, more things on migration, more things on tax cuts. Arguably, they've not seen that. There was a lot of disappointment from some people there. Equally, are we seeing the complete destruction of the Conservative Party? People were saying that mark was set around 100 seats and that under that would be complete wipeout territory. They have not had that. There are some people that do have messages of hope, Andy, tonight, saying that there is still something that we can rebuild, and that is not completely lost.
All is not lost, but it's got to be built from the centre, is my view. It's got to be built from the centre.
And just before we go to the break, Lewis, could you we mentioned earlier that Suella Braverman was reportedly not well and not at the location for her declaration. Talk us through briefly that seat and what's at stake there. I mean, clearly for her there's a lot at stake, but more broadly than just Suella Braverman.
Well, I mean, it's on paper, Sheila, it should be an absolutely rock solid Conservative seat. The problem what we've got at the moment is obviously we have no seats like that, and we won't have for some time, sort of southern Southern English rural and so on. She had a majority of over 20,000 at the last election. So on paper she should have no problems whatsoever. But the thing we've been talking about all night so far, the phenomenon, of course, is reforms bleeding into the Conservative vote in Labour-held seats. We need a Conservative seat, a Conservative-held seat, to be able to see whether that phenomenon is being replicated across the country. And if it is, then it is entirely possible that not only she, but a whole suite of other Conservative ministers, even someone, for example, like James Cleverly in Braintree, Priti Patel in Witham, and others, could be under threat. So we just need to wait and see exactly what those, for a seat like that to come in. We won't have one for some time.
And luckily on cue in Basildon and Billericay, we have one of those kind of seats coming up before too long. But for now, we're going to go back to our pollster next for the evening, Joe Twyman, in a few minutes, and we're going to go back over the numbers we've had confirmed so far, as well as try to look ahead into a Labour Watch event. You're listening to Britain Decides on LBC, and the time now is 11:46.
LBC. Britain Decides on LBC.
You're listening to or watching or maybe both. This is Sheila Fogarty and Andrew Marr on LBC guiding you through the election night as Britain decides who it wants to put into number 10. Joe Twyman is here to talk us through the polls, the stats we know so far, the results we know so far. What's your interpretation of what you're seeing, Joe?
Well, it's clearly very early days, but Reform are doing well. It's important not to read too much into that, however, because Reform doing well in safe Labour seats is very different from Reform doing well in a close contest. And so it may well be that throughout the night we see Reform doing a good job of mopping up the disaffected, the disapproving and the distrusting among the non-Labour voters, but not to the degree that's required to actually get over the line.
And we haven't had a result yet that involves the Tories being ousted by Reform. I don't think, have we? No, we haven't yet.
No, we've only had...
But that's, we're going to get a few, aren't we, over the night?
Certainly, if the exit poll is to be believed, that's to be expected. But it is worth pointing out that it's the most difficult bit for the exit poll to work on.
Why is that?
Because the exit poll is not like a conventional poll. It doesn't work out share of the vote in the same way. Instead, it works out change compared to historical norms in specific polling stations. So only about 140 polling stations, not even constituencies. It works out the change. And so to incorporate into that a new element such as Reform's performance, very difficult.
One other thing occurs to me about this Nigel Farage story. Up to now, we've been saying that, Keir Starmer isn't the most eloquent campaigning politician in the world, but he'll make a very good Prime Minister. He'll be a great administrator. He'll be, a great sort of technocrat in the centre of government. If he's facing Nigel Farage, who is one of the most eloquent and effective performers in the country, that might not be true anymore.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how long any honeymoon period lasts for Keir Starmer, because the grass can often be greener on the other side, and people may well be looking forward to a bit of stability and a bit of calm. But then after a while, they might start to long for a bit of excitement again.
The Workers' Party are complaining that the election has been rigged against George Galloway from the start.
Oh, they won the seat before.
We're assuming he's going to lose in Rochdale.
It looks that way.
Yeah.
Andrew, just on your point there about Keir Starmer and the task that he's got to do now, I think that is exactly the question as to how Starmer performs. Because, as you say, he has made great play about being a great administrator, a technocrat. We've talked before about the idea that perhaps this Labour campaign, it's been a great election campaign in the sense, clearly, they've won. But has it been a good campaign for government?
Politically
speaking. Yeah. What are the arguments they've been making? What are the dividing lines they've tried to draw? They've actually not... pretty unusually, not attempted to do so. And the problem with that is that when you have someone like Farage, who is extremely sure of what he thinks about everything, and is extremely clear about what he thinks about everything, if you yourself don't appear to be so, then don't be surprised if he drags you onto terrain you don't like. And that will include things like immigration, integration, territory the Labour Party does not want.
Well, we saw Rishi Sunak. We saw a feisty Rishi Sunak do that in the last head-to-head debate, didn't we?
Indeed so. And
Rishi Sunak is no Nigel Farage.
And when we should say, this is a phenomenon that is happening all over Europe. If we look at this poll, the numbers at the moment, we see a 131 for the Conservatives. You can see, and of course it's dangerous to draw too many parallels, but you can see the potential of Keir Starmer looking a little bit like Emmanuel Macron, being the unlikely midwife of the death of the centre-right in their respective countries, and the midwife of something of a radical right populism which takes its place. The question is, how does Keir Starmer respond to that? And is he able, through the powers of persuasion and communication, to be that defender of liberal democracy, if you like, that you could argue the country is going to need or look to in the years ahead?
Thanks for now, Lewis. Our political correspondent Aggie Chambre is joining us now from an undisclosed location where Labour are watching the night unfold. That sounds very dramatic. Aggie, what's the mood in this undisclosed location?
Well, yes, they're very, very clear that this is absolutely categorically not a party. This is a watch event with staff. Now, the journalists have been sort of put...
Is there a suitcase full of wine there?
There is no complacency, making sure everyone's very aware of that. But the journalists have sort of been siloed off in a little side room, so we're not involved in the party. But officials began to arrive about 11 p.m, and I caught up with some people outside. And, it is not surprising, but they are overjoyed. I spoke to one person who said they're beginning to believe it. Another person used the word elated. A third person actually sort of began to tear up as I was talking to them and talked about the fact that they've spent their entire working life working for this to happen. So even though, there are not many results in yet, you can sort of feel the mood. They are really, really believing this now and absolutely overjoyed. I can feel it, even though I'm sort of on the other side of the building to them.
Thanks very much indeed, Aggie. We're having a watch and listen party ourselves here, aren't we?
Yes, and so that was Aggie not allowed to go into a party which wasn't a party. I think your comment about suitcases of wine is an appropriate one there, Sheila.
I just wanted to pick up on the sort of state of the Conservative Party and the political argument that is going on. Lewis was talking about, the lack of a political narrative from Keir Starmer. We are already seeing the opening salvos of what is going to become the battle for the soul of the Conservative Party. We have had Andrea Leadsom saying out loud, the problem with the Conservative Party at this election was that we were not conservative enough. Just another one, David Frost, Lord Frost, the man who was the sort of former diplomat who became Boris Johnson's right-hand man. We warned the Tory leadership that catastrophe was coming. Now they must go and never be seen again. I'm sure if Suella Braverman is able to speak and is well enough, we're going to hear a very similar message from her as well.
I'm sure we are. That's the same Andrea Leadsom, however, who campaigned with pictures of Nigel Farage rather than Rishi Sunak all over her election literature, and is now having a big fight with Isabel Oakeshott. Andrea Jenkins, I beg your pardon. I've got the wrong end. Too many Andreas. Too many Andreas from Andrea.
As well. So no, Andrea Leadsom kind of, has been shadow leader of has been leader of the House and a prominent Eurosceptic. The fact of the matter is, within the Conservative Party, the One Nation group, the people that Andy Coulson was in here talking about, who needed to hold the centre ground, are not very well organised. The people who have been well organised and have learned how to fight and are good at guerrilla warfare are the right of the Conservative Party. And those people, Andrea Leadsom, Lord Frost, we're going to hear from Suella, I'm sure, at some point. Those sort of people are going to be out there saying the Conservative Party needs to be on the right if it's going to regain the trust of the British people.
And we're going to be looking at Portsmouth very, very hard indeed, because if there is a leader of the centrists, called in the old days the Wets for a reason, it's Penny Mordaunt. If she survives there, I think that she will be their leader and we'll see a real fight inside the Conservative Party. Do we open to Nigel Farage or do we slam the door on Nigel Farage? And that will be the first part of the struggle they have to have.
Joe, you want to come in on that?
Yes, when you ask Conservative supporters who they think should be the next leader of the Conservative Party, Nigel Farage comes top by a little bit ahead of Penny Mordaunt, and those two are well ahead of everyone else. Now, there will be an aspect of name recognition in there, but I think it demonstrates the civil war that the Conservatives have ahead of them.
But of course, on 131, so much simply depends on the constellation of MPs who are returned, because the Conservative selectorate, i.e. the Conservative Parliamentary Party in the next Parliament at 131. Each MP is going to have an outsized significance. When you compare it to, Conservative leadership contests we've seen in this Parliament, when you have 365, you need 100 or so MPs in order to get 150 to get to the next round, to get to the members. With 131, you only need 50 or so. So it all depends on the personalities who are elected, the factions, the proportion of the Conservative Parliamentary Party, which is factionally, i.e. which MPs are returned and which faction, which is stronger and so on. But you can see it just being completely vociferous in this Parliament.
Now, Joe may be able to help me on who it was, but one of the pollsters did a number on this kind of Tory party, roughly this number of Tory MPs, and looked at where they came from factionally, and it's almost 50-50 right and centre. So that doesn't tell us anything at all, Joe, does it?
No.
He said, usefully. That was really useful. Sorry, Anna.
And the difficulty with that kind of analysis is it's based on uniform swing and the idea that certain constituencies will move in the same way as others, and particularly with reform being such a real interaction effect, as geeks like me say, it could prove different. Portsmouth North, for instance, Penny Mordaunt's constituency is well in the firing line and could be lost, but at the same time, the local factors there could keep her holding on.
I have to say, don't you all think, though, that we know from previous Conservative Party leadership contests that the party of the right or the candidate of the right nearly always wins? And it seems hard for me to imagine that on 131, with reform breathing down their necks, with 13 reform MPs led by Nigel Farage in the House of Commons, with the changes we've seen to the Conservative Party membership over the years, which has become more and more right-wing, it feels hard to me that someone from the One Nation faction wins that election.
I have a response to that, but I think we should bring in Natasha at this point.
This is pressure. Brexit. We haven't even mentioned the B word in this discussion that we've been having about the right of the Conservative Party. Obviously, Nigel Farage has been talking about this, banging on about this for so long. What does Nigel Farage and the rise of the Reform Party mean for Brexit? And what does that obviously mean for Keir Starmer and that Conservative Party leadership? Do you think that we are about to see something where we've got Nigel Farage on one side saying, actually, I think Brexit's not worked, it's got to be much better. Keir Starmer looking that he wants to renegotiate this whole relationship with the EU. And of course, you've got the Lib Dems as well on the other side of the political spectrum saying, we want actually to go back into the European Union. We want to do more to do that. So what does that look like for the Conservative Party leadership? Do they go to the right? Or do they say, actually, you know what? We are the party that delivered Brexit. We are confident that it's working. Is someone like Kemi Bader not going to stand up and say Brexit's working?
I knew you would come up with something absolutely fascinating there, Natasha, because, of course, he's also got the Liberal Democrats in there as well. This is going to be an absolutely agonising course for Starmer to navigate properly. But let's go to the news now, I think.
Yeah, we've got some important seats coming up after midnight as well, not least Richard Holden and that seat of Billericay and Basildon, which is very controversial when he stepped in to do that. First, though, let's go to Simon Conway, who has the news headlines for us.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at midnight, Labour appears to be on the verge of returning to power after 14 years in opposition. A majority of 170 has been predicted by the broadcaster's exit poll following the general election.
There are not many times when the entire country, as it were, turns its back and chooses a new direction.
If you want to talk the language of geology, this is an earthquake, this is a tsunami, this is tectonic plates shifting.
Andrew Marr and John Sopel reacting on LBC as the polls closed at 10 o'clock. The exit poll puts Sir Keir Starmer's party on 410 seats. Earlier, LBC's political correspondent Aggie Chambre was in Sir Keir's constituency of Holborn and St Pancras and said there were cheers from Labour as the exit poll was announced.
This is a result, if this exit poll turns out to be right, this is a result that they scarcely could have believed, even though they had poll after poll after poll saying there was going to be a Labour landslide. This is a party so used to failure. They have lost the last 4 elections. They scarcely dared to believe this might happen. In fact, I've already had a Labour official text me saying, I still don't believe it.
The first 2 results have been declared, with Labour holding 2 seats in the northeast of England. The party's environment spokesman Steve Reed has told LBC he's remaining cautious for now.
That figure could be right, it could be up, it could be down. I don't want to treat it like a final result when it isn't.
You know you've won.
It looks like we've won, doesn't it?
The Tories are on track for an historic defeat. They're predicted to win 131 seats, which would be their lowest number ever. Chancellor Jeremy Hunt and the Defence Secretary Grant Shapps are projected to lose their seats. Here's LBC's political editor Natasha Clark.
There are people in the Conservative camps telling me tonight they are proud of the campaign, they're proud of what's happened.
Really?
I think actually that's quite incredible when you look at exactly what has happened. The Prime Minister, for what it's worth, we asked him a few days ago, has been insisting that he has done all he can. He has absolutely thrown the book at it, and he has, as far as we know, no regrets about it. But I think there will be a lot of people saying, absolutely not, this has been terrible for the Conservatives.
The Liberal Democrats will take 61 seats, according to the exit poll. Reform could win as many as 13, which would make them the fourth largest party. The SNP look like they'll be reduced to 10 seats, losing more than a third of their MPs. Their campaign coordinator Stuart Hosey has told LBC what he thinks it's down to.
The one thing that struck me over the last 6 weeks is the sole motivating factor for almost everybody was to get the Tories out. And it may well be that many people, including Scottish independent supporters, have taken the view that voting Labour is the best vehicle to do that.
Plaid Cymru and the Greens could win 4 and 2 seats respectively. Stay with LBC as Britain decides. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south through the night. Also rain for parts of Scotland. Clear spells and showers elsewhere, a low of 6 Celsius. And then a mix of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides on LBC.
Three minutes past midnight, and this is Britain Decides on LBC with me, Sheila Fogarty, with Andrew Marr, that's me, John Sopel, and Lewis Goodall, taking you through the evening as it unfolds. We're getting very confused here. It's very late already. We've got lots coming up for you. Just calm down, everybody. Just calm down, children. First, let's go to Ben Spencer, the Conservative running in Runnymede and Weybridge, and to Michael Crick, the political commentator who's been keeping an eye on candidates throughout this the campaign. Ben, your reaction first of all.
Well, look, I mean, it's if the exit polls are correct, and usually they get it, fairly close. It's a really disappointing and difficult night for the Conservatives. I mean, quite simply. I mean, we've had only 2 declared though, so the key for me is to see as we go through the night, the seats being declared and what the final results are.
If it is as we think and as it looks, who do you blame more? Do you blame Rishi Sunak or Liz Truss?
So I've spoken to shed loads of people living in Runnymede and Weybridge over the past 5 weeks, and the message I've received on the doorstep has been one primarily of disillusionment. People very undecided, people very unsure, people looking at Westminster and seeing things quite disconnected. They're seeing lots of arguments. They recognise there's some very big challenges, but they feel quite let down with politics. If disillusion was on the ballot, I think we'd see an exit poll of disillusion wins hands down. And, certainly people living in Runnymede and Weybridge, the message hasn't been we're against Conservative principles and values. It's been very much get things sorted and deliver.
So does that mean if the message is you, the political class, have been selfish and thinking about yourselves, not about us, how much of the blame for that would be around Boris Johnson, the way the government behaved during the COVID with the lockdown parties and so on? That is still something that people remember, isn't it?
I think it's very much, we've seen over the past 4 years the country go through some hugely turbulent times. Yeah. I never expected that one of the first things I'd be doing as a newly elected MP would be seeing the country go into lockdown, stopping people leaving their homes, that we would end up closing down the economy, paying people to stay at home, borrowing tons of money doing so, and then a war in Europe. And then the weaponisation of energy. And what people are hurting. Everyone has found the past few years difficult. There's been huge challenges. And then seeing arguments in Westminster, seeing a big focus on what's happening there, all that, I think there's just a sense of disconnect. What I want to be talking to people about is what I'm doing to sort out the local schools, what we're doing to sort out the rail service, what we're doing to deliver for people.
I can't think of a part of the country more naturally Tory than Weybridge. Are you safe?
Well, let's see in 4 hours' time. Ask me then. We wouldn't have a democracy if there was such a thing as a sort of a safe seat that couldn't be, change hands. I mean, this is what politics is all about. I've run a very hard campaign. I've got a very good local track record, and I'm hoping that will get me over the line in a few hours.
What was your sense of things on the doorstep?
Disillusionment. disillusionment. People very much, they want to see the Conservatives successful. At least, many people I've spoken to, they believe in Conservative values and principles, and they want politics to work for them. And I remember a few years ago saying, before we went into Christmas, I want a boring Christmas. People don't want politics in their lives. They don't want it shoved down their throat. They don't want every week there's another big story that's happening about stuff. People just want things to work. They want to feel safe in the country. They want to feel safe in the streets. They want the schools to work. And I think the difficulty is with all the huge global challenges that we've had. I think that's an issue.
We have to go to Basildon and Billericay, I think, where there's going to be, at that count, there's going to be a result imminent, as I understand it. Is that right? Oh, we're going to our reporter there. Apologies. Let's talk to our reporter there in Basildon and Billericay. What can you tell us? What's it looking like there?
Hey, it's Steve here in the seat. Can Holden hold on? This is the Tory party chairman here in Basildon and Billericay. Labour sources think that he has actually kept a majority here for the Tories, although the Tory sources telling me they still think that it's way too close to call. But I wanted to tell you a little bit of the soap opera behind this seat, because after the long-standing Tory MP John Barron said that he was standing down, they needed to find a new man, and Tory HQ, well, they put Richard Holden in here because his seat up in Durham was being abolished. And that caused uproar amongst the local Tories. One so far as saying this was a slap in the face that they had parachuted this man as the sole candidate into this seat. So Richard Holden, who's never lived in Billericay or Basildon in Essex, he's from the northwest in Blackburn, he had to go on a charm offensive. And tonight, those Tories who were criticising him initially have said, actually, you know what? He's worked hard here. He's been here 24/7, door knocking. He is endearing himself to the people that live in Basildon and Billericay. This is a safe Tory seat, as much as you might want to think safe is these days, 20,000 majority. So it would need a huge swing to Labour. They thought that they could do it. But as I said, one Labour source saying maybe not quite, but that majority sure to come down. As for reform, Labour saying that their vote has not fallen to reform here because one MRP poll previously had reform winning here. So I know it's a cliche, but it is a bit too close to call here. We're expecting an early result, maybe about 1 o'clock. I've not seen Richard Holden yet. Don't know where he's hiding, but let's wait and see. If the Tory party chairman loses this seat, that is a huge scalp for the Tories. Let's wait and see.
Okay. Steve, thank you very much. And of course, Richard Holden, a very, very important figure inside the Conservative Party. If he comes back, he will be instrumental in choosing the next leader and helping that process happen. But somebody who knows all about Richard Holden and every other candidate in this campaign, I think, is Michael Crick, who's been studying all of this. Michael, your thoughts, first of all, on the very few results we've had so far?
Well, what is it? 2 so far, both from the same part of the world. I think we'd be making a big error to conclude much from the northeast. I mean, what I find fascinating is the huge figures for reform, which I think will certainly surprise me, and the fact that they're now heading for a dozen of seats or so. Again, surprised me. But we need a few more results from different parts of the country. I think.
Sure do.
But what I thought was interesting there is the idea that Richard Holden spent the whole campaign in that seat, which rather suggests he didn't have much time for running the national campaign. No. And to have your party chairman having to spend the whole time in one seat is a pretty bad situation if you are the party that is way behind already.
One other question before we bring... I think John Silver wants a word as well. But before we bring in John, we're told that a lot of these seats are going to be absolutely on a knife edge tonight. If that's the case, how much faith can we put in the exit poll?
Well, I mean, we often hear that lots of seats are going to be on a knife edge, but there will be... Most seats won't be on a knife edge. Let's put it that way. I mean, you can't. You're not going to get a situation where every seat is within a few hundred of each other. John,
Ben, I just wanted to pick up with one of the. I mean, we've just heard from Basildon and Billericay, from Michael that Richard Holden had to spend the whole time in his constituency. What have you thought of the campaign?
Well, I mean, I think it's great that Richard spent a lot of time in Basildon, but Ricky, it doesn't surprise me because first and foremost,
I think I'm asking a bit wider about the Tory campaign.
But just when I focus on that, first and foremost, we are candidates in our own constituencies, and each constituency has different contextual factors. We have to run a campaign, and as a non-incumbent candidate, I think it makes complete sense for Richard's done that. Look, I mean, we've run a very positive campaign. We've been setting the agenda. We've been talking about some of the big challenges that the country faces. I know people haven't always agreed with some of the solutions that we've put forward, but at least we've been doing that. What we've seen in contrast from the Labour Party is a party that's had a tactic very deliberately to not say anything, to basically say, look, we're not the Tories, and we're not going to tell you what we're going to...
Isn't that an argument you could make during the campaign? We are post the campaign. The polls have closed. I mean, Rishi launching in the pouring rain, Holden parachuting in from Durham to Essex, Gamblegate, and the people inside the meetings at Number 10 going off to the bookies to place a bet when they knew what the election date was going to be. It goes on and on and on.
Well, hey, I mean, you've raised a whole sequence of things there in terms of individual things to touch base on. And I guess that's the point, which is, during the campaign, there's been quite a lot of issues and distractions. Gamblegate, for example, as you say, and by the way, I didn't place any election bets, and I, on the other side of this, I would support looking again about whether politicians should be able to make.
But did you feel a sense of despair? I mean, you're a candidate, you're doing your best, you fought hard for your constituency while you've been in Parliament, all the rest of it, and you see all this unfolding.
So despair, absolutely not, because I have been fighting very hard for the past 5 weeks on my track record of delivery to go and win this election, and I hope in several hours I have done so and win back the trust of my constituents. So I've been running a very positive campaign locally. I tell you what, though, what also has come up on the door with me several times is not, why are you talking a bit more about the consequences of the pandemic, about the energy crisis, about the invasion of Ukraine? And I do, certainly if you'd have interviewed me a couple of weeks ago, very much that's what I've been saying, and very much also saying that Labour have very deliberately not said what they're going to do because they know people won't vote for it.
OK, just very quickly, if Rishi stands down, you back in Kemi?
Shall we see until, as to coin a common phrase,
if I can't ask a hypothetical now, when can you ever ask a hypothetical?
Let's count every vote, shall we? And then we'll see on the other side of this.
I mean, what was mad about this situation is that Richard Holden was chosen as party chairman in the first place. To choose as your chairman somebody who hasn't actually themselves got a seat, so inevitably they're going to be distracted and going around the country looking for a seat. That is likely to cause resentment on the ground. It's going to be only the week he got selected, he actually was due to turn up at another selection meeting and it was announced just as the members were turning up that Richard Holden had turned out. How you can run a campaign in those circumstances where you yourself haven't got a seat? Holden should have said, look, if I'm chairman, I won't go for a seat. You can put me in the Lords afterwards or something. Or he should have said to the Prime Minister, look, it's totally wrong for me to be chairman if I haven't got a seat and I'm looking for one, because there will be a perceived conflict of interest, if not a real conflict of interest.
Can I bring Lewis in? Lewis, you've got some projections about the vote share.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a big theme as things go on, Sheila, which is that, look, this is just provisional figures that we worked out with our election partners more in common. But we think that the Labour vote share will be about 37%. So that's about 4 percentage points or so up from 2019. It's not the worst that Labour have ever done in terms of a winning score. That would be back in 2005 when Labour won then with a majority of 66. But it's about the same that David Cameron got in 2010. It is, of course, less as a percentage of the vote than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2017. Obviously, with the vagaries of first past the post, you end up getting a very different sort of seat distribution. Conservatives, though, look at that, 23%. That is the worst percentage of the vote, if that is correct, that the Conservative Party has ever had. Certainly since universal suffrage, the Conservative Party has never fallen below 30% of the vote. That's what John Major got in 1997. In percentage points terms, that's down 7%. Lib Dem's on 12%. Now, that's no great shakes. Lib Dem's got, in 2010 on the Nick Clegg, they had about 20% of the vote or so, but their vote, clearly like the Labour Party, being very efficiently distributed across their key seats, which is, of course, what matters matters in the British system. And look at that reform on 17% of the vote. That is considerably above what UKIP got back in 2015 when they got 12.5% of the vote. They got one seat for their trouble. Even if they get 13 seats tonight, which is a very good result for reform, it doesn't come close to matching that 17%. So Nigel Farage will be talking a lot about that in the days and weeks ahead. And the Green Party as well, in terms of vote share, a very, very reputable performance, really, for them. Very creditable. They got 2% of the vote back in 2019, 7% of the vote this time, according to these provisional figures. So you can see we've got a Labour landslide overall, a huge majority for Keir Starmer of 170, but when you look at the vote share itself, as always, a more complicated picture and a truly baleful, woeful night for the Conservative Party.
Lewis, thanks very much indeed. Now we're going to hear from the newly confirmed MP for Sunderland South, Bridget Phillipson, in just a few minutes, and we'll speak to one of our reporters on the ground in Portsmouth North, where Penny Mordaunt is waiting for her results. This is Britain Decides on LBC, and the time now 12:17.
This is LBC.
Or over.
Britain Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
This is Britain Decides. There's some news from the last few minutes of a pretty big loss for the centre of the Conservative Party. The former Justice Secretary, Sir Robert Buckland, has lost his seat. More on that in a moment. But Bridget Phillipson, the newly confirmed MP for Sunderland South and Houghton, joins me now. Houghton and Sunderland South, I should say, get it right. Bridget Phillipson, first of all, congratulations on your win. It's looking pretty strong as well overall for Keir Starmer and the Labour Party. Are you ready to celebrate yet?
Tonight looks to be a great night for our country, and that's the most important thing. People have voted for change. They've put their trust in a changed Labour Party, and it is testament to the transformation in our fortunes that Keir Starmer has secured that we're seeing such strong results. You know, when I was last stood here in 2019, things were very different. Working people had moved away from us because we had moved away from working people. But with Keir Starmer as our lead, we're back in the service of working people, and we're determined to deliver on the trust that people have put in us this evening.
And I wonder if in the coming weeks we will start to think that what's happened in your constituency is something of a template for what we'll see nationally in Parliament for Keir Starmer, that Reform pushed their way to second place. On the basis of the exit poll, they've pushed their way to something like 13 MPs in Parliament. Nigel Farage can force Labour's hand on a few issues, can't it? At least the tone of how it handles those issues, if not ultimately the policy.
Well, we'll see how those results shake down as the night goes on. But what's clear is that people have rejected the Conservatives. That is the clear message that the British people have delivered this evening, and they have put their trust in a changed Labour Party. And we are determined to deliver on that trust that people have put in us. And we will usher in a new age of hope for our country. I believe our best days lie ahead of us, and that government can be a force for good. And we are determined to demonstrate through our actions that Britain can be better and that our country will have a brighter future ahead.
But what does it feel like having Reform snapping at your heels? Because they are in your constituency, and based on this, they will be in Parliament as well.
Well, it's not for the first time that a forerunner to reform has secured that kind of result. I think it demonstrates just the sheer dissatisfaction, the real dissatisfaction that people have with the Conservatives. And, you know, I'm delighted to have been re-elected here with an improved result on last time. And I'll work every day for people, no matter how they voted. That's the important commitment you make as a constituency MP. But across the board, what we're seeing across our country is a mood for change. After 14 years of division and chaos and all of the mess that the Conservatives have left, we'll turn around our country's fortunes and we will make sure that our best days lie ahead of us once more.
Bridget, Andrew Marr here, and assuming that Keir Starmer becomes Prime Minister tomorrow, and assuming therefore that you are Education Secretary, what is the absolute number one priority? What do you start to do first?
You'll forgive me if I just say that, of course, it would be the absolute privilege of my life to be Education Secretary in a Labour government, but these are matters for Keir Starmer and we'll see in the hours to come exactly what happens. But as I've said, right throughout this campaign and for a long time before that, I believe that we have to make sure that all of our children are supported from the earliest possible point. And transforming early years and childcare, early years education and childcare will be a big priority if I'm fortunate enough to be Education Secretary in that Labour government.
Early years, I do forgive you, just. Now, Sheila mentioned a few minutes ago that Sir Robert Buckland has lost his seat at Swindon South, the former Lord Chancellor, of course, the former Justice Secretary, and Natasha Clark is back with us. How important a moment is this for the party, Natasha?
This is one of the first big moments for us. Of course, Sir Robert Buckland obviously no longer in the Cabinet, but obviously a huge example of what we could see all across the country. And it wasn't even close, is it? 21,000 for the Labour. Heidi Alexander, of course, coming back into Parliament, a former MP. And of course, it's such a bellwether seat. This is an example of now what we are going to be seeing in seats up and down the country, those seats that tell us exactly about how the rest of the country voted, those bellwether seats. This is Swindon. This is one of those examples of those places that always generally tends to vote with the way that these things go.
And Lewis, you have something on the swing in Swindon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not easy to say.
A huge swing, Sheila, 16.5% in this. This is the first battleground seat that we've had, so it really, really matters. So Robert Buckland's seat, the former Justice Secretary, 16.5%. So this would actually imply that Labour, at least in this seat, and again we've speculated wildly about the seats in the North East we've had, so why not speculate wildly about this seat in Swindon that we've got, and this marginal seat? This would actually imply the Labour Party doing better than the exit poll would suggest, because that swing was about 12%. So if the Labour Party can replicate this in its target seats and not so target seats, then they could have an even better night than we might have thought at the start of the evening.
Very, very interesting. And of course, Sir Robert, I think it's fair to say we're allowed to say a nice guy, much liked across the House of Commons, and would have been a very important sort of centre Conservative voice in the new Parliament had he not been obliterated by Heidi Alexander.
Yeah, completely. He will be much missed, I think, across the benches. Everyone will think that. But also, yes, like I say, somebody that would be steering the Conservative Party back to the centre ground too.
And Sir Robert Buckland was one of the few centrist Conservative MPs who was willing to break cover and take on the European Reform Research Group. You know, he was prepared to take on the Eurosceptic right. He was prepared to take on those voices who wanted the Conservative Party
to be quiet bravery.
Yes, he did, and he was quite principled about it. And you know, there will be a lot of MPs tonight from all parties, where you think they have made a big contribution to political life, and actually they're cast aside, and it's brutal. You know, I'm sure Sir Robert Buckland has been facing this. I know him a bit. He has been. But it will still be nonetheless really shocking for these people to find that suddenly they're no longer part of the club at Westminster.
Can I just say that, Andrew, just very briefly, on that swing of 16.5%, the other casualties that we would see would include, we've had Sir Robert Buckland, David T.C. Davis, Grant Shapps, of course, Defence Secretary, Ian Duncan-Smith in Chingford, Steve Baker in Wickham, Jacob Rees-Mogg in Somerset, Mark Harper in the Forest of Dean, Johnny Mercer in Plymouth, Victoria Prentice in Banbury, Damien Green in Kent, Sir Simon Clarke in Middlesbrough, Mel Strides, Central Devon, Chris Philp in Croydon South, Sir Liam Fox in Somerset as well. This would be a bloodbath for the Conservative Party. Its most high-profile, many of its most high-profile figures.
Well, do we take the North East more seriously, or do we take Swindon more seriously? That is the exam question for the moment, which we will struggle with. Now then, our reporter Charlotte Lynch is in Portsmouth North. We've just been talking about that, where Penny Mordaunt is waiting to hear her results come in. Charlotte, what are you hearing?
Well,
Penny Mordaunt is fighting for her political life tonight. Of course, the woman tipped to take over from Rishi Sunak as leader of the Conservative Party, who surely cannot survive this. However, she is set to lose her seat to Labour if the polls are to be believed. It is too close to call. Labour sources on the ground seem quietly confident. They tell me they don't want to say too much. We will see is the words, but the look on their faces, you can sense the excitement. Reform here as well look absolutely thrilled. Their candidate, Mel Todd, I've seen him striding around the room beaming because it suggested that they could be the second largest party here too in Portsmouth North. So Penny Mordaunt could come third here. Of course, she's been very popular since 2010. She's a local girl. She's a Navy reservist. This is a city with strong armed forces links. However, she could be set to lose her seat, and polls throughout this campaign have suggested that she could be one of those big Tory names to go tonight. Her team haven't really said too much, but I am told that if she clings on, her speech is worth listening to. Could she be about to make that leadership bid straight away, or at least set the stall for that if she wins, if she manages to cling on? It is looking, though, too close to call here in Portsmouth North. Some very glum Conservative faces here in the room. The declaration expected around 3:30 a.m.
Right, a three-letter response to that, Charlotte. Wow, absolutely extraordinary scenes there. Now, of course, Penny Mordaunt was one of the sort of military types in the old House of Commons. Mike, I want to ask you about the kind of people coming into the new House of Commons, and there are an astonishingly large number of people with a military background.
Yeah, I've not done the figures, but I mean, Labour claim, I think it's 14 veterans amongst their candidates, and almost all of those will actually be elected. An astonishing number. I mean, I don't suppose Labour's had that number of veterans since 1945. And even the Conservatives and the Lib Dems too have been choosing a lot of veterans. And you think about, well, why is this? And I think it's a really interesting trend. And I think the reason is that the parties have perceived that the public have faith in people with military backgrounds in the way they don't have a faith in politicians. They're regarded as patriotic, people who have a sense of duty, of public service, who get things done, who are disciplined. And the trend is particularly within Labour, and you see Alistair Cairns, for instance, an MC winner, won the MC for his work in Afghanistan. He's standing in Birmingham Selly Oak. He'll be that's an existing Labour seat, so he'll get elected tonight. On the Conservative side, they too have got a military cross winner in Lincoln Jopp, who's standing in Spelthorne. That will be a tricky one for him to win there. He won his MC for an incident in Sierra Leone where he had to have facial surgery because of injuries sustained there. But it is a really fascinating trend in politics at this election, and it applies to the Lib Dems too.
Really, really interesting. John, you had a quick point about Penny Mordaunt. Then we're going to come to Natasha.
I mean, if Penny Mordaunt does go, I think James Cleverly, although he has sort of said he's not interested, I was with him the other night and I thought, no, I think he is quite interested, actually. If he holds on in Braintree and Essex, I think that look to Cleverly perhaps as the sort of centrist mainstream Conservative candidate. One other thing, just hearing murmurs from Islington North, where I know a number of people who've been involved in the Labour campaign, which of course is the constituency held by Jeremy Corbyn, where Labour are trying to unseat Corbyn because he's been deselected and kicked out of the Labour Party. And I think they feel that they're not quite there and that Corbyn may well hold on. And apparently today, the constituency has absolutely been flooded by Corbyn supporters trying to get out the vote and to campaign there. So that will be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, there are a number of Labour seats that, the trend is all pro-Labour, but there are several seats where they're in trouble.
Natasha Clark, you're about to leave us for several hours and come back around 5-ish when Nick Ferrari takes over from us. But on that point that John was making there about James Cleverly being again, depending on who's left at the end of all of this, James Cleverly for some time now has been fronting up for the Conservative Party. I mean, I remember around Partygate and even before Partygate, he was one of the people they sent out day in, day out to studios like this to defend the party, to defend the then Prime Minister, whoever it was at the time. And he's been, you can see him almost manoeuvring into that position in a way, can't you?
Yeah, I think he's definitely been thinking about it. I think that he probably won't go for it, but it will obviously depend on what happens tonight. And I think there will be many people who will look at the results tonight, especially from the centre and the more moderate wings of the Conservative Party, to look. And there will be people calling for people like James Cleverly to stand up and to stand if there are people like Kemi Badenoch, Penny Mordaunt and Suella Braverman that could fight for the Conservative Party leadership. There will be absolutely pressure from that moderate wing to try and put some people up that will combat them. But yes, thank you, Sheila. Thanks, everyone. It's been fantastic.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing you all.
Maybe go and do some 3 hours of sleep or meditation or deep breathing or whatever it takes.
I'm going to be absolutely glued.
You're not going to go to sleep.
I'm going to be glued to it. There's no way I'm going to sleep away.
There's no
Not
way.
a chance.
Where were you?
Forget it.
No, I remember trying to sleep after the Brexit result.
Exactly, can't even have a
Complete
drink.
failure. Well, thank you very much indeed, Natasha. It was a pleasure to have you around. More analysis and discussion from the key battlegrounds in a few minutes' time, as well as a discussion with the Liberal Democrats. But first, here are the headlines at 12:32 with Simon Conway.
Labour is on course for a landslide win following the general election. The exit poll gives them a majority of 170. The party's education spokesperson, Bridget Phillipson, has been re-elected in Houghton and Sunderland South and has been speaking to LBC.
Tonight looks to be a great night for our country, and that's the most important thing. People have voted for change. They've put their trust in a changed Labour Party, and it is testament to the transformation in our fortunes that Keir Starmer has secured that we're seeing such strong results.
The exit poll gives Labour 410 seats, with the Conservatives on 131, their lowest number of seats ever. In the last half hour, former Tory Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland has lost Swindon South to Labour's Heidi Alexander. The Lib Dems are projected to win 61 seats, Reform UK 13, the SNP 10, Plaid Cymru 4 and the Greens 2. Stay with LBC as the election results come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
12:34. Thanks for rejoining us here on Britain Decides on LBC. Do watch along on Global Player if you're not already. We're joined in the studio now by Sarah Olney, the Liberal Democrat running in Richmond Park. Sarah, welcome to you. This is going to be a very interesting day for the Liberal Democrats, night for the Liberal Democrats. If you come back with anything like the number of seats that the exit poll suggests, then your party is going to be quite a player in the House of Commons. And being an attentive reader of these things, I've noticed from your manifesto that you are considerably to the left of Keir Starmer's party when it comes to tax, when it comes to investment in the NHS and social care, and indeed on Europe as well. Are you going to work, do you think, with Labour MPs to put real pressure on the next Prime Minister?
Well, we're obviously really excited by what the exit poll is indicating. That would be, the Liberal Democrats, that would be our best result in a century. As you say, we've laid out our manifesto that we've run on in this election campaign. We've put the NHS and social care right at the centre of our manifesto, but we're also, responding to people's concerns about sewage in our rivers, about the cost of living. We've got a very, very clear set of policies, and obviously, if Labour want to work with us to deliver those, we'll be very happy to support them.
I think what I'm really asking is this the moment of leverage for your party in a way you haven't had before?
I think it's much too soon to say. We haven't even had any results yet. We haven't yet formally won a single seat, although we are, we're very confident in at least 10 gains already. We've got a number of seats, places like Torbay, places like North Cornwall, I think, that we think Yeovil, that we think we are on course to win. So it's very, very early days, obviously, but we're just excited by the possibilities.
You received a lot of, not you personally, your party received a lot of criticism on my programme from callers who were saying, look, it's funny, we get the bungee jumping, we get the water skiing, whatever he was doing, and I must say they were enjoyable videos and they did raise a smile on a lot of people's faces. But one of the criticisms was that you were policy light as a result of that. So tell us about some of this.
I mean, yes, obviously the stunts, but actually they had a purpose. I've got to say, personally, I personally didn't enjoy
Are you over the roller coaster yet?
God, only just. It was awful. But but there was a serious point to it. When Ed was falling off his paddleboard, it was very much to draw attention to the fact about sewage in our rivers, our lakes, and our beaches. It's something that matters enormously to voters, and it was our way of kind of drawing attention to that particular issue. And I think it's been very much, it's visually eye-catching. But a lot of people have responded very positively, not just to, some of the more kind of zany stunts, but it also Ed's personal story about being a carer, both for his mother and now for his son. His personality's really come across, and people have really, really warmed to that.
I think Lewis has some Lib Dem figures for us.
Well, just to say, Sheila, of course, that we could be on the verge of, not to inflate Sarah's ego too much tonight, but we could be on the verge of the best Liberal Democrat showing since 1923. I mean, they're on 61 seats according to the exit poll. Under Charles Kennedy in 2005, at the height of the Iraq War, student fees, tuition fees backlash, they got 62. The only exit poll would only have to be off by a little bit to see them exceed that. And I think what is telling about that is that implies not only a resurgence in some of the old West Country heartlands that the Lib Dems used to always rely on, but haven't been able to do so since the coalition years and the 2015 election, but also implies something that I think we would have found astonishing just 4 years ago, which is the salience of Brexit as an issue declining to such an extent that the Lib Dems would be able to come back there. And as I say, we were talking, only 4 years ago, weren't we, about the permanent realignment in a Conservative direction fuelled off the back of Brexit. I think historians will wonder, when they look back on this period, was that a phantom? Was that something that wasn't really there? Or was it something that the Conservative Party, under Boris Johnson and then Liz Truss and then Rishi Sunak, threw away through a combination of incompetence, fecklessness, dishonesty or mismanagement, whatever you want to say?
Well, I mean, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, the Conservatives, the appalling Brexit deal, and that's just the start of it. It's exactly what you say. It's the way they've let down the public, the way they let people down during the pandemic with Partygate.
Are you using these numbers to press for the better Brexit deal and potentially re-entry into the single market under a Starmer government? Because you've got some serious numbers to be able to try and do that, haven't you?
Yes. I mean, we're very clear in our manifesto. We want to build a closer relationship with Europe. We want, to build back those relationships. We want to be a trusted partner again in Europe.
Sorry to jump in. Do you think membership of the single market is plausible in this coming Parliament?
I don't think it's possible to say, because membership
so it is possible.
I'm saying I don't know. Membership of the single market can only come once we've built up those relationships again. Of course, that's not entirely in our gift. It's up to our partners in Europe how long it's going to take to rebuild that trust.
But with a fair wind, this is something that could be done.
I suppose so, but like I say, it's not entirely within our gift. So it would be ridiculous for us to be saying do this in the next Parliament, because it's not entirely up to us.
Indeed.
Well, there's a lot to be said about what has contributed to the Tory fortunes. We've been talking about it already this evening. And here to give us his thoughts on what has led to this, well, it looks like a dreadful outlook for the party, according to the exit poll, is Lord Joe Johnson, Conservative peer, former minister under Boris Johnson, Theresa May, and David Cameron. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. When did the rot set in?
It's been a long time coming, this result, but I think it is also the product of probably the worst election campaign in British political history. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that a more focused campaign with a more compelling set of messages and less prone to mishaps and gaffes, would have delivered a far better result that's much closer to a normal-sized defeat than the mega tsunami
but still a
which
defeat.
we're witnessing tonight. I think still a defeat, because there's a time and a tide in politics, and 14 years is a long period for any party to occupy office, and I do think the country wants a change. But I think the losses would have been far smaller with a better campaign and a better set of messages.
But 5 years ago, when your brother Boris Johnson got that 80-odd seat majority, there was very quickly talk of 10 years of a Conservative government led by him, but or not, as the case may be. But the talk was of a confident period of Conservative government. What specifically trashed that? Did he trash it?
Well, I think it is also the case we've had a particularly volatile period in public life. We've had cost of living, we've had Ukraine, we've had COVID, enormous stresses on our political system, and the electorate is responding rapidly to these changes and booting people out when they feel that political parties aren't delivering and aren't up to the job. So it's been a turbulent period, and the country is wanting to move on.
You left your brother's government. You were kicked out, actually, weren't you, over Brexit? And I wonder to what extent do you think actually Brexit has ripped up that original Conservative coalition and made it impossible for the party to carry on as it used to?
Yeah, Brexit was the big policy of the 2019 Parliament, getting Brexit done. But it's turned out to be a complete shambles in the sense that the country now thinks that on balance it was a mistake. So I do think that, while Lewis says that Brexit is sort of a phantom issue now, I don't totally agree with that. I think actually, to a great extent, the country is casting a vote on how they think the number one policy of this government has actually been executed. And it's been a total shambles.
So, Joe, do you think that, picking up from where Sarah was, that it is possible that the next government will look at rejoining the single market or a customs union or kind of a fundamental shift that would take us in that direction, even though Keir Starmer has seemingly ruled it out?
Look, I mean, I think there may be plays on words, but substantively, I think it's important that we have an economic relationship that makes sense for the British business and the British, economy and British households. So whether we call it the single market, we call it the customs union, but substantively, we obviously need fewer frictions in our trading.
No, but they're real things, though. Forgive me, they're real things with real responsibilities attached to them when you have membership of the single market or the customs union. They make concrete differences. It's not just about words, is it?
Well, personally, I would like us obviously to be back in the single market, in the customs union, but I recognise there are political realities which Keir Starmer will be dealing with. I mean, although the Lib Dems seem to be getting, say, 60 seats, I don't think that's going to give them a huge amount of leverage over Keir Starmer with 400 and something seats. I think he's got a commanding majority in the House of Commons, so it's really neither here nor there whether the Lib Dems have 60 seats or 10 seats.
Sure. And Joe, just on looking ahead to what's going to happen to the Conservative Party, you've absolutely rubbished and trashed the campaign in unflinching terms with that first answer you gave to Andrew. What is the direction of the Conservative Party now? Andrea Leadsom has come out and said the problem was we weren't Conservative enough. Lord Frost has said we deserve this annihilation because of our policies. They are people who want to take the Conservative Party further to the right, to be closer to Farage. Where should the Conservative Party be?
Well, I don't see a future for the Conservative Party if it abandons our big metropolitan centres, if we abandon London, Birmingham, Manchester and so on. I don't see how we can seriously be a party that has a long-term future. If we're not going to be in these big urban centres, if we're not going to appeal to voters aged between 18 and sort of 54, which is our present strategy, I don't see how that works longer term. So I think we've got to be open, we've got to be prepared to move with the world as it changes, rather than playing on these sort of culture war themes, playing on these anti-immigration themes, and basically being reform light. Judging that strategy on today's results, I think it's got to be deemed to be a massive failure.
And does this lead you to see anybody who might be left standing as the next leader?
Well, let's wait and see how the cards fall. Obviously, it's very disappointing to see people like Robert Buckland lose his seat. Robert is a very capable person who's shown real leadership on lots of important issues. And
you would like to see somebody from, as it were, the centre of the party, possibly a Penny Mordaunt type, rather than one of the more right-wing figures.
I mean, I don't know about that in particular, but I think let's wait and see where the cards fall, and have someone who's prepared to move with the world that we have today around us.
Could you have imagined this 5 years ago?
5 years ago was 2019, so yeah, you could see the way the world was moving. We wouldn't want to be in this position, but I think, it's certainly the case that the Conservative Party today is very, very different to the one in which I was first elected as an MP in 2010. Completely different.
Right, well, we're going to hear from David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, in just a few minutes, as well as the co-deputy leader of the Reform Party. So stay with us. The time now, 12:46.
LBC.
Apply.
Britain Decides on LBC.
This is Britain Decides, bit of mayhem in the studio. This is Britain Decides. Let's speak now with David Lammy, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, as people leave the room and carry on chatting as they do so. This is turning out to be a seismic night for your party. David Lammy, good evening.
Good evening. Well, look, the exit polls are hugely encouraging, I've got to say, but it is a bit early, so I don't want to, run ahead of my skis. Let's see how the night pans out. There's a lot of votes still to come in, a lot of seats still to report.
David, Andrew Marr here. How concerned are you about these numbers on reform? Not just in some of your seats in the North East, but the overall numbers which suggest perhaps 12 or 13 reform MPs, maybe more, coming into the House of Commons, and perhaps 5 million people across the country, and again, maybe more, voting for reform. You must be alarmed by that.
Well, Andrew, our data is suggesting reform won't get many of the seats that are being predicted, and certainly will get less than 13. Look, I do think, though, that when I knocked on doors, and I was obviously right across the country, that there was an air of cynicism. And I think there was a sense in which it's sort of plague on all their houses. And it's because, in the end, the government has failed to deliver time and time again, from Partygate to procurement of contracts during the pandemic to Liz Truss. That obviously will feed into the hands of a party like Reform, and I think we're seeing that reflected in seats in parts of the country.
And if the exit poll is right and you become Foreign Secretary tomorrow, how concerned are you about having to deal with a whole stream of European results, European parties moving steadily to the right? There's some quite difficult people for you to deal with within a few days, frankly, of taking office.
Well, look, I think we've all got to remember that really since 2008, Western democracies have seen volatile electorates that have swung from the populist right to the populist left to the centre ground. We are still in that tide, and we're certainly in that place because, frankly, cost of living, inflation, problems for working peoples are present across all Western democracies. But I think we've got to distinguish between those democracies, frankly, and authoritarian states. And in foreign affairs, it is Vladimir Putin in Russia. It is Iran. It is North Korea. It is the problems that we see in the Taiwan Straits. It is that I think we should be concerned about. And for all of those reasons, whether it's across the NATO family of countries or the G7, we will continue to work closely with our partners.
And David, if there are 13 Reform MPs in the Commons, and if many of them have come in second behind Labour MPs, are you going to have to change your narrative on immigration? Because that, of course, it's a Home Secretary job, but it's also a Foreign Secretary job, isn't it? Because you will have to make some deals, some arrangements with other nations, particularly in Europe, to try to get that flow of people under control.
Well, look, if we get anything like the numbers that are being predicted in the exit poll, the population will have rejected the Rwanda scheme and recognised it for the bogus gimmick that it was. They'll have said, yes, thank you very much to a new border force command. They'll have recognised that we've got to do something about the gangs, and that asylum processing needs many, many more caseworkers, and we've got to get on with this quickly. So I think the proposition that we took to the electorate was a sound proposition, and people are sick and tired of the gimmicks, the rhetoric, but actually in the end, the failure to deliver. I think what we're hearing from the electorate is, please, can you stick to your promise and deliver? And that's what they're going to get with Keir Starmer and the Labour Party.
And one more, David, on your likely next set of problems. It won't be long, a few days now, and you'll be in Washington sitting around with other members of NATO and other foreign leaders. The Biden camp is there, and they ask you, as a friendly ally, do you think Joe Biden should stand in this election, or should he stand down? What are you going to say to him?
Well, they're not going to ask me.
It might, you never know.
I'm looking forward to working with Joe Biden, Tony Blinken, right up until the November election. We'll see what happens after that.
So you think he'll stay?
Biden stood up £170 billion for the effort in the war in Ukraine. I salute him for that. And I think that the leadership he's demonstrated on climate is second to none. We've got a partnership. We'll work with him right up to November, and we'll see what the American people decide at that point.
David Lammy, it's John Sopel here. Good to potentially have a Tottenham supporter as Foreign Secretary, obviously. I mean, get the important stuff sorted out first. What did you think of all this chat that there may be, I don't know, Douglas Alexander as Foreign Secretary, or someone going into the Lords to be Foreign Secretary, and it might not be David Lammy?
Well, I saw my old LBC colleague Iain Dale tweeting about it. Because it was Ian, I didn't take it too seriously. No, look,
ouch.
I mean, if it was Andrew Marr or you, John, I would have taken it far more seriously. No, the truth
Stop stirring it up, Lammy. You're supposed to be calming things down and not stirring it up.
The truth is that look, Keir is someone who sticks to the plan. As we have seen, lots of people trying to blow him off course. He stuck to a plan. I told him he couldn't do it in 5 years. I was wrong. He did it. And I fully expect to be Foreign Secretary. I think that all of us really in those key delivery jobs and key jobs will remain. But of course, we all serve it's a privilege to serve. It is a determination for the Prime Minister. But I would be very surprised if there are sort of big radical changes in the principal figures, I think, in these key roles, because having had it for 2.5 years, having been able to prepare for NATO, to be prepared for the EPC, in the dangerous geopolitical environment that we have, and having done it for 2.5 years, I think that does count for a lot with Keir Starmer. He's that kind of guy, and I say that because I know him pretty well.
Well, David, as an old LBC hand, you know you come to LBC for the straight questions. Thank you very much indeed for that. Now, we have seen some fascinating results for reform so far and talked about them a bit, but let's speak now with the co-deputy leader of the party, David Bull, who is joining us down the line from our studios in Leicester Square. David Bull, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to you.
A very good morning to you. Now, we're seeing some extraordinary numbers coming out for this exit poll. Are you expecting to be part of a cohort of perhaps a dozen or more Reform MPs in the new Parliament?
Yeah, I mean, look, the exit poll is excellent. If the exit poll is right, then this really is an historic event. We are only 4 years old. I started the party with Richard Tice in my kitchen. And to get from that to 13 seats, if that is right, is really quite extraordinary because that is unprecedented, I think, in British political history. And this is, I think, also a vestige of shy reformers, people who didn't necessarily tell the pollsters exactly how they were going to vote. And we've seen this before, remember. We saw this in the Brexit vote, where people didn't tell the pollsters, and we obviously then voted to leave, and we became the largest party in the European Union. I think, I've said this before, we changed history then. I think we're about to do it again.
You said party just now, and I said party as well, but you're not really a normal party, are you? You're a wholly owned company. You're a Nigel Farage company. You are going to have to change your constitution and become a more normal membership party in short order, are you not?
Let's be really clear why we did that. We did it for expediency, and it was much easier to do that, but we're already in the process of democratising the party, and then, of course, the election was called, and so that was then halted. It caught us by surprise, and it caught the Conservative Party by surprise, which is slightly odd, given the Conservative Party had the Prime Minister to decide when that election should be.
And how are you going to see yourselves as a group in the new Parliament, if indeed that's what happens? Do you see yourselves as a group of MPs who will push Keir Starmer into a tougher immigration policy? We've been talking about that, and make him rethink some of the things he's been saying about a closer relationship with Europe. In other words, can you make common cause with right-wing Conservatives to put real pressure on?
Yeah, it's a brilliant point, that, because obviously for us this is the immigration election. I think you're seeing really good, strong results because of that. We've had 2.5 million people here in 2 years, and of course the Rishi Sunak says he has a plan. Well, he doesn't have a plan. Just in terms of that, yes, we will be pushing Labour in terms of their immigration policy and also in terms of everything else. Now, the biggest worry, well, not the biggest worry, but one of the other big worries is the alignment with Europe. We voted to leave the European Union, and they are going to take us back closer and closer to the European Union. It's noticeable also just in terms of their policies and their manifesto. I don't really know what the Labour Party stands for. It's really what Keir Starmer didn't say, the £15 billion worth of tax rises that people are going to have to stomach. So that's our job.
I think John has a brief one, but it's almost midnight, John. Go for it quick.
Sorry, it's John Sopel here. I just wanted to ask... Hi, how are you? If Nigel Farage, is the leader of the Reform Parliamentary Group at Westminster, presumably he can't go to the US in October or November campaigning for Donald Trump?
Great question. I've no idea. You'd have to ask Nigel.
What would you think?
I mean, I don't see why he couldn't go and show support. I mean, obviously, if Trump wins, that's a great relationship to have with the leader of our party.
I mean, Clacton's a bit of a distance from Wisconsin.
Well, Donald Trump might like to come to Clacton.
David Bull, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed, who is the co-deputy leader of Reform. Michael Crick, a word on that, on Reform's performance. I think interesting hearing David Bull saying, I've no idea what the Labour Party stands for. Well, I think the 400 plus MPs that are projected to be about to form a government will let him know.
Well, I mean, it is an extraordinary performance by Reform, but as for what David Bull said about Nigel Farage, the reason why Nigel Farage set up the Brexit Party, as it then was, as a limited company and without members and a democratic process in the normal way, is that he was fed up as UKIP leader of having national executive meetings and democracy and people constraining him. He set it up as an autocracy, if you like, and you will struggle to democratise the Reform Party so long as Nigel Farage is its leader.
King Nigel. King Nigel. We've seen plenty of drama already this evening, and LBC is here throughout the night to guide you through it all, and tomorrow as well, so do stay with us. Now for the news at 1 o'clock in the morning with Simon Conway.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, Labour is on course for a landslide win following the general election. The exit poll gives them a majority of 170 with 410 seats. The party's education spokesperson, Bridget Phillipson, has been re-elected in Houghton and Sunderland South, and she's told LBC people lost faith in the Conservative government.
They have put their trust in a changed Labour Party, and we are determined to deliver on that trust that people have put in us, and we will usher in a new age of hope for our country. I believe our best days lie ahead of us, and that government can be a force for good, and we are determined to demonstrate through our actions that Britain can be better and that our country will have a brighter future ahead.
Former Labour leader Lord Kinnock told LBC he's ecstatic at the numbers.
I'm utterly delighted at this massive advance for the Labour Party and this huge success for Keir Starmer. I mean, he's gained 208 seats, and that is phenomenal.
The Conservatives are forecast to win just 131 seats, which would be their worst result ever. Former Cabinet Minister Sir Robert Buckland has been the first Tory casualty of the night, losing Swindon South to Labour. Tory peer Lord Joe Johnson has told LBC tonight has been a long time coming.
But I think it is also the product of probably the worst election campaign in British political history. And I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that a more focused campaign with a more compelling set of messages and less prone to mishaps and gaffes would have delivered a far better result.
The Liberal Democrats are set to increase their presence in Parliament more than fivefold. Forecasters put Sir Ed Davies' party on course for 61 seats. Candidate Sarah Olney is pleased.
That would be our best result in a century. We've laid out our manifesto that we've run on in this election campaign. We've put the NHS and social care right at the centre, but we're also responding to people's concerns about sewage in our rivers, about the cost of living.
It looks likely to have been a strong night for Reform UK. Forecasters say they will win 13 seats. They've already come second in a number of seats in the northeast of England. LBC's Henry Riley is at the count in Clacton, where Nigel Farage is hoping to win.
I have to say, with every passing minute, Reform UK very confident. I just spoke with a Reform UK councillor in the area who told me he was extremely confident that Nigel Farage would win here. Whether the party wins 13 seats or not remains to be seen, but clearly they are extremely confident that they'll win here in Clacton, and it looks like it could be eighth time lucky for Nigel Farage.
Plaid Cymru are projected to win 4 seats and the Greens 2. Stay with LBC through the night as the election results come in. LBC weather: rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
3 minutes past 1. The night is very, very young indeed, and we're all still bursting with energy. So thanks for being with us here on Britain Decides on LBC. I'm Andrew Marr, and here with my colleagues Sheila Fogarty, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall, walking you through the election results as they come in, and a couple of pieces of absolutely astonishing news just in. The Liberal Democrats think they have won Tunbridge Wells, that is, as in disgusted of Tunbridge Wells, as in about the most conservative place in the entire world, has been won by the Liberal Democrats, they think. And of course there's an LBC connection there. And it also looks like Stephen Flynn, a very, very good friend of this programme, a very eloquent, really impressive parliamentarian, the leader of the SNP at Westminster, looks like he might have lost his seat in Aberdeen. That would be pretty sensational and a really, really big blow for the SNP if it's true. Now, here with us in the studio is a senior Conservative backbencher who has never pulled his punches on the party's behaviour in the past, Sir Charles Walker, still waiting to see if your old seat of Broxbourne is safe or not.
Well, yeah,
lost.
The exit poll has it being lost, but I would be incredibly surprised if it is lost, and hopefully in the hour I'm with you I will get the news and we can share that news that Broxbourne has been retained by the Conservatives.
Well, we will see about that. It is, I have to say, an evening when there have been quite a lot of surprised Conservatives one way or another. In the end, who do you blame for this terrible, terrible result?
So, I mean, I think Rishi is suffering from long Boris and short Liz. I said at the time of Liz Truss's premiership that it had ended in disgrace. You may remember the interview broadcast from Central Lobby. And I told the next Prime Minister, that I felt that the hill he had to climb was just going to be too high and too steep, and I haven't been proven wrong in that. We did so much damage to our brand in those 48 days.
So if Rishi Sunak was given an impossible task, he really mucked it up in the last 6 weeks, did he not, nonetheless?
So, I mean, I think that... Look, it's not been a great general election campaign, has it?
It's been the worst, I think, of any electoral party ever in our democratic history.
Your words, not mine. But it's not been the best campaign ever. Look, I think the real issue here is the timing of it. It looks like we would have been far better advised to go in November, because the marauding Nigel Farage would have been sharpening his horns in the US and not in Clacton. And that has clearly had a significant impact. His engagement in the general election has had a significant impact on the Conservative Party and the result that we're all seeing unfolding tonight.
Sir Charles, we have much more to talk about tonight, but I think we've got some numbers as well.
On that Reform Tory swing.
It's just worth looking at, Andrew, Sheila, about this story which has obviously emerged, which is this strong reform performance in mainly Labour seats so far, because that's what we've had so far. So let's just take, for example, Newcastle Central and West. Chiamwera's seat, she'll be a minister in the new government. Swing from Conservative to Reform of 13.5%. And that seems to be the pattern that we're basically seeing in seat after seat. It isn't so dissimilar even to what we saw in Swindon. Again, Labour are doing well, and there are significant swings in the different seats that we've seen. But so much of this, apparently, it seems to be a combination of lower turnout, which we're going to have more data on shortly, but also this bleeding of the Conservative Party to Reform, which is allowing the Labour majority, which actually in percentage terms is not going up that much in the seats we've seen, to actually in vote terms go up and up and up. And I think you're going to see, just taking the Labour point for a moment, we're going to see an interesting fissure potentially in the next Parliament. I'm talking to Labour people, particularly in seats in north of England, who are really scared by what they're seeing in terms of some of these Reform seat totals that they're seeing being counted up in seat after seat in northern England. Not necessarily that they're going to lose those seats, it would be astonishing if they did, but they're going to come close second in seats that perhaps we weren't going to see. And that's going to introduce a different dynamic, a new dynamic to the new Parliament when you've got Labour MPs in seats where Reform are second, thinking about the next election, thinking about the sort of politics they need to take to their constituents in that election. And of course, as we've already discussed, the thing that will probably manifest itself most upon is immigration, where, let's be honest, the Labour offer at this election, particularly on illegal immigration, has been pretty threadbare.
Let's go now to our colleague Ben Kentish, who has an update for us in that seat we were talking about a moment ago of Tunbridge Wells. Ben.
Yes, so Sheila, the Liberal Democrats very confident they have won that seat for the first time since 1906. Over a century of conservatism in that seat, no longer after tonight. Really, I think, just summing up how historic this night is. That seat, of course, Tunbridge Wells, is the epitome, it's almost a stereotype of Middle England, of home counties conservatism, of the so-called blue wall across the southeast and southwest. If that claim from the Lib Dems, and they're very confident about it, is correct, it won't even be held by the Tories after tonight. One of a number of seats that they believe they have taken from the Tories. They've named 12 already, quite early in the night, that they're very, very confident they've won. Some of them with decent majorities. Torbay, for example, has a majority of over 17,000. Lib Dems believe they have won that from the Tories too. And that really sums up the night, doesn't it, for the Conservatives? If they are losing Tunbridge Wells, then really they have a long, long way back from this election. One Lib Dem source, Sheila, saying the displeas of Tunbridge Wells have spoken, and if the Lib Dems are right, then spoken they have. It's worth saying it's sign of, as well as a complete shattering of support from the Tories across the sort of blue wall of a very, very successful campaign for the Lib Dems. We touched on it earlier, but they are on course to gain more seats in this election than they have ever gained in any general election ever, and they are with a pretty good shout, actually, of winning more seats than they've ever had. 2005, they won 62. They're on course for about 61 according to the exit poll. So a very, very good night for Lib Dems. And of course, come the next Parliament, that means they will have a big platform to push the sorts of issues that they've been pushing in this campaign, cleaning up our waterways, fixing the crisis in social care, building closer relationships with Europe. If they are on course to win as many seats as they think they are, we're going to hear a lot more about those issues in the Parliament to come.
Thanks for now, Ben. Michael Crick, do you think that result, if it's as the Lib Dems seem to think it is, will make Conservatives in seats like Broxbourne, Charles's Earl seat, nervous?
Definitely. I mean, well, let me say, first of all, Iain Dale must be rather relieved, I would have thought, that he never went for Tunbridge Wells in the end. But, I mean, Kent is... I can't think of the Liberals or the Liberal Democrats holding a seat in Kent in recent memory. This is new territory for the Liberal Democrats. And that is going to terrify Conservatives everywhere.
Proving that their very targeted strategy is, well, so far anyway, proving successful.
Are you terrified, Sir Charles?
Look, I'm not terrified. I love democracy. This is a great celebration of democracy tonight. But in the context of Tunbridge Wells, it's a pretty shattering result for the Conservative Party. There's no gloss you can put on that. I mean, Tunbridge Wells is about as blue as the blue rinse gets.
And looking forward, there's an agonising choice now for your party. Do you move a bit more towards the centre, which, as we know, is where elections are won, or do you observe the kind of group of Faragists on the benches alongside you and think, actually, this is a moment where we have to try to, quotes, unite the right, as I think Suella Braverman put it?
I mean, this is going to be so difficult for the Conservative Party. We're going to be down to 130 to 140 members of Parliament. We know that you can get back into a strong position because we've seen Labour do it in 5 years from having 201. I just think it's going to be much harder for us to do it because do we go to the right? But if we go to the right, we abandon more seats
to the Liberal
Democrats in the home counties. I mean, we are in a real bind. The real issue of tonight, I think, will be what talent is left on the Tory benches, but what talent, and Michael will have an idea on this, what talent will be imported into the Tory benches from the few new members that we actually end up with in very, very safe seats that we were never in danger of losing.
Michael, a few young Lloyd Georges, young Winston Churchills out there waiting to return to the Parliament for the Conservative Party for the first time?
If you look at the... because, of course, a lot of the seats that they're still holding on to have got new MPs because a lot of people retired. And there's some very talented people amongst those. I mean, Weald of Kent, for instance, Katie Lamb, who used to work for Boris Johnson, James Clark, one of the military types I was talking about, standing, I think, in Sittingbourne and Sheppey. So there are a lot of new and people with business backgrounds as well. So new blood in the Conservative Party. I think on the whole, if the Conservatives are reduced to about 130, they will be slightly more centrist than they are now because they will have lost nearly all of those Red Wall MPs.
That's a very good point.
That were elected last time.
Yeah. And can I just come back on that? And if we come back with 130 to 140 MPs, you can just about manage to mount an effective opposition.
Yeah.
I mean, much lower than that, it becomes really, really difficult.
Because you have to double up on...
You have to double up on so many
covering
things.
all the subjects, yeah.
All right, thank you both very, very much for that. And now to Henry Riley, who's based in Clacton, where Nigel Farage is still waiting for his results. Henry.
Well, Andrew, good evening, or good morning, I should say. We were told that Nigel Farage would be here imminently. That hasn't happened yet. Mr Farage, we were told, all the photographers, all the journalists rushed outside, but he's not here just yet. We are expecting him at some point within the next hour. And talking with a few Reform UK councillors here, there were 4 of them that defected from the Conservatives to Independent. They've now joined Reform UK. One of them told me, he's the deputy leader of the council here, that he was extremely confident that Nigel Farage would win the seat. A source close to Mr Farage earlier on told me that he was quietly confident. So make of that what you will. We do have a turnout, a low turnout, 59.63%. That's down. It's the lowest turnout in this area since 1918 when it was called a different seat. Of course, there was that by-election in 2014, but at a general election, it is the lowest we've had since 1918. We know that, I think with every passing minute, Andrew, Reform UK getting increasingly confident. They're seeing the ballot papers stack up, and Nigel Farage, as we said earlier, potentially looks like he may well be 8-time lucky and have won that seat here in Clacton. Of course, an area that used to have a UKIP MP, but with every passing minute, Andrew, Nigel Farage and his team increasingly confident that they are going to win the seat.
Henry, come back to us the next time you see a man with a flat cap and rather loud tweeds behind you. But thank you very, very much indeed for that. Now, he did mention turnout. We seamlessly stitched this show together, and as it happens, Lewis Goodall has a big screen about turnout.
It's almost like we planned it, isn't it?
Amazing.
Yes, we've got enough seats now where we can start to look at turnout and at least start to perhaps draw some conclusions about what we're seeing. So obviously we've mainly had northeastern seats, but so far in every single seat that we've had, half dozen or so, we can see that turnout is down. So it's down. This sort of lighter purple line here is back in 2019. The line on top is this election. So Blyth and Ashington, 57% in 2019, 53% now. Sunderland Central, 60% in 19, 53% now. Houghton and Sunderland South, 57% in 19, 51% now. Swindon South, so it's not just a North East, this phenomenon, 68% in 2019, 62% now. Washington and Gateshead South, 59% in 19, 52% now. And Newcastle Central and West, 63% in 2019, 54% now. And we're looking at, again, with our partners More in Common, extrapolating the data that we have got, and we think that turnout in this election is going to be the lowest since 2005, the third lowest this century. So that thing that we've been reporting on a lot during this campaign, the idea of apathy, the idea of voter confusion about who to vote for, a sense perhaps that none of the big parties appealed in particular. So far, at least, on this, we've had a lot of highly politicised elections for some time now where turnout has been a little bit up. It looks like turnout probably is going to be quite sharply down in this election. And one other bit of information as well, Andrew, in terms of the Gateshead seat, another seat that's just come in, another second-place reform finish against the Labour Party in Gateshead. So again, Labour Party, again, worried about perhaps the future in the next election in many of these seats.
Michael Crick, can I ask you very quickly about the Gaza issue for Keir Starmer? Because I'm reading here that Ian Duncan-Smith, who was deemed to have a 99% chance of losing his seat based on the exit poll earlier on, that race is much tighter because of a split Labour vote.
Well, yeah, because of course
Faiza
Shaheen, who was the Labour candidate and was dumped at the last moment because she was felt to be out of line with the Labour Party on the whole issue of Gaza. It may well lead to a split vote, and there are other places I think where Labour is going to suffer from a decline in the Muslim vote, particularly Birmingham Ladywood, where there is a very strong Muslim candidate who did well in the West Midland mayoral election. Yeah. And that, of course, is a traditional, very strong Labour seat.
Interesting. Well, coming up, we'll get the latest from Richmond in Yorkshire, where Rishi Sunak is waiting to hear his fate. And we'll speak to a comedian who's been blessed with plenty of material to work with during this eventful campaign, one Rosie Holt. I'm tempted to say MP, but I don't think I'm allowed to yet, am I? The time is 1:17.
This is LBC. Britain Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
Very well.
If you're just joining us in these early hours, what time is it? 1:19. This is Britain Decides on LBC. Do make sure you watch us on Global Player if you can, as well as listening to us as usual on LBC. Let's go now to Rishi Sunak's seat of Richmond in Yorkshire with LBC's drive presenter, Tom Swarbrick. Tough night all round, really, Tom.
It certainly is so far for the Tories on those numbers, isn't it? I think here, though, the big question actually right now is, are we in some form of hallucination? There is I don't know if you can see behind me, there's a man with a bin on his head who is sort of intermingling gently with some very serious-looking police officers. There's a man carrying a wooden doll who's running around between them all, and the burger van outside is doing a roaring trade. So we're at that stage of the count at the moment. We're some way away from a result, it's fair to say, but in the nuts and guts of this, not that a sitting Prime Minister has ever been removed from their seat by the electorate during election, but in the nuts and guts of this, the Labour people are really quite interested in how the votes from Catterick are stacking up. Catterick being the area that houses the UK's largest military barracks, in fact, the UK's military barracks anywhere in the world, and of course the D-Day issue for Rishi Sunak has been seized upon not just by Labour here, but also by Reform, whose candidate is ex-military. So Labour are kind of interested in how those votes are looking. The Tory crowd here are suggesting, yeah, well, it's okay so far, but the night is young.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom Swarbrick. With us in the studio is Rosie Holt, who has provided enormous entertainment, not just during this campaign, but I think, Rosie, you're a comedian, but you've developed this fantastic online character of a Conservative MP. Did that begin in the lockdown?
Yeah, that became in lockdown.
That's when I first noticed you. I wondered, had you been doing it before? But clearly, we all needed something in the lockdown.
you stole my intro there. I'm a fanboy, but you're a fangirl. We were competing there. Because I have to say, I have interviewed many Conservative MPs who are less plausible than Rosie Holt is.
Yeah, I mean, but you're mistaken as a real MP a lot, aren't you? Online, at least.
Very angry people online. I mean, I've had MPs call for me to stand down, but then they've deleted their tweet quite quickly when someone's gone, "You idiot."
Should just say Charles Walker, former Conservative MP, just realised in a moment, just during the break, who you were, and you hadn't twigged.
I'm a comedian. I was, that's nice. I'm a failed former MP. Wow, yeah.
I should have gone on a fake MP.
Proper famous.
I mean, when I see your act online, you remind me I'm not going to name names, but you remind me very much of a few female Conservative ministers that I've interviewed over the years, and quite recently as well. One in particular, but I think it would be unfair to say. Is there one that you particularly model yourself on, or is it, or do you just listen to what they all say, men and women, and kind of cobble the whole thing together that way?
Yes, I don't discriminate against the sexes. No, I think it was really...
How very centrist of you.
I know, it's very good of me. Yeah, very... I think it was the kind of rabbit in headlights look you get from politicians when they're being interviewed and they have to defend a position they don't necessarily agree with. That was my starting point.
So, Rosie Holt, ex-MP, can I ask you your view on the night so far? How concerned you are about the reform surge and what you think is going to happen to your seat?
Well, I think, at the moment we don't know. The exit poll, it's only the exit poll. We'll have to see what happened. I think the important thing is that we don't have a supermajority. We need to stop the supermajority. But also, I am quietly confident.
You're quietly confident.
Yeah.
The uncanny thing is, I can close my eyes and I think I've got a Treasury Minister or somebody else sitting there, and it would sound very, very similar, would it not?
But watching the transition from real Rosie to that Rosie, or to MP Rosie, was like a kind of demonic possession taking place.
Just a blankness behind the eyes.
If you'll forgive me.
Yeah.
But no, it's very effective, because I think if I were one of those ministers, I would be watching your act and thinking, oh my God, do we ever really come across that way? And what must I do about it? And I must admit, as somebody who interviews people, clearly some are very good and natural communicators. I would include you in that, Charles. But those people, where I guess the stakes are quite high, who start to really choose their words very carefully, it can quickly be, I'm sure you'd all agree with this who've done interviews, it can become quickly excruciating, can't it?
Absolutely. And, what I find very interesting is your character, Rosie Holt MP, is quite attractive in some ways. I mean, thick, let's be honest, and saying a lot of absolute mince, but at the same time, there's a kind of sweetness there as well.
Yeah, I don't think she believes in anything evil. I don't think she believes in anything, really. I think she believes in what she needs to.
Charles, do you look at Rosie Holt and you wince ever?
Well, no, because isn't there this story? Somebody said it's so much easier in this place if you actually don't believe in anything. Yeah. I mean, I think I've heard that before being said. Look, I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? Because there is MP speak, isn't it? We become a machine politician, and you capture that so brilliantly well. I suppose in defence of ministers, if you were to ask a minister, say 3 years ago, is there a possibility that there could be a Labour government at the next general election? There, of course, is a possibility that there could be a Labour government at the next general election. But if they said, no, Andrew, you're absolutely right, there is a possibility, that would be the headline, wouldn't it? So it's very difficult to navigate that.
I knew it was going to be our fault in the end.
It's always your fault. You're the media.
I just say anything's possible, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
It's easy. Come on.
There you go.
Now, Louis, go on, John.
Rosie's going to cross the floor.
I can't remember what Rosie Holt MP is going to do.
I think you need to become a Labour kind of spokesperson now and just do it differently.
I mean, she really strongly believes in her principles, John.
Yeah, I know
she's
that.
Very Tory to the core, and she's at least going to be Tory to the core to at least 5 a.m. I would have thought.
Maybe you'll go to the Lords.
She could end up in the Lords.
She could end up in the Lords, couldn't she?
Lady Holt.
Baroness Holt. Let's talk to Lewis now. You've got some news of potential. You're not going to like this one bit, Rosie Holt MP.
What's your
potential
majority?
Tory
I can't quite
scandals.
remember. It's probably not big enough on the basis of these figures. No, well, let's just look at some of the Conservative, on the basis of the swings that we saw, particularly in Swindon, looking at some of the Conservative scalps who could lose their seats tonight. It's Liam Fox in North Somerset needs a swing of 14%. That's less than we saw in Swindon. Victoria Prentice, Minister in Banbury, true blue Conservative Oxfordshire, 14% again. Johnny Mercer in Plymouth Moorview, 14%, less than we saw in Swindon. Mel Stride, we saw the Prime Minister actually campaigning in central Devon, Mel Stride's constituency, the Work and Pensions Secretary. Don't think a Conservative Prime Minister on the campaign trail, don't think has ever quite graced central Devon before. I don't think they've ever quite needed to. He'd be gone as well on 15%. And Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary in the Forest of Dean, also be gone in 15%. It's worth noting, Andrew, that at this point in the night, OK, we've only had a few results in. And interesting, we have only had a few results in. We would expect a few more by now, which implies there are quite a few close tight margins at play here, not least in Sir Charles's former seat in Broxbourne as well. But worth noting, in the seats that we have had, the best Conservative result we've had so far is one second-place finish in Swindon. Everywhere else, they've come third to the Reform Party.
I think we're about to see an absolute slew of results. I kind of hope so. We need them now.
I think
if Mel Stride is out, what is going to happen to political broadcasting in this country? It's over, isn't it?
Well, we've got Pat McFadden.
We've got Pat McFadden, that's true.
The interesting thing about Mel Stride was that if he is fighting such a marginal seat, he has been very prominent in the campaign. And, he has been, unlike the Conservative Party chairman, who has just been in Basildon and Billericay. I wonder whether Mel Stride will be taken aback if he does lose his seat, because, he was very much the minister for the Today programme and LBC and, Sky News and all the rest of it.
He was always there to take one for the team.
Yeah, he was. Whereas an awful lot of other people had run to the hills.
But couldn't you say that about people like Wes Streeting, Jonathan Ashworth of Labour as well? I mean, they were always up front as well.
But they had safe seats. They weren't in danger of being booted out of Parliament in the way that, according to the swings, that these people might be.
Labour are increasingly pessimistic about their chances in Islington. So it looks like, they're saying a majority potentially for Jeremy Corbyn, about 1,500. That's the thing. I think tonight it's going to be slightly odd, isn't it? Because we're going to have this massive overall figure for the Labour Party, huge success, one of their biggest electoral triumphs in their history. But there are going to be these glimmers, these little moments in particular seats, which just takes the sheen off it ever so slightly. Jeremy Corbyn will probably almost certainly be one of the biggest of those in Islington North.
Really
if
interesting.
These sources are correct.
Yeah,
I've increasingly pessimistic.
I just heard from someone who's been with the candidate and said it's not looking good. Yeah.
Dear, oh dear.
And our reporter Aggie Chambre, forgive me, Andrew, if you've already read this out, Labour sources telling her we expect to be the largest party in England, Scotland and Wales. First party to do that in 23 years.
Well, on the basis of these figures, the Conservatives could be wiped out entirely in Wales and almost entirely in Scotland, though tactical voting on the constitutional issue will probably keep them in play there in a few places.
Charles, on that?
Well, I just can't see, as Keir Starmer surveys his majority of 200, and if Jeremy Corbyn does get in, Mr McSweeney going, well, we really stuffed that up, didn't we? I mean, you can't have it all your own way.
I mean, this is the Labour Party, and they are even more factional than the Conservative Party. And the Starmer project, I mean, these people despise Corbyn. And so, of course, numerically, it doesn't matter a jot, but it will sting, whether it's logical or not.
But in the grand scheme of things, this is an extraordinary night for the Labour Party, but you are...
Just sticking with Jeremy Corbyn for a second, if you look at specific policies like the two-child welfare cap, he's made a lot of that. The Liberal Democrats are against it. A large number of Labour MPs are viscerally against it as well. Those kind of things. I could just begin to see rebellions coming together, which would cause Starmer some real trouble.
If you go back to 1983 and the Thatcher landslide, and in the run-up to that election, Francis Pym, who was then the chief whip, warned against the dangers of a big majority because it makes it much harder to maintain discipline in the party. If Labour have got a majority of 160, 170, 180 or whatever it happens to be, then you are in a position where the Labour MP thinks, well, it's safe to rebel. There will be okay. I can rebel freely. And it's much harder to keep discipline in that sort of context. I
can remember Margaret Thatcher being absolutely furious with him about that. She thought it was defeatism, didn't she?
Yeah. Thanks very much indeed to Rosie Holt for joining us. Thanks a lot, Rosie Holt MP, who also has a new book coming out, which you're going to come on my programme and talk about, I've decided. It's called Would You Believe Why We Were Right? Shades of Liz Truss. And, of course, to Sir Charles Walker as well. Thank you. Coming up, we'll hear from the Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, and look at some seats in Scotland too, where things are on a knife edge for the SNP. Not looking great for them. But first, here's Simon Conway at, what time is it? 1:30 with your news.
Sir Keir Starmer is set to be the new Prime Minister, with Labour on track for a landslide win in the general election. The exit poll puts his party on 410 seats, a majority of 270. The Conservatives would get just 131. Former Minister Sir Robert Buckland has lost his seat to Labour. The exit poll gives the Liberal Democrats 61 seats, while Reform UK would have 13. The party's already performed well, coming second in a number of seats in the northeast of England. Labour's David Lammy has told LBC why he thinks they're predicted to do well.
It's because in the end the government has failed to deliver time and time again, from Partygate to procurement of contracts during the pandemic to Liz Truss. That obviously will feed into the hands of a party like Reform, and I think we're seeing that reflected in seats in parts of the country.
The SNP is projected to drop to 10 seats, while Plaid Cymru would have 4 and the Greens 2. Stay with LBC as the results continue to come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC. Availability. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides on LBC.
You are indeed listening to Britain Decides on LBC. Some news just in on the first potential big scalp of the night. The Liberal Democrats are claiming to have beaten the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, in Chichester. Now, though, in the studio with us, Labour Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. We'll talk more about Gillian Keegan and that seat later. But what a night for Labour.
It's been a great night. If the exit polls are to be believed, these results are beyond my wildest dreams. I remember speaking to Keir 5 years ago when he first talked about running to be leader. I asked him, are you sure? I mean, I've known Keir for almost 30 years. I've seen what it's done to other good politicians. It's the most difficult job in politics, being leader of Her Majesty's official opposition, and he thought he could turn it around. And bearing in mind the context, Sheila, which is 4.5 years ago, we were a party on the brink of extinction, and now we're on the cusp of power. It's quite remarkable, and this is Keir Starmer's Labour Party on the cusp of winning a majority of 170.
Sadiq, we haven't really talked very much so far tonight about Keir Starmer as a person. You do know him very well, and he comes across to a lot of people as a bit bland, a bit easy-ozy, middle of the road. What kind of person do you think he is in terms of having the toughness and the steel to, make enemies and confront the things that need to be changed and confronted if Britain's going to move forward?
He's somebody who really does believe in public service. I've known him for almost 30 years. I mean, he would take on cases for my clients without asking for a fee. Pro bono cases, if he thought the case was worthy. He would not be scared to advise on merits and say, this guy's not got a good case, you've got to drop the case. He's somebody who, when he was DPP, made difficult decisions. He brought in victims of rape and other sexual abuses to listen to them how to improve the CPS. He took a tough decision to go after the killers of Stephen Lawrence against police advice. He's somebody who took on the job of being Shadow Secretary of State for Brexit. He changed his speech during conference, dragged the line about the second referendum and so forth. And over the last 4.5 years, he's been tough in turning our party around. And look, lo and behold, we're looks like going to have a majority of 170.
Has he been a little too tough if it's true that Jeremy Corbyn is about to come back and beat the Labour candidate in Islington North?
Well, I think the key thing that Keir's tried to do is to earn back the trust and confidence that, frankly speaking, had been lost in the eyes of many voters across the country. And that's meant sometimes making decisions that, some people may disagree with. But he's thought it's the right thing to do. And look what may happen as a consequence of that. Labour is making gains in every region of the country and will be the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales. And, of course, many will, ask questions about the way he's done stuff, but he's moved at pace 4.5 years.
To be absolutely clear, if Jeremy Corbyn is re-elected to Parliament as an independent, there is no way back for him into the Labour Party, is there?
That's a decision for Keir Starmer and the NEC.
Really?
But I think you will see...
What's your view, though?
Well, my view is that, when you've got a report from the Equalities and Human Rights Commission saying what it did say 4.5 years ago in relation to the way the Labour Party treated those cases of anti-Semitism, you should have the humility to accept the recommendations in full. It's a matter of public record.
So there is no way back in your view?
Well, I think there are MPs who lost the whip, were investigated, who have come back. Diane Abbott is one example. There are other examples as well. It's for Jeremy Corbyn to ask himself the question whether he wants to come back.
But if he apologised, he could come back, in your view?
It really is not. I think one of the things that Keir's done, which is right, by the way, and I agree with him, is take away from this process the views of politicians and leave it to a separate body, the NEC.
Sadiq, one of the things I've heard about Keir Starmer from a lot of people who know him well is that he's kind of slow to make a decision. He wants to kind of evaluate all the evidence, and then once he's alighted on his position, he's pretty firm on it, and he's stays there. You're Prime Minister. Things are coming at you that require instant responses. Has he got the agility, the suppleness to do that?
Absolutely. I'll give you an example of the sort of lawyer Keir was, to just give you the transferable skills. The cases he often argued were before the Supreme Court, the House of Lords, the Privy Council. And often you're simply on your feet and you're being asked questions by these judges. And you've got to know the facts inside out, but also the president and the cases inside out. And he does the preparation to do so. And so you won't get knee-jerk responses like you got from the last 5 prime ministers, but considered responses from this prime minister. Look, he thinks, being a politician is a vocation. He gave up, ex-DPPs, can I just say this, without breaching confidences, earn a lot of money in the bar. He chose not to do that as an ex-DPP, became an MP for the area he lives in. He could have been an MP anywhere, because he believes in public service and serving his community.
Can I just bring some news? Suella Braverman has arrived at the count, her count. Remember that earlier on we were told she was unwell, but she has arrived at her count. There's also been a big win for the Lib Dems in Harrogate and Knaresborough. First key bellwether of a Labour Lib Dem tactical voting. Lewis, you might want to come in on that.
Yeah, I mean, a really, really big result in Harrogate. I think it's a swing of over 15% by our calculations. And there was a Conservative majority of nearly 10,000 in the last Parliament. And just on, I mean, if it is true, PA reporting that the Education Secretary, Gillian Keegan, has lost her seat in Chichester.
Right.
That has been a Conservative seat since 1924. So we are potentially on the verge of seeing some really big reshaping of the political map from a Conservative to a Lib Dem direction, if that can be repeated across swathes.
And seeing how that tactical voting is shaking down.
Indeed so. Well, obviously we haven't got the figures on Chichester yet because it hasn't been declared, but it is a sign of the Lib Dem revivification when you consider they only, in the last Parliament, I think in 2019 they had 11 seats at the start of the Parliament. This is potentially a really remarkable night for them. We're talking a lot about reform. Yeah. We should not lose sight of this remarkable evening for the Lib Dem.
If you argue that this night is even more about the country turning its back on the Conservatives than being in favour of anything in particular, then these Liberal Democrat swings in Harrogate, classic Tory seat, Andrew Jones, Treasury Minister there with a big majority, and indeed Tunbridge Wells make perfect sense.
Indeed so.
Can I ask Sadiq Khan a question as well? We've heard a lot in Labour's plans during the campaign itself about how they will engage with the northern mayors, the big regional mayors. What about what a Labour government will mean for you as Mayor of London?
Well, we've, as the mayors, met Keir Starmer and Sue Gray on a number of occasions over the last few months. Keir's quite keen, if we get over the line over the course of the night, to bring us together over the course of the next couple of days, you'll see. And the manifesto makes quite clear the importance of devolution to different regions, but also to metro mayors across the country. Can I come back to Lewis's point about the Lib Dems, which I think is really important, which is if these exit polls are right, you have, roughly speaking, 410 Labour MPs, but 60 Ed Davey Lib Dem MPs, very different from Nick Clegg's Lib Dem party. And so you've got a sort of...
They're a bit to the left of you, aren't they?
Well, we're in the centre, and the Lib Dems are left of us. But the point being is 470 MPs who are progressive, in my view. Very different parliament from every parliament we've had.
Have you got Brexit in mind when you're thinking about this?
The point I'm making is, look...
Or Europe, I should say.
And you've seen, Ed Davey and Keir Starmer, the body language is very different from Nick Clegg and Gordon Brown. Or indeed Ed Miliband and Nick Clegg. And I think that bodes well for what Keir wants to do, which is bring our country together and heal our country.
I'm just very interested because Sarah Olney for the Lib Dems earlier on in the show was saying that she thought it was, in the end, plausible for Britain to look again at the single market and the customs union during the lifetime of this Parliament. Do you think it's plausible?
I think it's definitely plausible for a close alignment. I mean, next year, the Brexit all comes up for review, and when you listen to businesses... and you listen to the importance to our economy of growth being closely aligned to the EU, you will see next year the deal not one of divergence, but one of alignment.
Very, very interesting, John.
No, I was just going to pick up on something that Lewis was talking about, and the way that Liberal Democrats have done so well in kind of Knaresborough and Harrogate, which you just don't think of. You just think of that as rock solid Tory territory. That some of the pollsters now are saying actually the exit poll is wrong. The Tories are going to do worse. The way the votes are being distributed is so efficient in terms of tactical voting that actually Luke Trill, who we've worked with on More in Common, is now saying that he agrees with others. The pattern of results so far suggests that the Tory seat number will be lower than the exit poll. So bad as the exit poll is, it might get worse.
Wowzer.
The Lib Dem, the Lib Dem performance in Harrogate, obviously it's just one seat, but if it were to be replicated in others, they will do better. We'll get more than the 61, which will largely be at the Conservative Party's expense. And then Davey will be able to end the night by saying he's the most successful Liberal leader since Herbert Asquith.
Since bungee jumping was invented, yes.
Yeah. You remember that? You and John remember that, presumably.
We do, very well.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Henry.
That's
Labour landslide, Liberal Democrat mudslide. There we are.
The atmosphere in the room is becoming mutinous, and therefore we're going to turn to our Scotland political editor, Gina Davidson, who can now give us the latest on how the SNP are feeling in Aberdeen. Gina.
Hi, Andrew. Yes, I have to say there's a very confused picture in this count this evening. That exit poll has really taken the legs out from under the SNP, and I tell you, it's put a lot of smiles on the faces of the Tory party here in Aberdeen. Also, this is the count for the Aberdeenshire seats, and they are hoping that they are not only going to retain the seats that they have there, but actually gain one new seat because of the boundary changes, and they're, you really be struggling to wipe the smiles from their faces. They are having a good night, they think, here, despite the picture across the UK nationally for their party. And likewise, the SNP having a very bad night, as we heard from Stuart Hosey when he was talking to you. He, of course, was the party's campaign coordinator, saying that they're going to have to reflect on just why that is and what where they went wrong with their messaging. I mean, if they are down to 10 MPs, as that exit poll predicted, that is a result that they haven't seen since the independence referendum in 2014, when they had that massive surge in support. You'll remember 2015 at the general election, they won 56 out of the 59 MPs that Scotland returned to Westminster, never quite reaching that height again, but they still had 48 MPs at the last election. And it also looks, from what I'm hearing from sources in the SNP and in Labour in Glasgow and in Edinburgh, that it's going to be a very good night for Labour in both of those cities. Labour predicting that they will take 4 out of the 5 seats in Edinburgh. That means that people like Joanna Cherry could be gone, and also in Glasgow that they could take at least 3 of the seats. There are 3 others, at least 3 of the seats, and 2 others are on a bit of a knife edge there. And one of them, Glasgow South West in particular, looks like it might come down to how the Muslim community in that seat, which is quite extensive, decides to vote on that Gaza issue. And we know that the SNP have been very strong on that right through, since October the 7th. So, yeah, really, the SNP here, they don't know what's happening. Stephen Flynn's seat looks very, very close between him and Labour. It could have been a 3-way marginal, but it looks like the Conservative vote hasn't turned out there. Possibly it's gone to Labour. It could well be the case that Stephen Flynn is another casualty of this sweep towards Labour once again here in Scotland.
Thanks very much indeed, Gina. In news that will surprise nobody, the Conservative Mark Francois has held his seat of Rayleigh and Wickford. We're also hearing that there's a recount happening in Basildon and Billericay. We've been waiting for that one, where Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman, is standing. That was due in a long time ago, actually. More information coming through all the time, and we'll have it here with you on LBC throughout the evening. Final thought from you, Sadiq Khan. Can I make that final thought? You can add your own at the end. But on the question of your relationship with a Labour government on Brexit, on Europe, because Brexit has done London no favours.
Well, absolutely. It's been damaging to our city economically, socially and culturally. Brexit is behind us now. We're not rejoining the European Union.
But Europe is next door to us.
What we can do, though, is have closer ties with the European Union, really important. And that deal comes
you push him on
review, next year. We will always speak constructively about these sorts of issues. Can I make one point about Scotland, which is, look, I think this Labour Party is Keir Starmer's Labour Party, and he's done a remarkable job. But Anas Sarwar has been remarkable as the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. He's transformed the Labour Party in Scotland. He's dynamic, he's charismatic, he's a unifier, he's a really can-do leader. And the results tonight in Scotland are a vindication not just of Keir Starmer's leadership, but also Anas Sarwar's. And he is a rising star. I'd call him a star already. And I think the elections in the Scottish Parliament, the next ones, I think you'll see Anas being the First Minister.
Also one of the best dancers in British politics, as it happens. Anyway, this is Britain Decides. Thank you very much indeed, Sadiq. Good to have you on the show. Britain Decides on LBC. The time now, 1:47.
LBC. Nation. Britain Decides on LBC.
This is Britain Decides on LBC with Andrew Marr, myself, Sheila Fogarty, John Sopel of the Newsagents and Lewis Goodall. Also, Rosie Holt, MP, fake MP, is still with us as well. We'll come to Rosie in a few minutes' time. And Joe Twyman is here too. Just before I speak to you, Joe, just to let people know that a couple of key seats that we're waiting for results from around now, or there should have been in a lot, or were due to be in a lot sooner. Billericay and Basildon, there's a full recount taking place there. That is potentially the seat of Richard Holden, the Conservative Party chairman. If he fails to win his seat, that would be a very big scalp for the Conservatives. And we're expecting Sir Charles Walker, who was with us earlier on, his former seat, previously held Broxbourne. That requires a 20-point swing for it to go in the direction of another party. If it falls, I think it's fair to say that could be something of a metaphor for the whole night. But Joe Twyman, from what you're hearing so far, both in terms of expectations within the constituencies and the results we've got already in the polls that we're seeing, what's your sense of things?
Well, there's a couple of things that I think are important to keep in mind. Firstly, tactical voting seems to be extremely important, as we expected it might be, but particularly when it comes to the performance of the Lib Dems. Chichester is the 100th safest seat for the Conservatives. So if they're going to keep 131, they need to win one outside their 131 safest seats of Chichester, with Chichester going. The fact that it has gone despite a 38% majority suggests that the Lib Dems are being, as we suspect, very effective in their targeting.
Yeah, and there's a count coming in here.
I think Labour have just gained Nuneaton, and I know that Lewis Goodall is very excited about that.
Well, I'm excited, Andrew, because it is, of course, a traditional bellwether seat. It was a seat in 2015 where we knew Ed Miliband had lost. And I think what is particularly interesting is the vote distribution. So Labour gained Nuneaton, first result from West Midlands. Their vote is only up about 1,000 votes or so compared to 2019, but a little bit more than that. What's happened is that the Conservative Party and Reform have split down the middle. So Conservatives are just about in second place on 11,700, Reform on 9,000. I think if we see more and more seats like that, we are going to see the argument from the Conservative Party and within the Conservative Party, which is clearly going to play out in the weeks and months ahead, to say that we can threaten Labour and come back more easily than we might normally have done if only we can have some sort of unity with Reform. If we can bring back the right, let it coalesce again, then some seats like Nuneaton will be back within our grasp. Whether that is achievable is, of course, another question.
But if, as Michael Crick was suggesting earlier, the successful Conservative MPs are pretty centrist, that, Joe Twyman, is going to make that job all the more difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest strategic mistake that the Conservatives can make is to simply assume that if you take the Reform votes and the Conservative votes and add them up, you get
bingo.
The number that Conservatives would have got had Reform not stood. It simply doesn't work like that.
And it's not that straightforward politically, is it?
Well, it certainly isn't, because apart from anything else, we know that a lot of ex-Labour voters have gone to Reform as well. This is a genuine populist party in many respects. In other words, it's in favour of tax cuts. It's in favour of much tougher immigration controls. It is not a straightforwardly right-wing party as we come to think about it. Certainly culturally, a lot of working-class ex-Labour voters go Reform.
It's more popular with former Conservatives, but that doesn't mean that it's only popular with former Conservatives.
I just want to bring in a slightly different point, if I may, which is taking us off in a slightly different direction. But we had David Lammy on the programme a little earlier talking about going to America, sitting down with Biden and being with Biden and confident that Biden will last until November and will be the candidate. He has just done an interview, President Biden has done an interview with two largely black radio stations to reassure voters. And he has said, and I quote, this is from the New York Times, "I am proud to have been the first black woman to serve with a black president." I do not think that is going to help Joe Biden to reassure donors and worried Democrats that he is a fit candidate to be there in November. I think there are real ructions unfolding in US politics that David Lammy and Keir Starmer are going to have to navigate in the coming days.
And could knock aside so much of what Labour had planned for its first year.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. We thought our politics were tonto, but...
Rosie Holt MP has joined us again, fake MP, in case people aren't aware of Rosie. Any ambitions to go stateside, Rosie? You do a great Kamala.
Thank you. I do think me and Kamala have a lot in common. Well, look, I think Donald Trump, I mean, he's a bit out there, isn't he? But I think he's got some interesting ideas. And to work with him in the future, that's something that would be on the table for me.
So you've decided it's a Trump win, have you?
Well, I'm not saying I've decided anything. I've just decided that whatever I've decided is on a table.
Have you... Have you ever decided anything on or off a table?
Well, I decide many things. Depends sometimes on chairs, all sorts of things. But it really depends on the subject and if I have any strong feelings about it.
It's slightly mesmerising talking to you in that character. It's weird.
Just to say,
go on.
We're getting news that in Basildon, Ricky, there's going to be a full recount.
Said that already.
No, but there's 20 votes, apparently. It's 20 votes in it.
20 votes, blimey.
And Labour have also... I mean, this is Basildon and Billericay we're talking about here.
I did start off this evening by saying we're going to do some very, very tight races. I didn't mean 20 votes.
And Labour have just gained Darlington as well. Another gain in the northeast.
You'll have noticed, Rosie, you're in a room full of people who like to be right. All of us. We're ridiculous.
How exciting.
John, on the just to carry on with the American conversation just briefly, I did 2 hours on it on my programme today, and we actually got tons of calls from America on it as well, which was very gratifying, obviously, but also very interesting. And there's a feeling that amongst some people, they tended to be older people, I think, from the sound of their voices anyway, who felt that Joe Biden still had the capacity to almost just stand there and still beat Donald Trump. That's a fantasy, isn't it?
That's a fantasy, because the latest polls that have come out in the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal have shown that Biden is hemorrhaging support as a result of the debate. And it's hard to unsee what you saw in that debate where Biden was faltering and he lost his memory. And, it's all very well to say, yeah, but look, the presidency is run by a whole bunch of other people and he can just be the figurehead. No,
it's not how it works.
He is the head of state. And the argument was given. They changed the story on Biden. They said it wasn't that he had a bad cold, which was their original excuse. They said he just had terrible jet lag and was exhausted. He had flown back 2 weeks earlier. What you're saying is the man has not got the stamina. So I think the Democrats have got an awful choice to make. Anyway, that's American politics. We've still got our hands full here with what's unfolding in Britain.
We do. Let's go to our reporter, Alan Jasinski, who's in Glasgow, where the police have just been called to the count. Why, Alan? What's going on?
Yes, we had 5 or 6 officers actually coming in here with blue gloves and paper bags as well. What's happened is there have been issues with what's known as personation, essentially voter fraud. The police were made aware of 4 ballots. I'm not sure what the process is, how they're made aware of this, but 4 ballots where essentially they believe that someone has gone into polling booths pretending to be someone that they're not, and obviously they've managed to fill in a ballot paper, get it in the boxes and get it to this count. How that happens with the new voting ID rules, I'm not sure, but as I say, the police made their way down onto the floor below me. All eyes were on them, as you can imagine, at this stage in the night, and they removed 4 of those papers. We're told 3 of them have been taken away. Essentially, they are what they think they are. There has been issues of personation, as I say, going on here in Glasgow, but I have been speaking to the counting officials to ask how much of a problem this could actually be, given the low numbers. It's only affecting 2 of the 6 seats here, Glasgow West and Glasgow South West. Given there are only 3 of these papers where there seems to be an issue, I am informed that it's not likely to cause a massive problem with the counting, not lead to a recount either. But drama here in Glasgow, the police involved.
Thank you very much indeed. I think I've told you already before that I had my polling card stolen, as did 2 of my neighbours. So, I mean, you're still able to vote, but it's still, it's an easy way to chill a vote, isn't it, if people lose their polling cards and don't know where to go or what date the election's on or whatever.
And the interesting thing is, in British politics, that actually evidence of electoral fraud is very scant. And there has been very little of it. And one of the interesting things was Jacob Rees-Mogg spoke about why they introduced voter ID, because they thought old people have got all sorts of their bus passes, which would be allowed. Student passes weren't going to be allowed. And, Jacob Rees-Mogg almost hinted at the fact that this was an attempt to kind of, suppress turnout from a section of the population that are more likely to vote Labour than they were Conservative. But, look, any electoral fraud, anything that undermines confidence in our voting system, it's right that you challenge it.
And what do the stats tell us, Joe, briefly about young people and voting? I hear I read that they're giving the Greens a bit of a boost this time, which perhaps won't surprise people.
Well, and Reform as well. All the indications are that Labour are ahead by some distance, but particularly among the youngest voters, both the Greens and Reform seem to be doing well. Less so the Lib Dems, which is what historically would have been the case. So perhaps a press on both sides of the political spectrum facing Labour among younger voters.
Thank you very much. Really interesting, Joe. Well, we're getting to the point in the morning where the constituency results should start to come in thick and fast. So stay with us and we will bring you everything you need to know here on LBC. The time now is 2 a.m. and here is Simon Conway with the news.
On your radio, on Global Player and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Sir Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister, with Labour on track for a landslide win in the general election. The exit poll puts the party on 410 seats to the Tories' 131. London Mayor Sadiq Khan has told LBC it's been a great night for Labour.
If the exit polls are to be believed, these results are beyond my wildest dreams. 4.5 years ago, we were a party on the brink of extinction, and now we're on the cusp of power. It's quite remarkable, and this is Keir Starmer's Labour Party on the cusp of winning a majority of 170.
Former Justice Secretary Sir Robert Buckland has been the first Tory to lose their seat in Swindon South. That's to Labour. The Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, Defence Secretary Grant Shapps and Commons leader Penny Mordaunt could all be voted out too. The former Tory MP Sir Charles Walker, who stood down from Parliament at this election, has told LBC the vote was called at the wrong time.
It's not been a great general election campaign, has it? I think the real issue here is the timing of it. It looks like we would have been far better advised to go in November, because the marauding Nigel Farage would have been sharpening his horns in the US and not in Clacton. His engagement in the general election has had a significant impact on the Conservative Party.
Reform UK have performed well already, coming second in seats across the northeast of England. The exit poll predicts they'll have 13 MPs. Deputy co-leader David Bull has told LBC it would be an historic result for his party.
We are only 4 years old. I started the party with Richard Tice in my kitchen, and to get from that to 13 seats, if that is right, is really quite extraordinary, because that is unprecedented, I think, in British political history.
The Liberal Democrats are projected to be the third largest party for the first time in 9 years, with 61 seats. They've had their first victory of the night, taking Harrogate and Knaresborough from the Conservatives, and the party claims to have beaten Education Secretary Gillian Keegan in Chichester. The exit poll suggests the SNP could lose more than a third of its MPs. Its campaign coordinator Stuart Hosey has told LBC why they've performed badly.
The one thing that struck me over the last 6 weeks is the sole motivating factor for almost everybody was to get the Tories out. And it may well be that many people, including Scottish independent supporters, have taken the view that voting Labour is the best vehicle to do that.
The vast majority of declarations are still to come. Stay with LBC through the night for Britain Decides. LBC weather: rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
Good morning. If you're just joining us here on LBC, this is Britain Decides with me, Andrew Marr, and my very esteemed colleagues, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall. My name is in that mix as well. What the hell? The latest news we're hearing is that the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has, perhaps not surprisingly, held on to her seat in Leeds West and Pudsey, Andrew.
And in just a moment, we're going to hear from the editor of Private Eye and star of Have I Got News for You, Ian Hislop. But first, Lewis, you have some seat breakdowns for us and
Yes,
some more information.
Yes, Andrew, I was talking before about Nuneaton. And again, just to show you this latest result, look at Labour at 37%, which is a touch-up on the 2019 result. The Conservatives in Nuneaton in 2019 had 60% of the vote. They had a numerical majority of over 13,000. Conservatives now on 29%. But again, there's not that much transference in percentage of the vote terms to the Labour Party. It's been mainly picked up again by Reform. And again, this is the trend that we're seeing throughout the night, that Labour is on its way to winning a clutch of seats. We've also got Darlington as well, which they've gained. But I've actually got fewer votes in Darlington than they did in 2019, with exactly the same pattern emerging again. So there's lots of variation in these results so far, but that does seem to be the main theme. Worth saying as well in terms of the Lib Dems, just hearing from a Lib Dem source that they're confident that they've taken Michael Gove's seat of Surrey Heath, former seat, I should say, because of course he's from down.
Surrey Heath, wow.
Yeah. And
wow.
Andrew, just to add to that, we're hearing as well that the Lib Dems are confident that they've taken another cabinet minister's seat, Alex Chalk, in Cheltenham, which once upon a time was a Liberal Democrat seat. So the Liberal Democrats saying they have taken that seat as well. Massive result, they're claiming.
Really big result. Ian, this seems to be the overall picture is the country wants to kick out the Conservatives and will do whatever it takes, wherever it takes to do that.
Yes, and that was really clear during the campaign. It's a punitive exercise by the public. Yeah. And all those Tory spokesmen saying, we've got to go to the future, not the past. And the public's thinking, no, we're going to punish you for the past. We've had 14 years of it.
We still feel like we're sitting in it, is what they said.
And the boot is going in. It's slightly... there are a number of people saying that the exit poll isn't right now. I know you've slightly...
It could be worse for the Conservatives than the exit poll. Even worse. It could be not a disaster, but a catastrophe, if I can put it that way.
Yes. I mean,
as a political observer, what do you think about this notion that is coming from Lewis's numbers there, that the Labour Party might come out with a massive number of seats, but actually not a very deep level of support across the country, quite a low percentage support?
Yeah, well, again, with a low turnout, that seems to be what happens, doesn't it? Yeah. Which makes it more volatile.
But does that undermine Keir Starmer's credibility and authority in due course, or do the sheer numbers overwhelm that?
I think probably the Labour Party will find it's a huge supporter of the first-past-the-post system, and that it seems to be going very well. And my other prediction is they'll look at what the 16-year-olds are voting, which isn't always Labour, and think, do you know, I think we'll let these young people wait a bit. So again, I think it'll be a huge win, and the Labour Party will say this is a huge win. What the Conservatives will say, I've no idea, apart from sorry. And there's
we've already had one, it's disastrous, from a Conservative MP who is in with us.
Yes, well, understatement.
And for a satirical magazine, have there ever been 6 weeks more glorious than the past 6 weeks?
Not that I can remember.
Or indeed 14 years.
The campaign was fabulous. And again, not many commentators saying part of the reason the Tories are getting such a kicking is they did run the worst campaign ever. And I know support was the same at the end as it was at the beginning, but you'd have thought the governing party could have managed to change that.
Worst
and it
bit.
Was fabulous.
Worst bit?
Worst bit. I thought the coming home early from D-Day was it partly because it just suggested that no one had ever met anyone in Britain. We're quite keen on the Second World War. I don't know if anyone's looked at the bestseller lists. That's what's in them. Documentaries, mostly about the Nazis. I mean, it doesn't take a huge amount of knowledge of this country to think, just stand there for the day.
I mean, people familiar with your work, whether it's on Have I Got News for You or relatively frequent appearances on Question Time, will know that you can be very pithy. Tough to be pithy about 14 years, but how would you sum up these 14 years of Tory government?
Bad.
Oh, come on, you can do better than that. That's not satire.
No, that's stating the obvious, but that's where satire goes sometimes.
I know.
No, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that they're being judged not just on the 6 weeks, but the 6 weeks, everything turned into a metaphor for everything else.
John? I was just thinking of the John Major, Boris Yeltsin story, where John Major asks Yeltsin, what do you think, what's the state of the Russian economy? He says, good. But Mr. President, if you were to give a longer answer, what would it be? not good.
Okay,
Sorry.
I would add very bad.
Exactly.
But it got to the point where the Conservatives were doing these photo opportunities, and I said, you know, there were a group of journalists, and I said, it wouldn't matter what he stood in front of, the Titanic, the brewery, you'd find it funny. And the Spads were all furious and saying, well, if we put him in front of a desk, would that please you? And then someone said, clear your desk. Which made me laugh.
I mean, the rain with no umbrella, it was an indelible image. It stuck in your head, the sort of drowned rat. And then they didn't literally go and stand in front of the Titanic, or where the Titanic was built.
The following day.
The following day. And you looked at the long shot of what we called Drowning Street, which obviously made us laugh at the time. The journalists all had umbrellas. Even that discredited profession, which isn't great on foresight.
Do you think
they had a plan,
we had umbrellas?
They had a plan, but not an umbrella.
Do you think maybe the Steve McLaren moment was too indelibly, in someone's mind anyway, if not Rishi Sunak, someone else's?
I suppose so, but they're always trying to avoid the last disaster, and then they walk straight into the next one. And again, Michael would know this, but usually Tory prime ministers are really desperate to get 5 minutes with an American president. If you remember, Sunak was going to airports and helping Biden with his bags, anything to say hello. He gets a chance on D-Day to stand there next to him, free photo op, and he says, no, I'll go home and do an interview.
With Paul Brand of ITV, which won't go well. That's a great idea.
In which someone will be rude to you again.
Well, listen, you were talking earlier on, both of you, about the exit poll and how it is not certain. A few other things aren't certain. Well, not least we have many, many, many seats to come still. Interestingly, Billericay and Basildon, as we've mentioned a couple of times, that seat, which could see the Conservative Party chairman Richard Holden lose his seat and fail big time there. That would be a big scalp of the night. But there is a full recount taking place at that seat. Lewis is here all night for us. There have been some more constituencies. You're not going anywhere. With Reform in second place. Tell us more.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's just worth looking at this because it's going to be a big feature of the politics of the new Parliament. Just these seats here, mainly in the North East, though not exclusively. See, just in numerical terms here, where the Reform Party, pretty much from nowhere in nearly all of these seats, leapfrogging the Conservatives into second place. So Blyth and Ashington, 20,000 Labour, 10,000 for Reform. Barnsley North, 18,000, 10,000 for Reform. Go down to Sunderland Central, 16,000, 10,000 for Reform. Now, Labour are saying that they think, by their calculations, that Reform aren't necessarily going to do quite as well in numerical terms in seats as the exit poll perhaps suggested. But that's going to be cold comfort for a lot of these Labour MPs who, of course, have done well tonight because the Labour Party is getting a majority of 170 tonight. It's probably their high watermark for the next generation. But what happens over the course of the Parliament? What does Keir Starmer do? How does he modify Labour politics to address this question, when you consider, of course, as well, that as the night goes on and we start to see Labour MPs being returned against, say, Greens in second place, or the Lib Dems in second place, just managing to balance that delicate calibration of the politics of the Parliament is going to be difficult for Starmer.
I tell you what, though, one of the interesting things about the exit poll, and again, Sheila, going back to what you were saying, it might not be accurate. When the exit poll came out, they were giving Barnsley North as 99% certain that it would go to Reform. And Dan Jarvis has been returned with an 8,000 majority. Now, if that was one of the strong, likely seats for Reform, and Labour have held it with an 8,000 majority, again, maybe we need to rethink what some of this exit poll is showing us. That, Reform is certainly doing really, really well. Actually, Labour are holding on.
And just as well, we've just had Swindon North, the other Swindon seat.
Yep.
Another gain for Labour, this time on an even bigger swing of 18.7%. Again, more than the exit poll would imply. So generally speaking, around the country, Lib Dem battlegrounds, Labour battlegrounds, the Tories are doing worse than the exit poll would suggest.
Michael, we are seeing patterns here which we were not expecting at 10 p.m. Just tell us more. We're seeing, a much stronger performance by Reform, but not necessarily, as John Semple was saying, translating into seats.
No, and I think it, I don't know who makes these decisions about how much we depend on the exit poll and how much we should be saying rock. We've had a number of results now. We should be relying a lot more on them for our forecast. and that there are clearly flaws in the exit poll in terms of the Labour support, the Reform support, and how it translates into seats. And maybe that decision to switch over, or at least to put more emphasis on the results rather than the exit poll, needs to be made by broadcasters collectively.
And Michael Crick, I don't want to cast nasturtiums, but you've been observing these things for a very long time. Are you beginning to think that the exit poll actually might have been a little kind to the Conservatives, given some of those southern results?
Definitely. I mean, if Basildon and Billericay is gone to a recount, and it's, what is it, number 40 or something on the list? That's way below the cut-off point of 131. Now, admittedly, local circumstances, Richard Holden being parachuted in and all of that, but nonetheless, that shouldn't make that amount of difference.
I was with some senior Conservatives at the end of last week, and that we were reflecting on what might happen, and one of them said, the one thing that I'm really looking forward to is doing very badly, the party doing very badly in Basildon and Billericay. We'd all be laughing for days. So there's a certain amount of schadenfreude, as the French would put it.
And Iain, here's what's with us. Let's say, even if they get fewer than the 13 that the exit poll, they being Reform, fewer than the 13 that the exit poll initially said, Nigel Farage looking strong in Clacton, Nigel Farage in Parliament, I mean, there's material for you if ever there was.
Yeah, well, if you remember his performance in the European Parliament over the years, he said, I'll go there and be annoying, and he delivered on that promise, and that's what he'll do again. And it feels to me a bit like that European election where, I mean, they got, 30%? I mean, there was this vast thing, and everyone was sort of surprised and not expecting it. But in the end, it didn't turn into what they thought it would turn into. And I'm really interested in someone to say, well, how on earth will Labour, if they get a thumping majority, deal with Reform? With any luck, they'll ignore them. I mean, that's the point of having an enormous majority.
Do you think that we in the liberal media elite, perhaps...
Yes, we're at the centre of bubble wokeness here.
All of that. But do we get something wrong with people like Nigel Farage? Because he says irritating things or extraordinary things, and his candidates are saying even more extraordinary things. And we kind of assume, well, that's it over for him.
Yeah.
But somehow, when it comes to these sort of elections, a lot of the public just shrugs and says, well, don't really care very much.
Yeah, and I think, he is a magnet for a certain sort of protest. And again, I was talking to people earlier this evening who said there are quite a lot of young people who think it's quite edgy to say, I'm voting Reform. It marks you out as protesting against your parents, whichever way they happen to go. And no one ever felt very edgy voting Lib Dem. Sad but true. But when they get sort of 16% in the exit poll, no one says, well, I think the major parties have got to adjust themselves to deal with the Lib Dems. I mean, has anyone ever said that?
Well, maybe this time they will a bit. I mean, if there's a big chunk of Lib Dems there, and they've got policies to the left of Starmer and, to the left of Starmer in Europe, he may have to think about them.
Yeah, and if the Lib Dems get Tunbridge Wells, which I gather is...
They have.
They've actually got it. Sorry, I was very busy having
that's fine.
a pizza.
Tea and a cake.
That's fantastic. Well, we've now got Liberal of Tunbridge Wells. I mean, that's fantastic.
As they said, irritated of Tunbridge Wells.
One of the interesting aspects of tonight is that traditionally it's the Lib Dems who say we're cheated by the electoral system. Tonight, if the way figures are going, the Lib Dem number of seats won't be that far off the proportion of votes. So they can no longer complain that much about the electoral system. It's Reform that will be making the complaints. If, in fact, the number of seats they get is way below even the 13 that we predicted in the exit poll, and yet they've gained 50% more than the Lib Dems. They will be the champions of electoral reform.
I think there's a very interesting media point here, actually, which is, let us assume, for the sake of argument, that Nigel Farage is in the House of Commons with only 1 or 2 or 3 other Reform MPs, but they have had 5 or 6 million people voting for them. Do the broadcasters, do the main newspapers look at him differently and think, you may not have many MPs, you may not have many councillors, but we have to take you seriously, we have to give you an even bigger media pulpit than you have had thus far, in which case he becomes a kind of voice of the opposition outside Parliament. We haven't had that before.
Well, he's bound to do that anyway, because he's a good broadcaster. He's box office. He's always got something interesting to say. We're not going to be able to keep him off our screens, but he will have an extra authority if he gets up to that 6 million vote figure, even if it's him and one other in the House of Commons. And of course, when they dole out this short money, the government subsidies for political parties, that they make allowance for not just the number of MPs they have, but the number of total votes.
He has his first MP.
Who's that?
Lee Anderson has won very easily.
Well, that's not
in Ashington.
Yeah.
In Ashfield, yeah.
Ashfield.
It's not much of a surprise.
Hartlepool is coming in as we speak as well, so they might be about to have their second.
Oh, okay. So Lee Anderson, that's 3 parties he's now.
Yeah, Labour, the Conservatives and Reform, yeah.
Well, that's inspiring, isn't it?
Well, more news from the Liberal Democrats as well, who are claiming to have taken the seat of the Justice Secretary Alex Chalk. And we're expecting announcements from other key constituencies in the next half hour or so. We'll be as many as we possibly can. We'll bring you everything, all of the results and the implications of them. You're listening to Britain Decides here on LBC. The time is 2:19.
This is LBC. Details. Britain Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
And here at Britain Decides on LBC, we have Ian Hislop in the studio with us, along with the news agents, our colleagues Lewis Goodall and John Sopel. And a few little bits of breaking news for you. It's beginning to happen at speed. The Lib Dems say they have defeated Justice Secretary Alex Chalk in Cheltenham, but Hartlepool is about to declare, and it looks as if Labour are going to win it over Jill Mortimer. That's very interesting, because that was one of the seats that Reform thought that they might take earlier in the evening and was being talked about, but it looks like Labour are going to take that. We've also got declarations for Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, and find out what happens to George Galloway coming pretty soon. In Rochdale, Labour believe they have just got the seat. They're quietly confident it will not warrant a recount.
So that would be George Galloway's seat that he won in the by-election. I'm also hearing that sources are reporting that Reform think they've won Boston and Skegness. So that would return Richard Tice to the House of Commons. So that would be Lee Anderson, Tice, and presumably Farage. So at least 3.
Another remarkable result, really, which is the Labour have gained Colchester in Essex. That's a seat that has not been Labour since 1945.
The Tories had a double Olympic gold medal.
You were talking about that earlier.
It was Labour's 126th target seat, and I think that we haven't had many seats yet from the southeast of England, sort of Labour-oriented seats, where they're hopeful. I suspect that there is a feeling within the Labour Party that they might do better in terms of percentage vote share gains than they're doing in the north of England in their old heartlands at the moment. But
is it too late in the evening to remind ourselves how James Cracknell described the Tory campaign this time round?
Yes, he wasn't keen.
He wasn't keen. It was a tower or something.
Wasn't the phrase suboptimal?
That was the kind of general impression, I think. Something like that.
It was the C word.
He'd actually said he wanted to see Britain back in the EU within 25 years as well, so that would have been an interesting Conservative MP, perhaps.
He once gave me a little bit of training for a triathlon I was doing. But to be fully honest, the swimming leg of a triathlon that I was doing. Only the swimming leg. But didn't get him into Parliament, did it? Didn't get him into Parliament. Is it time for a recap of the exit poll, such as it is, because we don't know exactly what these results are in the end? Labour, if you're just joining us, because I know people are tuning in throughout the night, a fairly stonking night, a very stonking night for Labour, 410 seats, Conservatives 131. We think potentially that could go down. Lib Dems 61, maybe that might go up. Reform are on 13, we are told. They've just had a win in Ashfield. Lee Anderson, the SNP on 10, and other parties on 25. When do we call this thing? Not now, not yet.
Well, when we get to 326, but it won't be. I mean, you know,
we thought it was going to be 4:15. I think it's going to be later than that, given how the results are coming.
The results
through.
have been a bit slower than we thought. Yeah. Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
I guess 4:45, something like that.
Can I just say earlier, we were talking about whether Farage gets too much coverage. Yeah. Before I came into this studio, I watched him, and he said. There are no reform spokesmen on the mainstream media, on the main channels. This is typical of what's happening. And it cut to the BBC, where there was a reform person, and then Anne Widdecombe on Channel 4. And you
Who
thought,
was pro-reform, was she?
And you just thought, good. So straightforwardly, he's just making suggestions straight away, which turned out not to be true within about 2 seconds.
But I do wonder whether, when he gets into the House of Commons, he will be judged by different standards. He'll be a backbench MP. He won't be able to go and parade around and kind of just be this voice that the system is unfair. He is part of the system. He is an elected representative in the House of Commons and presumably will be judged slightly by different standards than he has been until now.
That's very optimistic. The words Boris and Johnson.
and Donald and Trump. Yeah, in a different...
I think he will struggle to perform like an ordinary backbencher. He won't want to serve on committees. I mean, he never did in the European Parliament. And you find with these populist figures, Galloway, Livingston, Salmond, that they like going along there and making speeches, but the actual drudgery of sitting on committees, dealing with constituents' problems. I mean, I remember a friend of mine who used to work for Farage, now sadly passed away, remembers a conversation with Farage where he'd been approached by a woman complaining about dog dirt in the park, and Farage dealt with her reasonably well, but he then turned to my friend and said, God, is this what you have to do if you're MP, deal with problems like that? And my friend said, yes, Nigel, that's what you have to do as an MP, deal with problems like that. And he found it rather off-putting. Now, you can get staff to do that, I suppose, but there are other aspects to being an MP than just making speeches.
Absolutely. He said, I've got better things to do than spend my weekends in Clacton, didn't he? During the period just before he started the campaign. Nobody cares.
You mentioned George Galloway there. I think we should sort of hover over that possibility. If Labour have indeed taken back that seat, my former colleague Paul Waugh, a very good member of the parliamentary lobby, a very good journalist, taking on George Galloway there. Galloway was always exactly what you said there, Michael. He was a rather lonely and forlorn figure once he got into the House of Commons. He expected to be surrounded by admirers from the Labour bench. It didn't happen. He's
very good at winning seats and then losing them. So he won the seat in the East End, didn't he, in 2005 against Una King, lost it at the next election, won the seat in Bradford at the by-election in 2012, lost it at the next election. This case, he seems to have lost it within 4 months, if indeed he has.
We're just seeing the first pictures of Keir Starmer arriving at his constituency in King's Cross. Lots of hugs, lots of smiles, presumably from Labour colleagues and friends there. But that is the first visible reaction and response we've got from Keir Starmer. I mean, this is the thing he's been working for solidly for 5 years, an extraordinary moment.
Do you think he's going to say it's a bit early to say?
Well, and I noticed Angela Rayner said at the very beginning, it's encouraging.
Encouraging. His father was a toolmaker, of course. And just in terms of another Labour gain, Labour have now gained Cannock Chase. With a swing, the largest ever swing seen from Conservative to Labour at a general election. So that's 25.7%. So we are seeing swings now that are going far over and above the exit poll implication that we saw at the start of the night. So this could be
by-election territory, that is.
It is by-election territory, exactly, Michael. We don't normally see that at a general election, and Telford wasn't much short of it either.
Again, a very, that was Gerald Howarth's area, wasn't it, in the old days? A very right-wing MP in a very right-wing area, so it is astonishing. Some of the most beautiful woodland in the middle of England, by the way, in the middle of it, Cannock Chase, highly recommended.
Well, it was a seat that went from Labour to Conservative on a big swing in 2010, and it was a seat that when we knew that David Cameron, one way or another, was heading to Downing Street.
Seems to me we should abandon this exit poll and just go on the results. We get a much better forecast from looking at the results than we do from the exit
and
poll.
The swing.
But there are still vagaries, aren't there? There are still odd results that are coming in where you kind of they're not. There's no uniform swing, is there, taking place? What it does look is that Labour are being brutally efficient in getting the votes where they need to get them.
And Lib Dems are being even more efficient. I mean, look at they're getting their 60 seats on what is it, 12% of the vote?
Indeed. The Conservative Party is finding itself in the middle of a vice tonight.
And if I may say so, that these are two efficiencies which find themselves in a relationship, because after all, I think the Labour Party pulled out of about 80 seats across the south of England, effectively no money, no canvassing, they're sending all their people elsewhere in order to help the Liberal Democrats against the Conservatives.
Has there ever been any conversations between the two parties about this? Or is it just they know what to do, you know? And we know where you're...
What's your guess?
There've been conversations,
I think
for sure. Ed Davey, Keir Starmer, like each other, they're the same age more. I think Ed Davey's 58, Keir Starmer's 61. They're the same age, equally obsessed about giving their families privacy and so forth. They're not really natural parliamentarian politicians. They get on very well, and I'm quite sure there's been conversations about this way back.
And what's been going on in local Labour parties in a lot of these seats is that the activists, particularly down in the southwest, have been blocked from doing any canvassing because they've been blocked from access to the centralised canvassing system. And so they've been sort of forced out of their own constituencies to go and fight in a target seat. And that is all part of this unofficial relationship between those two parties. There was a lot of business about it,
And given the sort of the public persona of Ed Davey, you know, he's falling off a board or coming down a slide. The fact that he's being ruthlessly efficient behind the scenes isn't really part of the narrative. And I do like this because during the campaign, everything everyone said wasn't true. So they said, you know, Keir, he's very boring. No one likes that. Why can't he just say what he's going to do? Because it works. So he didn't do that. So everyone said, can you just give us some detail? And he went, no. And it seems to be paying off. And with the Lib Dems, it's very stupid you coming down a water slide. Yeah, but it's working, isn't it?
How many of your front pages recently have been Ed Davey flying around on a bungee jump or similar?
We had to apologise, actually, because we put him on the front with a sort of bus saying, next stop, Chessington World of Adventure. And it wasn't. It was Alton Towers. we got that terribly wrong.
I must admit, I did, when he was doing the bungee jump, I did have a moment where I thought, what if something? Because I think they're insane.
I find it very disconcerting. I wouldn't like to do that.
I wouldn't do that if my life depended on it.
But it has distracted, hasn't it, from the whole post office thing, in which he
was implicated,
And at the beginning of the campaign, and remember that one of the postmasters got him live on a phone in Lee Castleton, I think it was, and gave him a really hard time.
If they're asking us about the bungee jumps, they're not asking about tuition fees, which is another good point.
Yes, another historic unforgiven.
Exactly.
And listen, because of the time of the morning it is, it's possible one of you has already said this, or Andrew might have already said this, but the independent candidate for Ladywood, Ahmed Yaqub, says he's confident he's taken that seat from Labour's Shabana Mahmood. We might well be speaking to Yaqub shortly, and of course Shabana Mahmood, Labour's national campaign coordinator, and also former Shadow Justice Secretary. Will this be Gaza?
I spent some time in Ladywood in the campaign and spent some time with Mr. Yaqub. Good luck in the interview, that's all I can say to you. He is an extraordinary character. He has used TikTok to enormous effect, and I have to say that when I was there in the constituency, as bizarre a character as he is in many ways, with an interesting past, his name and face recognition for an independent candidate was astonishing.
And he's backed by Galloway, isn't he?
Well, he's not formally so, but they are friendly.
And he used to own a Lamborghini and a Rolls Royce.
A yellow Lambo.
And he's now got rid of them.
Yeah, he's now got rid of them now.
So
yes,
we get a measure of what kind of... He's going to be one of the more colourful members of the House of Commons.
It was a combination. I mean, if that's true, bear in mind, Birmingham Ladywood, if that's true, Birmingham Ladywood was the 6th safest seat in the country. Shabana Mahmood in 2019 had 80% of the vote in a very bad year for the Labour Party. So if it is true that he's come even close to overturning it, it will be one of the most astonishing results of the night in one of the safest seats in the night for one of Keir Starmer's closest allies.
And how often does an independent MP get elected in this country? I think, what's the last one? Richard Taylor?
Richard Taylor, he
Richard Taylor in Wire Forest.
And he was the doctor, wasn't he?
Yeah, and
so it's very specific.
You know, normally when it happens, they're independents who've left a party, whereas in this case, he's an independent full stop. Or I think he may have been a Labour Party member in the past or something.
I think we will see, if that is the case, irrespective, we will see, and I've heard this from Labour sources throughout the night already, concern in constituencies with big Muslim populations about the effect of Gaza. We can see it in the campaign, about the effect of the Labour Party. We saw it in Rochester. The Labour Party's position on Gaza is going to cost them, if not every seat, where there is a big Muslim population, it is going to cost them big time in terms of percentage of the vote.
Yeah, which has come through day after day on the phones on LBC. Let me just remind you who is with us around the table, because we're all getting very excitable and chatting over each other sometimes. Ian Hislop is with us. Needs no interruption. Absolutely. Needs no interruption ever. Andrew Marr and myself, of course, Sheila Fogarty with you here, along with our newsagents colleagues John Sopel and Lewis Goodall and Michael Crick with us as well. You can watch live on Global Player. We are going to take calls later, but really we're still waiting for some. I mean, there have been some key results already which we can go through, but we're still waiting for some pretty important ones. Billericay and Basildon being high on that list. That was on the schedule as coming in at 12:15, midnight 15, but there is a full recount of that one. We're waiting for Broxbourne as well. On Broxbourne, safe Tory seat, well, it was one. Lewis, a word on that.
Just hearing that the Conservatives have held Broxbourne.
Oh, they have.
But with a majority slash from over 20,000 to 2,000. And so, some people saying that probably counts as a win tonight for the Conservatives.
It needed a 20% swing, but what will definitely not count as a win is Lib Dem source telling me just now that they are confident of sailing to victory, in Henley. So Henley, as conservative as you might imagine it could possibly be in Oxfordshire, of course, the former seat of not only Michael Heseltine but Boris Johnson as well, and it has been conservative in one form or another since 1910. So that will be a remarkable result from the Lib Dems if that proves to be the case, that they have won in Henley.
And they're hanging on, Labour, I should say, are hanging on in a couple of seats where they were chased down by Reform, really. The exit poll had the Conservatives down 22 points in Barnsley North, with Labour down 2 and Reform up 19, but didn't quite turn out that way. And there's, again, these images of Keir Starmer and his wife Victoria are doing the rounds as well, where he has just gone to King's Cross for his count, which will be coming soon.
We've got the George Galloway result coming in. I can't yet see who's won that, but... and one more result while I'm waiting. Error wash.
Paul Ward, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,000.
That's Rochdale. Paul Ward. That is clearly very excitable Labour supporters. Paul Waugh was a journalist with the I newspaper. Andrew, you'll know him from, and he looks, by the sounds of that cheering, looks to have beaten
He has won. He has beaten George Galloway.
Yeah.
So that means that the Gaza effect is regional.
It's regional and doesn't go on forever either. I mean,
interesting.
Somebody who'll be watching all of this with great attention is Wes Streeting, who's had a very, very aggressive campaign against him up in Enfield on the same issue. And I think if there's one Labour scalp, as it were, the Gaza movement wanted more than anything else, is Wes Streeting's.
Jess Phillips, I think, is very worried about it as well, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. But, I mean, you say it's regional, but, I mean, there are... I think Labour is going to have lost a lot of Muslim votes, actually, in Lancashire, probably, as well as the West Midlands, and that may affect other seats in Lancashire.
And it's worth saying, Paul Waugh and Rochdale only just won. It's about 2,000 votes ahead. Yeah. So a reversal from the by-election for sure, but clearly the Gaza effect lingering in Rochdale.
Well,
all right.
Luke Trill of More in Common is in Leicester Square for us. He's done a lot of polling for the newsagents throughout the campaign. Luke, your reflections so far on the results that we're seeing, not the exit poll?
Well, it's a historic night by any standards, but what's jumped out to me is just how efficient that Labour vote is proving to be. You see in places like Swindon, in Telford, in Cannock Chase, those seats which were quite big Tory majorities, Labour getting very big swings. In some of those red wall seats where the Tories had smaller majorities, you're seeing Labour make smaller, almost non-existent gains, but still being able to take the seat. So the electoral math is working out very well for Labour so far tonight, very badly for the Tories, and of course the Liberal Democrats. That Harrogate result clearly benefiting from tactical voting. So my assessment so far is that exit poll that we saw looks slightly generous on the upside for the Conservatives.
Which is quite something given how bad it was. So fair to say, not a disaster for the Conservatives, a complete catastrophe.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the worst result in the history of the Conservative Party, and there is going to be a lot of soul-searching about what went wrong. You know, there are a number of seats where the Reform vote, quite a number, where the combined Tory Reform vote is bigger than the Labour majority, so you'll get that big debate about uniting the right. But if you look at some of those big reform gains, it seems to me that they are very definitely also eating into traditional Labour voters as well. So I think it would be a mistake to assume that reform vote is purely disgruntled Conservatives.
And thinking about that exit poll, it was saying there would be 13 Reform MPs, but with the 2 Barnsley seats having been held, and they've failed to get those, and the same also with Hartlepool, then it's clearly going to be a smaller number than 13, isn't it?
Almost certainly at this stage. As you say, those Barnsley seats were top of the list for Reform gains. It is very difficult for Reform to gain seats directly from Labour, and I think that's where the exit poll might have been slightly off on those seats. Obviously, we've seen Lee Anderson winning Ashfield. It looks likely they will win Clacton and Boston and Skegness, but I think we're looking more at 5-ish seats than the 13 that was originally projected. And that might actually be a good thing for Nigel Farage and Reform UK. Bear in mind, the candidate in Barnsley North, who was projected to win, was one of the ones they'd had to disown because of that racism scandal.
Yes, of course.
Luke, I just want... Luke, it's John Sopel here. Hi. I just wonder, you say that you think that the exit poll is slightly out. Would you like to hazard a guess as to where the Tories are going to end up?
Oh, I mean, it's so difficult to say, and you know the pattern of results is very look. If you were to put maybe closer to 120, 115 at this stage is probably where I would put them. I don't think it will be massively out, but because of that fragmentation of the vote, you know, we're likely to see the lowest number of seats for the two parties combined in recent history. It's very difficult for the exit poll to project everything right. There were lots of too close to call seats. They seem at the moment to be breaking more against the Conservatives.
Can I just ask, I mean, it's very important for us to get the right image of how big a disaster it is, and we're slightly running out. We've done the Titanic a couple of times on the front cover of the Eye.
We need to cross to Ed Davies' seat, Kingston and Surbiton.
Workers' Party,
surely.
395. Jason Chinnery, the official monster raving loony party, 230.
Thank you.
Deberti Das, the Green Party, 3009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dame, Labour Party, 6,561.
My name is
Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davies...
Yeah, so Ed Davey, as expected, with a very big majority there. So the bungee jumping paid off. But, I mean, the numbers that they appear to be getting in this exit poll, which I know we're not relying wholly on, but what kind of force do you see them being in Parliament, Michael?
The Lib Dems, well, I mean, they will be vying with the Conservatives to be the opposition, really. I mean, it looks like the Lib Dems will be, half the size of the Conservatives if we go on the idea of perhaps 60 Lib Dems and 120 Conservatives. Now, of course, the Conservatives get the official opposition rights and asking the questions at
But the numbers make a difference.
In the numbers, yeah. It's... and of course they are, we heard Sadiq Khan tonight admit that the Lib Dems are now to the left of the Labour Party, and that will make life interesting too.
He's making a speech now, let's listen.
Surbiton and this great community over many years, and I'm humbled
that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team, and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign.
Random applause, I think, from a different count. This is Angela Rayner now at her seat.
We worked so hard to give this result. And I give the same thanks to the police who have kept us safe and all the other public servants who make our democracy work. I would also like to thank the other candidates, because democracy only works when people put themselves forward for office. I want to also say a few words of thanks to my family, my friends, the whole Labour team, and all those that have supported me, especially my agent, Jed Cooney. You have been such a source of strength to me, not just over the last weeks, but throughout my political life. You've stood by me, you've had my back, and now I hope to do you proud in a Labour government. Finally, most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Ashton-under-Lyne who have elected and re-elected me as your Member of Parliament these past 9 years. From the first day you placed your trust in me, it's been a great privilege to represent you in Parliament. I'm proud to have support right across our community, but I'll never take it for granted. So let me say to all those parents doing the most important job there is, raising the next generation, to the small businesses who tirelessly toil every day in the engine room of our economy, to the working people who are the bedrock of our country, there is no greater honour than to serve you. Throughout my life, I have faced challenges, but I've also seen the power that comes from our community. The people on Bridgehall Estate who have always known me as our Ange, the teachers who have had faith in me, the carers who I worked alongside, and the trade unionists I stood alongside. From all of them, I learned that by working together and never taking no for an answer, we can make change and make a difference. As they helped me when I needed it, I am now humbled to have the opportunity to make the difference for others. Because to represent this constituency is a privilege, but it is also a duty, one that I intend to fulfil. It is a vote for change. It is a vote to an end to division and to bring our country together.
Angela Rayner there, who has reform snapping at her heels, as do so many successful Labour candidates tonight. One piece of good news for the Labour Party: they have taken Kilmarnock and Loudon in Scotland from the SNP. And by the way, that was not one of their expected target seats, so they appear to be doing better against the SNP than we had thought. That would be very, very significant in the final total tonight. Now, Lewis, you've got, I think, more numbers from us, this time from Telford, Colchester and Cannock Chase.
I just think it's worth affirming again, Andrew, some of the remarkable swings that we're seeing in these constituencies, which again, as we keep saying, would indicate that the Conservative Party will do considerably worse than the 130 or so that they were at the exit poll. So again, Telford, which had been a Conservative seat since 2010, had a majority of over 10,000 at the last election, a swing of 24.2% from the Conservatives to the Labour Party. It used to be Lucy Allen's seat. She was standing down. She actually endorsed reform in this election. Go to the other part of the country, to another part of the country, to the east of the country in Essex, in Colchester. Again, as I was saying before, this has not been a seat last won by the Labour Party in the general election of 1945. Keir Starmer can share the accolade with Clement Attlee of being the only Labour Party leader to win Colchester, swing of over 20%. And Cannock Chase, again, this is a seat, this time again in the West Midlands in Staffordshire, was a seat that went Conservative in 2010 from the Labour Party on a big swing, but a swing of 25%. As we were saying before, this is the biggest single swing in a general election from Conservative to Labour that we have ever seen. As we were saying with Michael Crick before, it's a sort of swing that you would typically normally see at a by-election, not in a general election. As we're seeing in this election, the Labour Party overall vote share, we think now will probably be at about 36% or so, which is pretty low for a winning party, let alone a winning party getting majority of 150, 160, 170, nudging 200. But its vote share is so efficiently distributed across the country, with some tactical voting thrown in as well, that they are crushing the Conservatives in the seats where it matters. They, along with the Lib Dems, putting the Conservatives in a vice-like grip, which probably, we think, on the way things are going to see them do even worse than we saw in the exit poll at the start of the evening, Andrew.
And one final piece of news from Scotland: West Dunbartonshire, another victory by Labour over the SNP. The SNP are having an absolutely dreadful night. Now, one thing, the idea of Scottish independence has hung over this country really since 2014. It's been part of the way outsiders have seen the UK. It's not going to hold together. Scotland's bound to break away. Well, actually, for the next 5 years, that ain't true.
I hesitate to I'm not going to quibble with the arithmetic is going to be the arithmetic in the number of seats. Do you think there has been a decline in support for Scottish independence, or is it the case that the people in Scotland want to see the Tories out? They're also angry with the SNP, not just over leadership and scandal and arrests, but also over gender identity issues. That it was time, it's not against Scottish nationalism, it's against the leadership they've had.
That is a very, very strong part of the story, that's for sure. And the younger the age cohort, the more support for independence there is in Scotland. That's not really changed in the last 20 years or so. However, you can't have it both ways. You can't say a vote for the SNP is a vote for independence, as the SNP have been saying all along, but not voting for the SNP or voting against the SNP is nothing to do with independence. As I say, it's one way or the other. And, despite Alaba, the SNP is the main engine for the independence movement in Scotland. And if it is not backed heavily, as it appears to be tonight, that's going to have a real impact on the constitutional issue.
Ian Hislop?
I mean, Keir Starmer has been lucky in his opponents, hasn't he?
Sure.
Not only did he get Rishi Sunak's political abilities to run a campaign and to engage with the public, he got the SNP imploding. And in a number of those sort of speeches of the winning parties, you hear people putting in phrases like obeying the rules, which doesn't just mean we remember Partygate and Boris. It means the SNP, half of your leadership's been arrested. I mean, there is a sense in which I think the public has sort of had it with corruption, crookery, and a feeling that they're the only people who actually obey the law. And I think that's for Starmer, who looks upright, he prosecuted people, he didn't go to jail or get fined, which is a fairly big advantage nowadays. That has been terrific for him.
This means, however, the first person to steal a pencil under the Labour government is going to have to be executed in public to ensure that we all understand times have changed.
Well, I stole your pen earlier today.
Right, you're in deep, deep trouble.
No appeal.
Listen, just to remind people that Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, is already at his count, and he's been greeted, as you can imagine, by Labour colleagues to hugs and kisses and smiles. Nigel Farage, I have just been told, has appeared at his count location in Clacton as well. On that question of independence that you've just been discussing, Luke Trill of More in Common is here. What are people telling you about independence in Scotland? Luke Trill in Leicester Square. I think we can hear from him now. Yeah, go on, Luke. Start again.
Thank you. What we've heard in our focus groups is that what seems to have shifted the dial in Scotland is a fall in the salience of independence. So overall support for independence hasn't gotten lower, but the ranking that people place on it has. And what we would hear when we talk to people was they were torn between the idea of we just need change in Westminster, so we're going to vote Labour, get the Tories out, ensure there's a majority there, and the sort of heart pull of, but if we have an SNP contingent, do we have a distinctive Scottish voice in Westminster? And what I think has clearly happened is the former of those has won out. People have decided we want change. They're obviously frustrated at the troubles that the SNP have been having in recent years, and they've decided we're going to back Labour, and the SNP on course for a really terrible night tonight. If the exit poll is right, they will have lost a bigger proportion of their seats than the Conservatives will have lost. But I'm not sure that it means that much for independence in general. Instead, it's just where independence ranks on people's list of priorities.
Thanks for now, Luke. Lewis.
Just quickly, Sheila, the Lib Dems think they've got another astonishing seat. They think they've beaten George Osborne's former advisor Rupert Harrison in Bicester and Woodstock. So Lib Dem source saying to me the birthplace of Winston Churchill and the home of Blenheim Palace now has a Lib Dem MP. That illustrates the Lib Dem triumph here and across Oxfordshire. Honestly, I think we can safely say that on the basis of the sheer aggression, the sheer success that the Lib Dems are having and Labour in their key target seats, this could end up being a much worse night for the Conservatives even than we thought at the start of the evening.
I think Bicester was one of the targets on the MRP polls that would suggest the Tories would lose.
Well, I think some of these suggest they're getting up to about 70 rather than 60. Bicester, I would say that was in the 60 to 70 range, and one or two of the others.
And Labour have now gained Ken Clarke's old seat of Rushcliffe in Nottinghamshire.
That's less surprising.
Surprising, but still, I think Labour are now on 67 seats overall. The Conservatives currently on 8.
And the MP there is Alistair Campbell's nephew.
I did
James
not know
Nash.
that.
Yes.
I did not know that.
And Morgan McSweeney. I wanted to speak to you briefly about Morgan McSweeney. So this is Labour's sort of election campaign mastermind, Andrew. People who've not heard of him, who is he?
He's from Cork in the Irish Republic. He is a wiry, ferocious street fighter of a campaigner who has been alongside Starmer almost all the way through, and who devised this campaign of absolutely ruthlessly targeting the seats that they thought they could take. He sends campaigners from one seat to 20 or 30 miles away if he wants to. He has complete control of the Labour campaign. I think it's the first time in my lifetime, or certainly my observing of politics, that the Labour Party has had a better tactical organiser and campaigner than the Tories. He is better than Isaac Livido in Central Office.
To say the least.
Yeah, to say the least. He has been absolutely, he's a really, really, and I think he's going to go into government with Keir Starmer, and part of his role is to ensure that Keir Starmer in government doesn't forget about the Labour Party and forget why he's there.
I spoke to him the other day, and he was in disbelief, for example, about the Tory campaign. So the Tories have the element of surprise. They call the election, they know for days in advance when they're going to call the election, and you buy up all the best spaces for media ads, the billboards, and, on online and in all the best places. They were so busy apparently going to go to the betting shops, They.
Can I interrupt
Okay.
you? Let's cross to Camden. Keir Starmer is coming on stage for the count, and we've got one eye on Clacton as well. But back to Keir Starmer. I think we're about to hear his declaration, are we?
Just leave a little bit long, so I'm going to just step off for a minute.
Yeah, they're just Elmo from the Muppets appears to be one of the candidates.
And Keir Starmer's smiling broadly in his red tie.
Yeah.
I, Jenny Rowlands,
and glad handing.
Here we are.
At the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the incredible flying brick, the official monster raving loony party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar Independent, 40. Mireen Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884. Number of votes cast across Holborn and St Pancras constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 38,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 223, and they were rejected for the following reasons: want of official mark, 0; voting for more than one candidate, 73; writing or mark by which the voter can be identified, 2; unmarked or void for uncertainty, 148. Therefore, I hereby declare that Keir Starmer has been duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Holborn and St Pancras constituency. I now invite the successful candidate to address you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Well, here we go. Keir Starmer.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote, It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight, people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance, a return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Well, the end of that speech from Keir Starmer, Andrew, was very much the beginning of Keir Starmer Prime Minister, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? A very sort of formal address to the country, not just to Holborn and St Pancras. But you have to think about what is going to happen to this man now. He's not going to sleep. You know, he's going to be surrounded by messages, surrounded by things to do. He's going to go to the palace first thing tomorrow morning, at some point tomorrow morning anyway, become Prime Minister, come back, make a speech outside Downing Street to the rest of the country where he will say, you know, we have changed the Labour Party, we're going to govern as a changed Labour Party, and repeat a lot of those campaign messages, and then it'll be absolutely straight in. The family will be moved into Downing Street. Everything in his life is going to change at a remarkable pace, John.
And John, you were saying earlier on that compared to America, it's immediate.
There is no time to get up to speed. He's got to hit the ground running. He'll be on a plane to Washington for the NATO summit. His family have got to move in. He won't have even got to speak to hardly anybody before he's on that plane. And there'll be messages from the King's Private Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary, and they will all be trying to coordinate the dizzying 48 hours that is going to take over Keir Starmer's life now, where it suddenly becomes a very different existence. And he's very protective of his kids, and apparently his younger daughter, very unkeen to be kind of moving from where she knows back into Downing Street. It's going to be tough on all sorts of levels.
Well, there's lots more to come this morning. A significant moment there with Keir Starmer winning his speech. We'll also have more reaction to that speech from Keir Starmer, who is the next Prime Minister. So stay with us here on Britain Decides on LBC. We have our eye on Clacton as well. Nigel Farage has arrived at his count. The time is 3:05 in the morning. Here's Simon Conway with some news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom, Labour is on course for a landslide win in the general election. As counting continues across the UK, the exit poll predicts the party will get 410 seats to the Tories' 131. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, has been re-elected in his seats of Holborn and St Pancras and in North London, and has been speaking in the last few minutes.
I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day.
The Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, has become the first Tory cabinet minister to lose his seat. He's been defeated by the Lib Dems in Cheltenham. Earlier, Conservative Sir Robert Buckland lost to Labour's Heidi Alexander in Swindon South, and he warned politics is at a crossroads.
Do we value those who work to bring people together and who come into politics to do something rather than be someone? Or do we shrug our shoulders and accept that politics is a mere circus?
The Liberal Democrats are forecast to win 61 seats. That would take them back to being the third largest party in the Commons. Leader Sir Ed Davey has been returned as the MP for Kingston and Surbiton.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
Lee Anderson has become Reform UK's first elected MP. He defected from the Conservatives in Ashfield earlier this year and has secured a comfortable majority of 5,500.
I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that.
Reform is projected to win 13 seats overall, and the SNP is forecast to win just 10 seats. Also tonight, George Galloway has been defeated by Labour in Rochdale, having won a by-election there earlier this year. Plaid Cymru are expected to get 4 seats and the Greens 2. Stay with LBC for the latest as results continue to come in. LBC weather, rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees.
Let's cross live right now to Welwyn Hatfield, where Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary, is waiting to hear his fate.
Liberal Democrats, 3,117. Shapps Grant, the Conservative Party candidate, 16,078. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 46. Writing or mark by which voter could be identified.
Well, yet another enormous scalp, as it were. Grant Shapps defeated there by Labour in Welwyn Hatfield. We thought he was one of the ones who might lose his seat, but actually we've had confirmation now. And we have his former colleague, James Heapy, of course, an Armed Forces Minister, left the government, left Parliament. Your reaction to that, James?
Well, for Grant to lose his seat is sad. I enjoyed working with him at the MOD, and he was a good Secretary of State. But it is reflective of the results we're seeing all night long, to be honest. The swing that's gone against Grant is the same scale of thing that's been happening everywhere else. And let's be clear, this is a pretty catastrophic night for my party.
It started off looking like it was a really, really bad night from the exit poll. It's veering towards extinction territory.
Yeah, look, I couldn't quite work out how Reform could be forecast to get as many seats as they were, whilst we were forecast to get as many seats as we were. My sense is that we will end up going lower than that.
Lower than 100, do you think?
I think it's possible. I really do.
That's a dramatic evening. We knew it was going to be a dramatic evening, but it gets more so as the evening goes on. Right, we're joined by many people, including our colleague, Carol Vorderman, who is, as it were, the queen of tactical voting, Carol.
Yes.
How well has it been going?
Well, it's been going fantastically, and it's interesting that you've been commenting about how very accurate the Labour vote has been.
I'm sorry.
Just about to go to Chingford and Ian Duncan Smith's count. This is going to be a really interesting one, closer than people expected.
Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Faiza Shaheen, Independent, 12,445.
So she split the Labour vote, hasn't she?
Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,524.
God. Is Faiza Shaheen done it?
I know she was just under.
No, she was just under by about 100 votes.
but I don't know about IDS.
He's going to win it as a result.
Therefore, I give public notice that Iain Duncan Smith...
Wow!
So Pfizer Shaheen then has successfully, if that's the right word to use here, but successfully split the Labour vote and made a space for Iain Duncan Smith, who, judging by the early part of this exit poll, was 99% certain to lose his seat. John, you want to...
Yeah, because we went to his constituency and spoke to Iain Duncan Smith, and it's absolutely clear to me that there was a guy who was really well connected in his constituency and worked the patch relentlessly for years. And he said, I know the polls are saying I'm going to lose. I don't think I am. And I kind of thought, are you just whistling to keep your spirits up? And then I went to a community library that he had helped establish, and the support for him there from people who had previously been Labour voters actually was really impressive. And the split in the Labour vote,
sent him on his way.
The decision, at the very last minute for Keir Starmer or the NEC to say, right, you're not a candidate to Pfizer Shaheen, has cost them.
There's no doubt that if they'd left Pfizer Shaheen in place, that she would have won the seat,
yes,
on the basis of every other result we're seeing across the country. So that bit of party brinksmanship has cost the Labour Party a seat in Parliament. And IDS, who's represented the seat since 1992, keeps it.
And Carol, we interrupted you in full flow.
Well,
earlier.
no, because the tactical voting. So just on our little website, which was called Stop the Tories, Stop Vote, you might guess what it was about. People had to type in their postcode. And we had no money, all volunteers. 1.75 million postcodes were entered on our website during the campaign. That is significant.
Just in the 6 weeks?
Just in the general election campaign. And yes, because we started to put up on the kind of safe seats some advice early, some came back to us for later advice. But it is significant, on some of these I can tell you how many visitors we had on each, because obviously we had the postcodes in each constituency. And some constituencies were 14,000 postcodes were entered. That's how tactical people have been. And I think the Labour Party has to remember this, that millions of people will have loaned their vote to Labour, and they will be expecting
quick results.
They will be expecting.
Andrew, can I ask you, on that IDS result that we've just seen there, how important do you think his continued presence in Parliament will be for the Tories as they regroup?
I think it's very important. To put this delicately, I think this is going to be a Conservative Party in Parliament in need of a few wise heads and a few survivors, a few people who haven't been scalped. Now, he's a former party leader. He knows the party inside out, and they're going to need people who, as it were, let the next leadership happen.
We're going to go to Henry Riley, our reporter who's in Clacton, where we're expecting the results for Nigel Farage on his 8th attempt to get into the House of Commons in the next few minutes. Henry.
Well, Sheila, good morning. It looks to be 8th time lucky. The candidates, if I just show you down there, are all just walking past. They've just heard the results. Nigel Farage walking past. You can see there's a Reform UK councillor as well, and the Labour candidate, the Conservative candidate. They have just been told the result, of course, in private. They're now heading over to the declaration stage, and they were all shaking Nigel Farage's hand, including Giles Watling, the Conservative MP for the area. So it looks very likely that Nigel Farage has won. He arrived at the count around 15 or so minutes ago. I asked him how he was feeling. He said he was reasonably confident, slightly underplaying it, and said he was very happy, though, with the Reform UK vote share. He told me, I'm not interested in seats, it is the vote share. Those places we've come second, the places where we've had a really good showing, are the story of the night. He said, we'll win a few seats tonight, but the big story is 5 years' time. At that next election, we'll build on these foundations. We're a new party, and Nigel Farage saying this is just the start of it. He plans to win many more seats. Of course, himself, Lee Anderson, he says it doesn't matter how many of us they are, but we will do what we did in the British Parliament, that we did in the European Parliament. We will make sure we are heard, and we will do absolutely everything we can to ensure Reform UK as a political force continues to grow.
That's very, very significant. So a kind of loud, raucous, disruptive group of the kind that was tried out in Brussels so many years ago is going to arrive at Westminster. That's going to change the atmosphere there quite considerably, Henry.
Yeah, quite. And look, Lee Anderson, we know about disruptive voices. Lee Anderson, who better than to be a disruptor to the Conservative Party, to the Labour Party, than Lee Anderson, who's been in both parties before Reform UK. So clearly Nigel Farage will be very happy. He'll be hoping for a few more. He was slightly cautious about going for that exit poll and saying that he was confident they'd get 13 seats. But it's clear, it doesn't matter for him. He thinks they're on course for many millions of votes. And crucially, Andrew, he thinks more than UKIP got back in 2015 when they got 3.8 million votes and just the one seat. Many more votes this time, and if the exit poll is to be believed, many more seats as well.
Well,
thanks for now, Henry. We may come back to you very shortly because that result is imminent, so we'll go straight to it. James, as a Conservative watching these kinds of votes, and again, forgive me, I may interrupt you at a moment's notice. How bad does this feel?
It's pretty gut-wrenching. Not because I don't think it was seen coming, it was, nor actually because it feels undeserved. It doesn't. But because what this means to my party next. The great debate will be whether or not you stake out a big patch of empty turf on the centre-right of British politics or whether you chase reform off to the right. And therein actually is the psychodrama of the last 12 years or so. Because I think the party's become too elastic. There's a wing of the One Nation group that is simply irreconcilable to a wing of the Common Sense group.
Yeah.
And they just can't be in the same organisation anymore. So I would say we've got to stay in the centre-right and let Reform do what they do and make the case for a more moderate version of conservatism. But Suella and co will think otherwise.
Grant Shapps is giving his concession speech, but some thoughts on that constituency from Lewis?
Well, just briefly, Sheila, again, just go back to the swing. It's a swing from Conservatives to Labour, 14.3% in Welwyn Hatfield. So that's a seat that Grant Shapps has had since 2005. It's a seat that Labour haven't had since then, and he becomes the sixth, and we're counting, the sixth Conservative minister tonight to lose their seats, and we still have about 80% of the seats to go.
And we have a few more names on that list of ministers and senior figures and potential future leaders who could be on that list.
Very much so, yes. Just worth noting, actually, one person who has won their seat is Nick Timothy, who, of course, was true in Suffolk West, which was Matt Hancock's seat.
And Steve Barclay has won his.
Yes, indeed. But that will, again, I think, be significant in terms of the future of the Conservative Party.
He's a powerful thinker, very close to Theresa May, but this kind of blue Tory, very, very important figure, very much in the sort of municipal tradition of Toryism, and somebody who thought, I think, that he wasn't going to win.
So he will be a big figure in the next Parliament of what's left of the Conservative
The great slogan of the night of 97 is, where were you for Portillo? When the Portillo moment came and he lost. And tonight it's going to be, where were you for Alex Chalk? Where were you for Gillian Keegan? Where were you for
Grant Shapps?
And the list goes on. And this is a sign of just the magnitude of what is unfolding tonight. And the exit poll, when I first saw the exit poll, I wondered whether the Conservatives would do much better than that. But let me stop.
It's Nigel Farage, I think, about to speak.
Well, he appears to be speaking before the result.
No, he's not.
That's very on brand.
It is very on brand, isn't it? Yeah. Well, we'll go straight to that count, that declaration when it comes. But let's take a break for a minute. It's 3:19.
This is LBC.
Claims.
Britain decides on LBC. Text 84850.
If you are just joining us here at LBC for the overnight election results programme, Britain Decides. Well, Britain has made quite a few decisions today. It's decided it wants Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. Keir Starmer's seat declaration came about 20 minutes ago or so in Camden and King's Cross. The Clacton result involving Nigel Farage for reform is coming shortly. We'll go straight to it as soon as that that announcement begins, that declaration begins. In the studio, of course, my co-presenter and friend Andrew Marr,
Heidi ho.
John Sopel of the Newsagents, Lewis Goodall of the Newsagents, Carol Vorderman is here, LBC presenter, and much else besides, and James Heapy, Conservative here, who's, I think, in a very manful way, taking it on the chin.
Yeah, but the British people are infinitely wise, and shouting at them through LBC's microphone seems pretty silly. The people that need to do the reflecting are my party, not the public.
Oh, well done you. There was one Conservative writer in the Telegraph this morning, I noticed, saying the real problem in this country is the voters.
Bon chance.
There's the famous American politician who said, the people have spoken, the bastards.
Can we say that at 3:20 in the morning?
I think I just had
Hang on, it's 3:22 in the morning before or after the watershed?
Somewhere in between.
Somewhere in between. Yeah, I think it's safe watershed territory. While we're waiting for that Clacton result, a word, Andrew, on Keir Starmer's speech, because it began as a local MP acceptance speech and the pride in the constituency, but then quickly he moved into Prime Minister, didn't he?
He has a very sort of limited series of rhetorical devices, as it were, but they're all deeply meant. So when he talks about serving the community and service and public service, he really, really means it. It's not terribly exciting. When he said he's got everybody's back, he'll be Prime Minister, so no doubt his constituents will get a very good service. But he does mean these kind of things. He's a very, very old-fashioned figure in a way. And I think when people say, well, he's not a performer, he's not a rhetorician, and he's not very ideological, is he? I think he's the kind of old-fashioned Labour politician that Jim Callaghan, Dennis Healey, and many more would recognise instinctively. Ernie Bevan as well. And we have Lewis Goodall has more news. I can tell because he's jumping up and down. And
I'm just consistently stunned by these results, Andrew. So the Lib Dems have gained the Warwickshire seat of Stratford-upon-Avon, which is
that is a Howie seat.
I told you, that's why I was gesturing in such an aggressive way. The Tories had a majority of nearly 20,000 at the last election. Wow.
And that was a chicken run seat. The Tory candidate there had scalped over from somewhere else.
Well, it hasn't, I'm afraid. The chicken run did not pay off in this case because
what was the majority there?
The majority, I don't have the figure for the majority there, but the swing was 24.5%.
Wow!
Again,
not the Swan of Avon, but the dead chicken of Avon.
Well, quite so. This is again by-election type territory we're seeing in seat after seat.
And Carol, you were talking earlier on about the work that your organisation has done on tactical voting. With what Andrew has just said about Keir Starmer in mind, I think we're going to go to Clacton, are we?
No, Corbyn.
Islington North. Back to you in a moment, Carol. This is Jeremy Corbyn's
1661. Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, independent, 24,000.
Wow. That's 24120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Jostling, 3232. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660. 2660. Traffel Nargan, Labour.
Unlucky, mate.
16,800.
Got it. Definitively a win for Corbyn there in Islington North. I mean, How much of a, given the win, John, given the win that Labour is experiencing tonight overall, how much of a blow is this?
Well, there are two bits of party management where the Labour machine wanted to crush the left. Chingford, where Faiza Shaheen was booted out. Failure, and IDS has got in. And they obviously wanted, most of all, to see Jeremy Corbyn gone from Westminster. And Jeremy Corbyn, and I was getting messages from people in Islington North this evening, you know, kind of saying we've just fallen short, 1,500 votes thereabouts, maybe 2,000, too close to call. Well, it looks like Corbyn has won it by some distance. Yeah, 8, and then it wasn't even close.
8,000.
And you know, I was speaking to canvassers today, and they were saying that in Islington North, the support for Corbyn, particularly on the council estates, was huge, and he had huge numbers of people coming in from all over the country. The Momentum group converged on Islington North to absolutely canvass it completely, and Labour have lost.
And Andrew, you can't discount either his years as the MP in that area.
He has been a very, very popular, very hard-working and successful local MP for a very long time, and people have memories, and there's so many people who have been helped personally by Jeremy Corbyn, or their families have done, and they haven't forgotten it. But again, I think this will have an effect in the coming Parliament, because there's a large number of MPs among the Liberals, on the left of the Labour Party, etc., who will be swirling around certain issues like the two-child benefit cap, and they'll be looking for a bit of leadership, and he'll be there to give it. I think it's a really big own goal by the party managers.
Isn't he more a little kind of stone in the shoe rather than a sort of an irritant, rather than a kind of, you know, place where people will gather and congregate?
I think he will gather people around specific issues. But we're now going to Clacton. Here we go.
Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
Wow.
The number of ballot papers rejected...
Well, that is a monumental win for Nigel Farage, overturning that Conservative seat there hugely. Let's hear from our reporter there, Henry Riley, who's been there, it feels like for days now, Henry.
It does, but I'm still enjoying it. You've just heard there a stonking win for Nigel Farage, actually a very comfortable win as well. The results still coming in. As you can hear, Nigel Farage giving his speech at the moment. 8th time trying for Parliament. Nigel Farage, the new MP for Clacton, and a pretty healthy majority at that. 21,000 votes, a lot more than the Conservative Giles Watling, the incumbent MP. 12,000. Mr Farage speaking at the moment and promising to really...
Henry, can we stop you there and go live to Nigel Farage and hear what he's saying? We'll come back to you.
I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election, and I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
That's Nigel Farage just ending his speech there to applause, having won the seat in Clacton very decisively. There are some other stunning results coming in at the moment. Jonathan Ashworth, who was a very front and centre element of Labour's campaign, he was a candidate in Leicester South, reportedly lost his seat. Might have been confirmed since I last looked.
It has been confirmed, Sheila, yes. This is a stunning result.
By a very small number of votes.
By about 1,000 votes or so. So this is Leicester South. Had a majority, Jonathan Ashworth, the Shadow Paymaster General, of 22,000 in 2019. He's been defeated by an independent candidate, Shocker Adam, pulling off a huge upset, running on a Gaza ticket, running on, or rather in opposition to the Labour Party's policy on Gaza and Keir Starmer in particular. And as we've been talking all night, there are rumours that in Birmingham Ladywood, Shabana Mahmood may suffer the same fate. We've seen in lots of Muslim constituencies or constituencies with big Muslim populations a clear move in opposition towards independent candidates against the Labour Party. I don't think this is going to be the last upset on this score tonight.
Well, we begin to ask ourselves about Wes Streeting up in Enfield, because he's the other person who's been really targeted over Gaza. Now, he's got a huge majority. I think he was completely safe, but I look at this result and I begin to wonder.
Not as large as Jonathan Ashworth was, not as large as Shabana Mahmood. And I think this is what these results, we're seeing lots of odd results tonight. We're seeing an overall pattern, obviously, towards the Labour Party, against the Conservative parties, away from the Conservatives. But we are also seeing in lots of seats, we saw it in Chingford, we're seeing it in Leicester, we saw it in the two Leicester seats, Leicester East as well, where the Conservatives have gained because of a split in the Labour independent vote. We are seeing the volatility of electorates, and this is a salutary reminder to the Labour Party tonight. Yes, they've won big, but they've done so on a relatively small percentage of the vote, and what the electorate giveth, as the Conservative Party will be able to tell you from 2019, they taketh away very easily.
I think this is the night of the great insurgency. I think this is the night of revolt against, the political elite, as it were, and paradoxically, it's going to produce a very, very powerful Labour government who, to many people, will feel like business as usual.
But there are some real shocks in the system as well that are taking place, which have, in 97, when Blair won his landslide, it was only Martin Bell in Tatton.
In his white suit,
yep. Beating Neil Hamilton, and it was the whole issue of Tory sleaze and cash for questions and all the rest of it. That was the only kind of upset. We're seeing upsets in all sorts of places, and it underlines the sense in which the kind of great adherence to the two great parties of British politics, of Labour or Conservative, has gone. People are much more willing to just abandon those parties and do what they think is right at any given moment.
I just say as well, just in terms of this insurgency, just look at this swing in Clacton.
Oh my
45%. 45% from Giles Watling, who was the Conservative MP there, towards Nigel Farage. He's often been mocked, Farage, for trying to get into Parliament so many times and not succeeding. He has succeeded tonight, and as he was saying there, he is going to target relentlessly the Labour Party. It is going to be a big feature of the new Parliament, and Nigel Farage, he's always been a big part of our politics in recent years. He's become an even bigger feature of British politics tonight.
A night of huge shocks, the night of the great insurgency, and many more shocks, I suspect, to come. But first, the news. It's 3:35, and Simon Conway has your headlines.
A Labour landslide is projected as counting continues after the general election. Sir Keir Starmer has been speaking in the last half hour or so as he was re-elected in Holborn and St Pancras.
The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps and Alex Chalk have both lost their seats to Labour and the Liberal Democrats, respectively. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has been elected in Clacton, becoming an MP at his 8th attempt. That is Reform's second seat of the night. They're projected to win 13 overall, while the Lib Dems would have 61 and the SNP 10. Also tonight, Jeremy Corbyn has just won in Islington North, where he stood as an independent candidate. Labour's Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat to an independent candidate in Leicester South, and George Galloway has been defeated by Labour in Rochdale. Stay with LBC for the very latest. LBC weather: rain moving eastwards across the south through the night, a low of 6 Celsius, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers for Friday, a high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
All right, let's take stock of who we have with us around the table, because the personnel, the protagonists have been changing frequently throughout, which is wonderful. We hear so many voices. Carol Vorderman, our very own, is here with us. James Heapy, Conservative, having perhaps a difficult night. James, we'll hear more from that, from you about that in a few minutes. And Andrew Marr, myself, John Sopel and Lewis Goodall here with you until 5 o'clock in the morning, when Nick Ferrari will take over. Don't go to sleep. Don't leave your radio. Don't leave whatever it is you're listening to Global Player on, because we have 545 seats to go. Something tells me we won't be declaring all of those.
I suspect we don't. Everything is being pushed later and later and later. So very close results and all of that. Can I just say a little bit of news coming through?
From Scotland?
Well, there's a very, very big, some big stories in Scotland. But before that, we're hearing there are reports that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat by a relatively small number of seats in
Not
Portsmouth.
confirmed yet, no.
Now, she was one of the big figures who we thought might reshape the Tory party after this, so that's very significant. Similarly significant is the report that Kemi Badenoch is holding her seat. So Johnny Mercer, however, Labour think they're taking that one. So the landscape is changing literally by the minute at the moment.
Also, talking about the changing landscape, Reform have gained Great Yarmouth. Now, this in Norfolk. Now, this was Brandon Lewis's old seat, but this would hope to be the Labour Party had hoped and expected to gain it. So Reform winning Great Yarmouth, again doing well in sort of coastal seats, heavily Brexit voting areas. They'll be very pleased to pick that up.
Well, let me push one back at you, Lewis, because I know you love your swings. Blair McDougall, who worked for the BBC back in the day, has come from third to first to win East Renfrewshire in Scotland, and that is a 31% swing to Labour, probably the biggest of the night so far.
Labour are doing very well in Scotland, better than the exit poll would have suggested.
Yeah.
Can you put something into context for me that's been in my mind all night, actually? I probably should know the answer myself, but I don't. For ages we were saying, weren't we, Labour has to climb a mountain, and going way back now, Labour has to climb a mountain in Scotland. It has to do well in Scotland if it's going to win overall. Given the results that are coming in England so far, and the projected, Labour have won anyway. So even if, they're doing well in Scotland as it turns out, but they're not having to rely on Scotland for that.
So Labour will, according to the basis of these figures, Labour will be the biggest party in England, Scotland and Wales, which hasn't happened for 23 years, so that will, they would have won anyway, but obviously it helps enormously. It doesn't hurt winning those 40 seats back.
Exactly. And we've talked about the kind of devastation of the Conservative Party. And we also need to talk about the fact that everything that could go right for Labour, with a few exceptions that we've kind of highlighted, has gone right for Labour, in the sense that, 4-6 months ago, did we expect the SNP to collapse in the way that it has? It's been much more dramatic and much more profound, and therefore Labour have kind of suddenly eyeing up 20, 30, 40 more seats than they thought they would get in Scotland. And then you've got the tactical voting that we were talking about a moment ago in England and Wales, where, Liberal Democrats, and there's been a non-aggression pact, clearly, between Labour and Liberal Democrats, even though it's not a pact.
I think we have to start to think about this evening a little differently now. It is clearly the story of a massive Labour majority, and that's where we're going to have a huge Labour majority, and Keir Starmer is going to be clearly in power for 5 years and maybe 10, and who knows. But above and beyond all of that, wherever you look, whether it's Scotland or across England, this appears to me to be a big rebellion against incumbency. And to that extent only, perhaps, we are much more attuned with what's going on in France and on the European continent, and possibly even in America.
This is a smorgasbord election, Andrew, to take a Scandinavian word rather than the French word for a moment. Because what we're seeing here, obviously, it is not so long ago, even back to 2017, when the Labour and Conservative parties together were getting about 83, 84% of the vote between them. Right?
60.
It was the return, we were saying then, it was the return of two-party politics. They'll be lucky to get 60% between them tonight. Almost wherever you look, there is huge geographic political variation. The political geography of this country, I'm just looking at these results, which are so varied, so interesting, so extraordinary in each and every direction. It almost defies analysis, because in almost each and every direction they are complicated. The first, second, third places are different. Long gone are the days, which were only 5 years ago, that we could actually say that the Labour and Conservative Party, at least in England, were dominant again.
So, as you were saying a moment ago, Andrew, it looks as though, we don't have confirmation, it looks as though Penny Mordaunt is going to lose her seat. I'm told Jeremy Hunt has arrived at his count. And Carol, on that, Jeremy Hunt, Penny Mordaunt, big scalps, tactical voting.
Absolutely, tactical voting. And it's interesting when you say it's a vote against the incumbency. I think, particularly with the SNP falling so rapidly in Scotland and the Tories doing so everywhere, it's more about a reaction against a lack of integrity. And people are saying, I've had enough of this system. I've had enough. I hate to agree with Nigel Farage on anything, but when he says Westminster is out of touch, Westminster is out of touch. And it's a very low turnout. It's only 56%, but the Reform voters have turned out. And I think people, a bit like with the Brexit vote, I'm not a Londoner. I've always been, a provincial woman. And there was a lot of a sense that London was leading everything, and all we ever hear are London voices, all we ever hear is Westminster, all we ever hear, which for me was a sense of why people voted Leave. And I think what you're having tonight is another essence of that. We've had with the Tories scandal after scandal after scandal after even the betting scandal so recently, and I think that's what people are voting.
Well, let's bring James in on that. James Heappy, as a politician, as a Conservative politician, as it happens, respond to that. What Carol has just said there about Westminster being out of touch, because there's Westminster, and then there's individual constituency MPs who make up Westminster, and the two don't always marry, do they?
No. So look, be clear. I'm a Conservative politician. I'd like there to be a Conservative government. But there's not going to be. I'm also a patriot, and I want our country to succeed. So I want the government that is elected tonight to be successful. I'm afraid that I fear that no matter how hard Keir Starmer tries in government to set a higher standard, and he may or may not succeed. Who knows? I just think that the public are incredibly volatile. We're having this conversation a few minutes ago. Keir Starmer will enter number 10 less popular than all of his predecessors, prime ministers who have won a general election and then arrived in
Yes, but they're not volatile because of Keir Starmer. They're volatile because of 14 years of Conservative
Other than that volatility is in America, it is in Germany, it is in France, it is in Italy, all across the Western world, you're seeing these very volatile electorates who are kind of bored with the political class.
Hang on. I know why you're saying that, but it's not some kind of mystery virus that's happening across Europe. Let's focus on our own politics. I know we don't live live in isolation. But let's just focus on our own politics over the last 14 years. Even before COVID, even before Boris Johnson was the leader, the years of austerity and the damage that done, the Glasgow University study that showed that pretty much the numbers of people it had killed or harmed. I mean, that was an ideological decision. It wasn't a necessity economically.
I agree. And a decision may come over the next few months to resource public services as well as the public demand, but with the price being tax rises. And then we might see a different reaction from the public. The public reacted to austerity, but I bet you the public will react to tax rises too.
Neil Kinnock was in with us at the very beginning saying, I don't just think, I know they won't put taxes up on working people.
Then square that. So, and it may be they can. And if they can, I wish them every success. But my sense is that where the country was at 6 weeks ago is still where the country is at now. When Keir Starmer arrives in number 10 tomorrow, his inbox will look the same as Rishi Sunak's did. It may be that he has a whole new set of ideas and some way of doing the public finances that doesn't touch tax and makes public services what the public are demanding. Or it may be that he finds out as well that government is blooming hard and that right now this country is in quite a challenging position.
But everybody knows government is hard. Cronyism, PPE being burnt to the tune of $1 billion. We'll come back to it, but we can go to Chichester where Gillian Keegan has lost her seat. Let's have a listen.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540. Collins, Thomas, Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independents, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
So, Carol, your response to that, there was a lot of people commenting on that seat, whether on voting in that constituency.
On Gillian Keegan?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, we tended to find that the most famous people, if you like, the most famous Conservatives, because we were stop the Tories, stop vote, obviously attracted more postcodes. We've gone, we want to get rid of them. But, I mean, it's hugely significant, and they're not losing by many. And what I can see...
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. We've got Suella Braverman in Fareham.
Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnival, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533. Robert John Holliday, Hampshire Independents, 217. Baz Marie, Green Party, 2,036. There are 168 rejected ballot papers. So I hereby declare that Suella Braverman, Conservative Party, is duly elected.
So with Suella Braverman back in again, that is really significant in the future fight for the Conservative Party leadership. She is the senior figure who is most pro-Farage, most keen to open the door to Farage into the Conservative Party.
And she's going straight to the podium.
Yes, she's about to speak. Yeah. This should be worth hearing.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening, but I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign, in rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope
we'll leave. Apologies, Andrew. We'll leave that speech there. And Lewis, your reflections on that in a moment, and everybody's reflections on that in a moment. But you have a new exit poll assessment.
Yes, indeed. So the exit poll has been updated. Some important changes. Now we've got, about 243 results, I think, in now. So we've got about, a third or so in. So Labour down a touch, down by 5 by comparison to the previous exit poll. Still an absolutely stonking victory, 405. Interestingly, the revisions suggest, partly because the Conservatives have been doing a little bit better in some of the seats that have come in the last half hour, 45 minutes or so, actually going up to 154. So that is actually just shy of the 159 that John Major won in 1997. So if that were to be borne out by the end of the night, Rishi Sunak would still be the biggest loser in Conservative parliamentary history, but only by a fraction less than John Major. Lib Dem's on 56, up 48. Another significant revision down for the SNP. So I think they were on, 11 or so on the previous exit poll. That puts them at 6, which even actually by their old standards was a poor SNP result.
Yeah.
Never mind 2015 or anything like that. Go back into the 90s and before that, SNP would tend to do better than that in Scotland. And Reform also down again. Obviously, the initial exit poll said 13. They are doing well in the sense, as we've been reporting all night. They are scoring impressive second-place finishes, particularly in Labour seats. But in terms of concentrating that support and getting over the finish line, as we know, first past the post is punishing. So that still puts them at 4, which is still a not bad result for a party of that size, but still much worse than the 13 that initially came in.
So what we have, therefore, is a Conservative Party, potentially, which is not dead, but has existentially difficult questions about what to do next. And I think the fact that we've just seen Suella Braverman keep her seat is really, really important. As I was saying, she is the leading Conservative who is keenest on keeping the door open to Nigel Farage and Reform. And we've been hearing here all night from Conservatives who say that is the absolutely worst thing for them to do. The first thing they have to do when they get back to Westminster is decide, are they in favour of Nigel Farage or are they against Nigel Farage? Are they going to fight him to the death or are they going to embrace him? And the problem they have is that most of them really cannot stand having him inside the Conservative Party, part of the leadership of the Conservative Party, but boy, do they need his voters.
But will it be well, James, your thoughts on this before I chat to Carol about the Greens in Bristol. Will it be a Kemi, Suella face-off leadership?
Probably. Priti Patel will be...
We've got Basildon and Billericay. Sorry, we keep almost coming to Carol. Basildon and Billericay.
At the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk Stewart, The Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885. Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905. David, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 192. Sainsbury, Edward Krishnan, Liberal Democrats, 2,292. The number of ballot papers rejected was 176.
Wow. Thoughts on that, James?
Well, given all that he did to land that seat, good job he held it, I guess.
Yeah, by 20 votes.
He used every advantage that the party chairman has at his disposal to land that very safe seat, and he would have been...
Hang on. Would the party have been better served had he been acting as a chairman in the election campaign rather than a desperate candidate?
I mean, if we were 1 or 2 seats back, you might say that the party chairman on the national trail would have made a difference. I think when you're losing about 160...
There's news in Bristol, Carol.
Yes, Bristol Central, where I live. Carla Denyer has won for the Greens and has beaten Thangam Debonair, who would have become, may still become, if she goes into the Lords, Secretary of State for Culture, Media, Sport and Digital. So that's a big one. And Thangam has been our MP for 9 years, I think. So it's a big overturn, but it doesn't surprise me being there. There are Vote Green boards outside, more or less, every fifth house.
And virtually all the councillors there are Green now, aren't they?
Every single one. We've steadily built in Bristol. There are 14 councillors in Bristol Central constituency. All of them turned Green in May. But I've had Green councillors. We have 2 in our ward, and they have been excellent. So there's a reputation which has built through the council, and now Bristol councillors, 34 out of 70.
The Green's biggest moment of the night so far.
You just don't expect, on a night when Labour are winning by a landslide, that some of their most senior spokespeople, Thangam Debonair, Jonathan Ashworth, possibly in Birmingham, where Shabana Mahmood.
We still don't know how close Yvette Cooper's seat is.
We still don't know about Yvette Cooper.
Well, they're confident.
Are they? Okay.
So
we do know.
The idea that Labour are kind of losing key people as well. It's not just Grant Shapps going. It's not just Gillian Keegan and Alex Chalk on the Tory benches. Labour have lost some big names as well tonight.
What's weird tonight is that British politics appears to be fragmenting and cracking on the left, on the centre and on the right at the same time. Like, it's a weird night where Labour is losing Bristol Central by a huge margin, but winning Bury St Edmunds in Suffolk, a seat that has been Conservative since 1820. This is, as I say, this is a night that in so many ways defies analysis.
Yeah. Boston and Skegness, a huge swing there again. But I think, I come back to my word, I think this is a kind of a revolution against incumbency, and I think that's what it's a kind of mutinous, furious mood with the political class, which in a lot of the country has resulted in Labour MPs coming in what were Tory areas and Liberal Democrats as well. But the thing that holds it all together is anger about the political class.
Just one bit of intel from Surrey. Lib Dems think that Jeremy Hunt's seat of Godalming and Ash, the Chancellor of Claus, is too close to call. They think there are 100 votes in it, which would obviously be the biggest scalp of the night if Jeremy Hunt were to lose what had... I mean, boundary changes has not been especially kind to him, but to lose a seat like that in Surrey would be devastating.
Which might have implications for the MP we had in earlier from Runnymede and Weybridge as well.
Absolutely. And also suggests, I think he spent about £100,000 of his own money helping the Conservative Association that seat, and he may well conclude it was money well spent. He has always said, for weeks, it's on an edge. He said for weeks, I can win this, but it's very close. So if he does, then he'll be absolutely thrilled.
Well, it breaks my heart to tell you that our colleagues John Sopel and Lewis Goodall of the newsagents will be leaving us, not permanently, going to head back to the newsagents. Don't worry, you haven't lost your seat.
Have we been kicked out?
You haven't lost your seat. No. They'll head back to Leicester Square, to Newsagents HQ to record their podcast. That'll be out at around 6 o'clock. This was just a preview to that, really.
We were just clearing our throat here.
Exactly. With a follow-up in the afternoon. Unmissable stuff throughout the campaign, and I've no doubt that this will be the same. We're still expecting Rishi Sunak's result in Richmond in North Yorkshire, so do stick with us, don't go anywhere, don't fall asleep, put the kettle on. The time is now 4 o'clock, and Simon Conway has some news for you.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, counting is continuing following the general election with a Labour landslide projected. An updated exit poll predicts the party will have 405 MPs, compared with the Tories' 154. Speaking after being re-elected in Holborn and St Pancras, the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer promised to serve with integrity.
The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much.
Tory Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan, Alex Chalk and Simon Hart have all lost their seats, with Jeremy Hunt and Penny Mordaunt among those who could follow. Mr Shapps was defeated by Labour in Welwyn Hatfield.
What is crystal clear to me tonight is that it's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it. On door after door, voters have been dismayed by our inability to iron out our differences in private and then be united in public.
Elsewhere, Nigel Farage has become the MP for Clacton. His Reform UK party is projected to win 4 seats overall.
We are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening.
The leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey, held on to his seat in Kingston and Surbiton. His party's now projected to have 56 seats in the Commons, and Sir Ed told supporters he'd enjoyed every minute of the campaign.
But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
The updated exit poll now gives the SNP just 6 MPs. Earlier, the party's campaign coordinator Stuart Hosey told LBC why he thinks they've had a disappointing performance.
The one thing that struck me over the last 6 weeks is the sole motivating factor for almost everybody was to get the Tories out. And it may well be that many people, including Scottish independent supporters, have taken the view that voting Labour is the best vehicle to do that.
Among other notable results so far, Jeremy Corbyn has won in Islington North, where he stood as an independent candidate. Labour's Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat to an independent candidate in Leicester South, and Green Party co-leader Carla Denyer has beaten Labour's Thangam Debonair in Bristol Central, while George Galloway has been defeated by Labour in Rochdale. Stay with LBC for the very latest as the general election results continue to come in. LBC weather: rain moving eastwards across the south, a low of 6 Celsius overnight, a mixture of bright spells and scattered showers later, and a high of 21 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Simon Conway.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides on LBC.
4:04, and if you've just joined us, we've had some huge shocks this evening already, and we're going to be speaking to key players from right around the country over the next few minutes. You will not want to miss that. But meanwhile, here in the studio, we have with us the Greens Deputy Leader, Zach Polanski, and my LBC colleagues, Rachel Johnson and Carol Vorderman, as well as my co-presenter, Sheila Fogarty. So it's a really, really extraordinary couple of days. Sheila, maybe you should just keep us up to date with
what's been happening. Why don't I do a kind of, here's where we are, so, here's the show so far. I mean, so many more seats still to come in, so don't go anywhere. Labour, as you probably know by now, is on course for a landslide victory as the Conservatives face their worst ever general election night. Early results suggesting, but the exit poll has been sort of rethought, and they're doing better in the second exit poll. Labour doing ever so slightly worse, Reform doing slightly worse in the revised exit poll. In his constituency victory speech, Keir Starmer, the Labour leader and the next Prime Minister, said it was time for us to deliver. He did speak in a sense as a Prime Minister in the second half of that speech. The Scottish National Party is now forecast to be reduced to just 6 MPs. It's been a good night for the Liberal Democrats, also set to benefit from that collapse in Tory support. They're predicted to get 56 MPs. Reform is finishing second in many seats across the country, taking large amounts of votes from the Conservatives. But the latest forecasts put the final tally of MPs at 4. Nigel Farage, who won in Clacton, for his part, Democrat, has said many times they're less interested in seats, although I'm sure he's interested in his own seat, less interested in seats and more interested in the vote share, which has been very, very good for them.
But he also said, of course, now he is coming for Labour. He's going to expand the party, raise lots of money, build it up and come for Labour. We've just seen Richard Tice has won Boston and Skegness there as well. So they may not have many seats, but they are going to be quite a loud and disruptive force, I think, over the next few years. That's absolutely for sure.
He said as much, didn't he? He said as much.
He did.
And Rachel, a thought on that from you on the reform showing so far and what it means not just for the Conservative Party, but yes, for the Conservative Party, but also for Labour as well.
As I was listening to Nigel Farage's acceptance speech, which I thought was a model of communication, and words that I regret saying in a way, but he really knows how to do it. He started local, he went national, then he talked about the future, and then he said, and you're all going to be completely stunned by what reform is going to do to British politics. And it was something that was going on in the back of my mind, thinking, Keir Starmer has delivered a historic Labour landslide, we think, on the back of under-promising and with the promise of over-delivering. Nigel is already over-promising on reform when he knows coming second delivers no seats. So I think that, it's a great night for them because they're coming second in so many areas and they're now nipping at Labour's heels as well. But I don't think they're a huge threat to the status quo.
I think this is really about intimidation, political intimidation. What he is saying to Keir Starmer is, I have millions of people at my back. Don't you dare go too close to the EU. Don't you dare go back into the customs union or whatever it is. Don't you dare go soft on migration. We want really tough migration controls.
But that's talking loudly and carrying a small stick in a way.
It is, but I mean, he certainly has the votes there. He doesn't have the seats, but because of the system. I think he's going to raise lots of money and he's going to build this party, and we're all going to be a bit hypnotised by him because we always are, and we will be again. I think he's going to be quite a big player.
We have Zach Polanski here with us of the Greens, the Deputy Leader of the Greens. You've won in Bristol Central. You've just done a little cheer next to me because Suffolk is there?
I think Waveney Valley is looking very good in play, as is North Herefordshire and, of course, Brighton as well. And winning...
But you've got two so far?
One win so far. Oh. And it's fair...
You've gained
something. Amazing. I'm finding live on there.
I thought that's what the cheer was about. Yeah.
That's incredible. I'm very, very pleased to hear that. I think, even winning 2 MPs is phenomenal for the Green Party.
Sorry, we have to stop here. Penny Mordaunt is just hearing her result.
Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715.
Just keep listening to this.
Duncan Stewart Robinson,
Labour have taken
Party, 1,850.
Yeah, by what? Just a whisker short of 1,000. Of 1,000.
Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,500.
Right, we've got Jacob Rees-Mogg. Jacob, I hope you can hear us. We've just heard that Penny Mordaunt has lost her seat, not by much, but by a whisker. Your reaction to the evening so far, and what do you expect for yourself?
Well, I have a very reasonable expectation of what is happening to me, but I won't tell you because I think it's disrespectful to the returning officer. We're going down like 9 pins, and that is the conclusion of this evening, and I'm very sorry to see Penny has lost her seat.
I detect from that, and I don't want to offend anybody, still least a returning officer, but I detect that you may not be overly confident about holding your seat. Going down like 9 pins, my question is, why do you think you're going down like 9 pins?
Oh, because we've abandoned the core vote of the Conservative Party, which has gone off to reform. We have no absolute right to any particular voter set, and the people most supportive of core Conservative principles are the ones who seem to have left us in the largest numbers.
Penny Mordaunt won't be in the House of Commons in future, probably, but certainly. But Kemi Badenoch will be, Suella Braverman will be, and many of your former colleagues will be. What is your advice to them about how they deal with Nigel Farage and however many Reform MPs return?
Well, I think the key is what Nigel and those MPs stand for, rather than the influence they will have in the House of Commons, which will be pretty limited. You know as well as I do how the House of Commons works. And that is about the ideas and the values, and can we actually do what we've promised to do? Can we control migration? Can we get taxation down? Can we ensure that free enterprise flourishes and that people are able to own their own home? Can we deliver a Conservative manifesto that will have a real improvement, a real improving effect on people's lives? And if we can do that, I think people in Reform will find that very attractive.
Sure, but you know as well as I do that Nigel Farage is one of the most effective, sort of charismatic communicators on the right of British politics. He's a big beast. And in the end, your party has to decide whether to try to embrace him or to fight him. Which do you think they should do?
Well, I think you make a very good point that British politics is dependent on more presidential-style campaigns, and we've seen this in this campaign with Nigel leading a presidential-style campaign. We saw it in 2019 with Boris, and I think that is a political reality. And you have to reunite the Conservative family, the Tory family, if you are to win elections, and Nigel may well be a crucial part of that.
So you would be, as it were, happy or prepared to see him inside the same political grouping or party as yourself?
I think it's too early to say specific structures, but the only way to win elections, as the left has discovered and now the right is discovering, is if your wing of politics is united. Otherwise, you allow the other side to ratchet up huge majorities, and we saw that in the 1980s, and we're seeing that now.
So unite the right is a pretty reasonable slogan to go forwards with.
Well, I'm not sure the advertisers would come up with that as a slogan, but as a broad view, yes, I think it's perfectly reasonable.
Let me ask you how you assess, now it's too late to change anything, the competence and effectiveness of the Conservative Party campaign over the last 6 weeks.
Don't you really want me to do that at this
yes,
morning?
Very much so.
Look, let's say it wasn't the most successful campaign in modern British politics.
That's a very, very moderate way of putting it. Let me ask you about your own future. If it turns out that you're not returning to the House of Commons, are you going to stay with politics, or are you going to go back to business, make some money?
I'll tell you what I will be. I'll be on GB News at 8 o'clock on Monday evening, and that was been booked in since the day the election was called, and I had to take a temporary leave of absence from that particular broadcasting slot. So that will happen regardless of the result that will be announced fairly shortly. Otherwise, I'm a great believer in crossing bridges when one comes to them, and I haven't quite yet come to this one, though it's certainly within sight.
Within sight. All right, Jacob Rees-Mogg, thanks very much indeed for talking to LBC, which has lots and lots of viewers, unlike some other channels I could mention. Very good to talk to you. Thank you so much indeed for that. Let's now go to North East Somerset.
Yeah, don't go advertising GB News, Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Well, the modest number of people listening are perfectly happy to do that if that's what they want to do.
Where were you heading? Sorry, before I interrupted you.
I have no idea at all.
Rachel, can I ask you what you thought of that there in relation to what the Conservative Party should do next? Because that was a clear call for the Conservative Party to wrap itself up in reform or vice versa and go further to the right, not what you think is the right idea.
I mean, I don't think that Jacob Rees-Mogg endorsed a pivot towards the right very overtly there, but it was a recognition that the right has been divided, the base is divided parties don't win elections. But I think that a real shift to the right towards the populist side of things, in which we see in Europe, I think it's unfortunate, because I think that it could be, with Keir Starmer, our next Prime Minister, we could say that the United Kingdom is a post-populist country, not go trending populist as so many countries in Europe are. And I think that I don't want the country to be dragged in that direction simply because Nigel Farage is having a good night.
I don't think we can say it's post-populist. I think it is going in that direction. And I think what Jacob Rees-Mogg was indicating pretty strongly there is that he is of that group of Conservatives, along with Suella Braverman, who would embrace Nigel Farage and do want a relationship with Reform UK. I think that's going to be the huge existential decision for the Tory party to choose now.
And it doesn't help when you lose people like Penny Mordaunt, does it?
It doesn't.
Well, it doesn't help when you've binned off a lot of the sensible left of centre Tories already in this Parliament. And you know of what I speak.
I do.
Just quickly, a couple of results that have come in. The Veterans Minister, Johnny Mercer, has been defeated by Labour in Plymouth Moor. And I'm afraid, Zach, we gave you duff information.
I think it was Sky News who gave us the duff information.
Well, I was being nice to Sky News, but it was Sky News. Your party has not won Suffolk Coastal. Labour won Suffolk Coastal, but there's plenty more fish in the sea, green fish in the sea.
But with this conversation as well, I think so. Reformer, I think in the recent exit poll, are scheduled for 4 seats. The Greens know that 4 seats are still in play. Where Nigel Farage is offering fear and despair, the Green Party are offering hope and practical solutions. I think the Green Party's mission has just really begun today, which is to say we've got this Labour government who we know will not cap bankers' bonuses, but will cap child benefit, keeping 250,000 children in poverty. If they don't offer real solutions to the inequality in this country, things will get worse, and Nigel Farage is waiting to pick that up. And actually, it's the Green Party's responsibility right now to step up. People join the party, get involved, because we need to be the antidote to Nigel Farage's reform.
And just in the mode of correcting previous statements, Stephen Flynn joins us now from Aberdeen South, where I'm very pleased to say, I think, Stephen, you have held your seat, though it was a pretty tight race at the end.
Yeah, I have indeed, Andrew, and good to speak with you. I believe my majority is almost identical to the majority that I held prior to the election being called. I'm obviously thrilled that the people of Aberdeen South have once again put their faith in me. But obviously, of course, across the rest of Scotland, it's an extremely difficult night for the Scottish National Party. The Labour Party are going to win big in Scotland, and that's obviously going to be at the expense of many of my colleagues. It's not a reflection of my colleagues. It's certainly not a reflection of their work in Westminster. And I would just like to pay tribute to them for everything that they've done and wish them all well for the future.
Looking at the various, readjusted exit polls at the moment, they show you getting anywhere between sort of 6 and even fewer seats than that, maybe even 4. Is that the kind of night that you're now expecting or bracing yourself for?
Yes. It's bleak. It's been a long time since the Scottish National Party has faced an electoral challenge such as we are at the moment, and that's going to require a lot of soul searching within the party about what's gone wrong. Probably some very robust and honest and at times, I would imagine, brutal conversations about what has gone wrong, not just over the course of the last 6 weeks, but over a longer period. And then we're going to have to come together and decide how we put things right and how we regain the trust that we've so evidently lost during the course of this election.
A Rami or two ahead. Can I ask, do you hope to remain leader of the SNP at Westminster, albeit you won't be getting up quite so often, quite so prominently in Prime Minister's questions perhaps in the future?
I mean, Andrew, I've genuinely not given it a second thought. I was, of course, fully focused today on making sure that I retained my seat, and I've been up and down tenements, and my back's a wee bit sore, and my hamstrings are a bit tight from doing so. And of course, tonight I've just been watching the results come in, and I'll probably spend most of tomorrow phoning up my colleagues just to see how they're doing, and then of course we'll regroup whatever size of group it is we have over the weekend into the beginning of next week and take things further.
But we both know, don't we, that whatever is the future for Scottish independence is not coming in the next few years.
Well, it's going to be a hard sell for anyone to suggest otherwise, and we still retain the parliamentary majority in Holyrood, and that's very much still there. But there's no doubt at all that we need to rebuild and regain the trust that we've lost. That's, as I say, it's going to be tough, but we need to get on with it, and we need to do it quickly.
Well, and you need a rest. I think I can say, without offending anybody, one of our finer parliamentarians, Stephen Flynn. It'll be good to have you back in Westminster in due course. But it's been a very, very rough night for your party. Thanks so much for talking to LBC.
And having sat down for over 6 hours now, I can share the same feelings about my own hamstrings.
You don't sit on your hamstrings.
No, you don't. But when you have your legs in the same seated position,
that's true.
You get a bit of it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not. It's not great, but we'll survive. It's 4:19.
This is LBC.
I promise.
Britain Decides on LBC. Text 84850.
Well, should we just come with a few more sort of big names that have gone? Simon Clark has gone.
Simon Clark has gone. That was suspected, was it?
If you can get him on the phone, and you'll get all barrels.
All right, okay. Let's try and get Simon Clark on the phone. Somebody get Simon Clark on the phone. We need a bit of
and we're hearing
machine
Liz
gun
Truss's
fire.
result could be shaky for her.
One of our colleagues is reporting news from her count that the piles for both Labour and Reform are bigger than her pile. So that would be a massive moment if Liz Truss, the famous Liz, is.
Are you going to talk about your glutes again?
No, we're not. No,
we've moved on from glutes, Johnson.
Yeah, that gasp you heard was from Rachel Johnson, and James Heapy has joined us again, and Carol Vorderman is still here in the studio with us. Carol, I feel like we've begun conversations about 4 times and then had to go to counts.
What I find fascinating, obviously on the tactical voting side, is that we have the number of postcodes which have been put into our website, stopthetories.vote, in that constituency, and many of the tiny majorities that are coming through when Tories are losing their votes, we have had more postcodes put into the website to look for the tactical vote. So I think that, this coordinate, we weren't the only website either. There was Best for Britain too. And it's a very powerful message in these marginal seats. But I've just seen that Johnny Mercer has lost as well.
And James, what's your prediction as to what Labour's, it's a huge victory, big numbers, but the tactical voting that's gone on, we're sick of the old lot, we just need a change, that rather than a full-throated commitment to Keir Starmer. What do you think the implications of that are?
Well, I think that's the key point. And, I don't want it to be this way, because I don't want the next 5 years to have all the sort of instability that the last 5 have. Our country would be much better without that. But I think the public are pretty sophisticated, and they know how to kick politicians in the nuts, and we're seeing that tonight. The thing that really strikes me, 1997 was a bad year. The revised exit poll makes it look like the number of Tory seats will actually be not that dissimilar. But the real difference is the number of constituencies that we will no longer be in second place. And so in terms of how you rebuild in those seats over the next 5 years, when you're coming from third or fourth place instead of second place, that's a big difference to 97.
And James, that means money as well as people. And Nigel Farage has made it absolutely clear that he's going out to raise big money and start to build up Reform into a proper political party. So you're going to have competition on the right.
Yeah, look, and there is the decision. Are we, if Farage, I don't think Farage is Maloney, but if someone emerges within that party as their Maloney and takes them forward as a potential Prime Minister, that could be incredibly powerful. I desperately don't want my party to chase them off to the right. I passionately believe that on the centre-right there's a big bit of turf that my party should stay in, and then make the case to the public for why that's the right version of conservatism rather than what they're doing out in Reform.
Let me bring you some breaking news about Wes Streeting's seat. We were talking earlier on about the Gaza effect on some of Labour's seats. Labour's Shadow Health Secretary so far, he has just about held on to his seat. But look how close this independent candidate ran him. Streeting got 15,647 votes. Leanne Mohammed got 15,119.
Wow. That is the most extraordinary near miss of the night so far, and there have been a few.
It would have been a Labour Portillo moment.
It really would. It really
if that's
would.
possible.
Yeah.
Or an Ed Balls moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But that tells you, actually, as well as the two other, the Chingford result, and there was one other as well, I can't remember off the top of my head now, where the Gaza factor has been at play.
Sounds
I think this...
Have we had the event?
Not yet,
no. What I think this means is that Starmer will have a huge majority, Labour will have a huge majority, but there's not going to be, as it were, the swagger and the hubris and the sense of entitlement that often comes with a big majority. They're all going to be looking over their shoulders and thinking, we nearly didn't make it, or this person nearly didn't make it, or that person nearly didn't make it. And I think, in a sense, we're going to get a slightly humbler government, a government more worried about voters to the right and left, and it'll be a very different kind of government. It's going to be much less decisive.
And do you think that will be allied to the fact that they are achieving this majority, which has come down a little bit since the exit poll, on only 36% of the vote compared to the mid-40s percentage of the vote that Tony Blair, Boris Johnson, even Theresa May got?
I do think that is a very, very important point. Rishi Sunak spent some of this election campaign, saying, don't give Labour a blank cheque. And I think, in a sense, what the British people have done is they've given Labour a very big and generous cheque, but they've said, on this date, in 5 years' time, we are coming back and you better have cashed it or you're in trouble.
They're no longer the third party in the Commons. They may not get their amendment selected, but I bet you the SNP will try and put a Gaza-related amendment onto the King's Speech, which is going to cause all these new Labour MPs all sorts of difficulty in week one on the job.
Can I just read this to you? I think it's really significant. This is Faiza Shaheen tweeting about the result in Chingford. Ian Duncan-Smith won the seat. She split the vote, didn't she? Well, she was debunked by the...
kicked out by the
Labour Party just before the campaign began. She basically split the Labour vote in two, pretty much, didn't she? She said, I'll read the tweet. They said we wouldn't get anywhere. They put out graphs they knew were lies in order to confuse local people. They lied about me to mislead people. But in just 4 weeks, we achieved the same vote as a political party that's been around for over 100 years. Something you noticed, Rachel. I am so angry, she says, that the Labour Party has done this to Chingford and Woodford Green. They have returned IDS to Westminster and should be ashamed. Labour's candidate will now go back to Brent while we have to deal with the consequences. And then she goes on to thank people for her support. But there's rage there, isn't there?
There is rage. A lot of anger around, yeah.
And on Johnny Mercer, Carol, Carol Vorderman with us, you've had a bit of a sort of personal ding-dong with him, haven't you?
Yes, we've had a lot of toing and froing.
Animus.
Yes, animosity, one might say, after his wife started trolling me. So, yes, and it's interesting that you say about Faiza Shaheen and the anger that's around, because it is that when people have this sense of entitlement and when they start lying about you or her, I think it's great when women stand up for themselves, to be perfectly honest, and say, I'm not having that. I will not be bullied. I will not be harassed, and I'm coming back at you. And in a sense, all of this with Johnny Mercer was going on
even
in social
media. Even if it delivers
media.
a Conservative to your constituency.
And he and she, I mean, she was, swearing on Twitter and doing all sorts of different things. And the people of Plymouth, they have this wonderful candidate, Fred Thomas, and a couple of weeks ago, Mercer was trying to say he was the wrong kind of veteran. He was a Royal Marines officer for 7 years. And it was just like gutter stuff, and that had nothing to do with me. And so it's that sense of, even yesterday, his wife there were some Gulf War veterans there with banners, and she was ringing up the police about these people. You shouldn't have these banners here. I'm ringing the police, and told them there was an altercation when there hadn't been an altercation, and all of this kind of thing. And it's that kind of action. I mean, we're going back to, this sense of entitlement and put him to one side. It's this scandal after scandal, and this kind of, we are going to tell you what is best for you. And this detachment of Westminster and privilege and entitlement from people in the street, which is why I think it's also,
I just wanted to say, I mean, this is completely irrelevant, but I've known Fred Thomas, who's the new Labour MP for Plymouth, since he was born. Am I allowed to say that?
Oh, really?
So I feel
but you're only 27.
Of course. As you know, I feel a proprietorial joy in the fact that somebody I've known since their birth has become an MP, a Labour MP, this historic, new Parliament.
Absolutely. Can I just add to that? Not that I know anyone since they were born, though. In fact, of course, I've got to the age where the children of people I know are now being elected as MPs.
Well, that's what's just happened.
We sit around all the time talking about, the collapse in the standard and quality of MPs. Nobody really goes into politics anymore. It's absolute cobblers, if I can say, because there are a huge number of really, really bright, young, talented, hard-working people with lots of interesting backgrounds, doctors and scientists activists and ex-military and so forth coming into this new Parliament, and I have rarely felt so optimistic about the quality of the House of Commons as I do at the moment.
And I think that's the future, isn't it? That's the point, really. But what we've had is just scandal after scandal, and I think that's the detachment.
Yeah.
And were you secretly hoping that the Tories were not going to be the opposition, Andrew?
Yes.
Great. That's
Secretly.
good for the evening.
Secretly. No.
Perceptive.
I thought it would be very, very funny indeed if Ed Davey suddenly became the... And I also think, by the way, that Ed Davey and the Liberal Democrats are going to be an important group in this House of Commons, because of those 400 and something Labour MPs we expect to be returned, quite a few will agree with the Liberal Democrats on taxation, on Europe, on NHS spending and the rest of it. And Keir Starmer is going to find it quite hard to know how to corral and handle them.
Okay. Now, not long until we hand over to our colleague Nick Ferrari, hard to believe it's almost 5 o'clock, to take you through the remaining results, and there is still plenty more to come, really big seats as well. You're listening to Britain Decides on LBC. The time is now 4:31. Let's get some headlines from Simon Conway.
Several high-profile Conservatives have lost their seats as Labour heads towards a landslide win in the general election. In the last half hour, Penny Mordaunt has been defeated by Labour in Portsmouth North.
Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it.
Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Johnny Mercer are among other Conservatives who've lost. The updated exit poll projection gives Labour 405 seats to the Tories 154. Nigel Farage is among 4 Reform UK candidates who've been elected. The Liberal Democrats are forecast to have 56 seats and the SNP just 6. Westminster leader Stephen Flynn has told LBC it's been an extremely difficult night for his party.
The Labour Party are going to win big in Scotland, and that's obviously going to be at the expense of many of my colleagues. It's not a reflection of my colleagues. It's certainly not a reflection of their work in Westminster.
And stay with LBC as counting continues. LBC weather, a cloudy day across the south with outbreaks of rain and drizzle. Sunnier elsewhere with scattered showers across parts of Scotland and Northern Ireland. A high of 21 degrees.
This is LBC.
For yourself.
Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides on LBC.
Given that we, Andrew and I here, only have half an hour left with you there or thereabouts, and Nick Ferrari will take over at 5, probably a good time to bring ourselves up to date on the seats that we do know about, the numbers that we do know about. Labour on 272 seats. They have to get to 326 seats for us to call it, for a majority to be declared. But Labour on 272, the Conservatives on 49, the Lib Dems not far behind them on 33, the Reform Party on 4, the SNP on 4 so far, and other parties on 11. I mean, the size of that win is extraordinary, isn't it?
It absolutely is. We mustn't lose sight of the fact that Starmer has done something absolutely extraordinary, remarkable, taken his party from flat on the floor to taking power with a big majority in just a few years. Whatever you think of him, this is a brilliant piece of political management and handling.
I read a fabulous piece by Raphael Bear yesterday on Starmer. Is he a lucky general, or did he actually do some stuff to get here, essentially? And this is how he put it. I made a note of it. Raphael Bear says, Starmer understands what voters had rejected in 2019, fixed it, the party did, fixed it, and now look ready to govern. It has worked. He said their opponents, struggle to get their heads around the idea of Britain as a country that is happy to be governed. This might chime with you, given your lovely brother, his style of politics, that is happy to be governed by someone like Starmer with the charismatic range of a stern but fair geography teacher, which is true, isn't it?
But Sheila, how safe do you think Keir Starmer is from sniping from within? Because
there'll be sniping.
In his own constituency, Holborn and St Pancras, he didn't. He lost majority. He lost about 4,000.
There's a very, very strong Corbynite campaign against him.
Well, there's that, you see. And also we had Nigel Farage saying in his acceptance speeches, you're not safe.
Yeah, he said, I'm coming after the Labour Party. However, I remain a bit of a sunny optimist, and I think having a sort of stable government for the next 5 years will attract a lot of overseas investment, which will make our lives a little bit easier at least. I just want to read you two different stories from the Daily Telegraph this morning, and they're kind of almost next to each other. One says, the headline says, the UK, talking about Labour, is about to enter a nightmare much darker than anyone realises. And the first paragraph says, British politics is about to be turned into an infernal, soul-destroying hellscape worthy of the sickest of Hollywood minds.
Oh, no!
And then you flick down a couple of stories and you get this from the business team at the Telegraph. Buy British, banks tell stock traders ahead of predicted Labour landslide. Traders being urged to buy British stocks and bonds amid predictions of a crushing Labour election victory. Well, you can't have it both ways.
And to add to your question about whether Keir Starmer will have sniping from within his own party, here's another name to add to that mix. Rosie Duffield has won Canterbury.
Oh,
so she'll be needling him, won't she?
Well, I mean, they've got to make friends now because Labour also lost altitude, of course, over its position on gender self-recognition and trans ideology.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of very outspoken and powerful people. You don't mess with J.K. Rowling unless you absolutely have to.
You definitely don't.
I don't feel the need to on this one.
I don't think that, the Lib Dems, the Greens, the SNP are not going to make it easy for Labour. You can see...
Sorry, is this... I think we've got Jeremy Hunt there. I can't quite see.
Oh, God, sorry.
We do. Yes. Yeah. A seat that he should have been safe in, but it's pretty clear that he hasn't been safe in it. Is that Jeremy Hunt's seat?
I think it's...
it's coming in just a second. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the Tories that didn't say... I'm throwing the towel in, we've lost.
No, he didn't leave the seat all the way through. He marched up and down that constituency day in, day out. Let's see what's happened.
There he is.
The microphone doesn't work.
I'm told there are pictures of Rishi Sunak hanging around, but we can't quite see them at the moment, I'm afraid. Rishi Sunak's constituency of Richmond in North Yorkshire, again, another talking of scalps. I mean, it is conceivable that the Prime Minister could lose his seat.
It is conceivable. I'd be very surprised, but it's...
And we're still waiting for Jeremy Hunt's seat to come, Rishi Sunak's seat to come. They're about to declare, so we will stick with them.
This is England, and the microphones still aren't working. Here we go.
For the Godalming and Ash constituency is as follows. Drage, Graham Richard, Reform UK.
Who's that for you?
4,815.
Good morning,
follows Paul David, Liberal Democrats, 22,402.
Right, we've got two declarations on air at the same time, so if we could just go to one and stick with it.
We need to hear Jeremy Hunt.
Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt, the Conservative Party, 23,293.
He's held it. And the Prime Minister's constituency in North Yorkshire, that declaration is coming. Shall we go live to that? Let's go live to Rishi Sunak.
Anne Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain.
Here we are. This is
Kevin Foster.
This is Rishi Sunak's count we're hearing now.
2058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official monster raving loony party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059.
It was 27.
Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142.
By-election in October.
Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874.
Easy, Holden. Yeah.
I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations. And
let's see if we'll keep our eyes across this to see if he speaks. I imagine he would speak pretty quickly there as Prime Minister and the winning MP. So a hold for Rishi Sunak.
Good morning.
Can
I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability and future. The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities, I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
Well, there we have it. That is the concession of defeat by Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister. That is, in a sense, the election result over. We now know that the Conservatives have lost. Rishi Sunak has called Keir Starmer and congratulated him on Labour's win. In a very important way, that's it. But I have to say, that was said with great grace and dignity. It's not something we've always seen from Rishi Sunak during the course of this campaign, but he ends it well. And, you know, this story about handing over power peacefully.
And not an easy win, but a clear win, unlike Jeremy Hunt, who had a very narrow victory over the Lib Dem.
I have to say, Jeremy Hunt fought and fought and fought and didn't leave his constituent, didn't give up, and has got his reward.
Yeah.
And Rishi Sunak, people said he'd lose that seat. He was nothing close to losing it. But I have to say, above all, you know, a speech of grace and sort of decency at the end of it all.
And a very bittersweet moment for him. A win in terms of his seat, but a huge loss in the country, and it is all over. Tom Swarbrick is in Richmond in North Yorkshire. Tom.
Yes, I thought that was a concession, wasn't it? That's it. It's over. It's Labour's. It's quite early, I'd have thought, in the grand scheme of the story that is being told tonight for Rishi Sunak to do. I mean, Labour has not, as my maths can work out so far, actually gained the numbers to command a majority, but we know that which way this is heading. A sobering verdict. I take responsibility. I am sorry. Coming very fast on the heels of a significant number of senior Conservative cabinet ministers losing their seats, and the Prime Minister taking responsibility not just presumably for the manner in which the campaign was conducted, but for the frankly inexplicable timing of this election. Interest rates are, everyone believes, about to come down. There could well have been movement on the Rwanda plan. There were options available to Sunak that meant he didn't have to do this now. That's not to say that the result would be any different. It might have been even worse for the Conservative Party. But he was always, wasn't he, onto a loser by calling it this early?
I think that's absolutely right. Let's turn now from one Prime Minister, soon to be ex-Prime Minister, to another ex-Prime Minister, because there's all sorts of rumours emerging from the southwest Norfolk count about the fate of Liz Truss. And our reporter, Fraser Knight, is there. Fraser, what can you tell us?
Andrew, I have heard from 3 different candidates here that Liz Truss may not only be on course to lose her seat, she may be on course to become third. It's a close race, I'm hearing, between Labour and the Reform Party, much to the surprise of many people here in the room, not least the Reform candidate, Toby McKenzie. Now, I caught up with him earlier, I was speaking to him about this whole process. He says he's never done politics like this before. He even very candidly asked me how the counting process works. But now, as those ballots have been counted, the piles are standing on the table, you can see just how close this race is between Labour, between Reform and Liz Truss as well. Those piles looking very, very similar. There's also, of course, the other candidates in this race, one independent who was part of the so-called turnip Taliban, James Bagg, who left the Conservative Party in 2009, really unhappy with the fact that Liz Truss had been selected for the Conservatives. Now, his team walked in here at the start of the night feeling very confident that they had picked up lots and lots of votes from previous Conservative voters who just weren't happy with Liz Truss's performance as an MP. They saw her as Foreign Secretary, saw her as Prime Minister, and then expected her to return to local issues. But instead, they say they saw her jetting off to America, to carrying out speeches, trying to sell her book. And the feeling among the voters around that really clear here tonight. Now, we aren't expecting the result here for at least another hour, when it will become clear whether those rumours which are swirling around this room are true. Another rumour, by the way, is a question of whether Liz Truss will even come into the hall. There has been a suggestion she may sit in the car outside to be text the result and then decide whether or not she comes in. But serious rumours swirling around that I've heard that she might not only lose, but she could become third.
Well, of course, Fraser, we should be fair-minded and suggest that she may not be able to find the way through to the door into the count. That has happened before. It could be that, but that would be a disgrace. Fraser Knight, thank you very much indeed.
Now, people joining us throughout the night all the time, and if you are just tuning in a sense, the most significant thing has just happened, which is that Rishi Sunak, although he has quite substantially held his own seat in Richmond in North Yorkshire, he has conceded the election. He has called Sir Keir Starmer and congratulated him on his victory, and he said that he'll shortly be on his way back to London to speak more about that defeat. Why don't you and I, Andrew, and Rachel Johnson and James Heapy here, and Carol Vorderman as well, just reflect on that fact and on Rishi Sunak and on his time as Prime Minister? I mean, there's so much to talk about, isn't there?
It has been 14 years like no other. You know, we've had the Cameron ascendancy, we've had austerity, we've had all the controversies around that. Then we had the great Brexit debate and that great smashing, as it were, of our relations with the EU. That was Brexit. And then we had Boris Johnson and Partygate and all the things that happened during the pandemic. A huge spike in inflation caused by the Ukraine war, and the Liz Truss moment where she took us quite close as a country to bankrupting ourselves. And at some point, I think quite late on in that story, around the Liz Truss moment, the British people looked at the Conservatives and thought, no, never again. We're not doing this again. It's just too much mayhem, too much misery, and that's what's happened. I think Rishi Sunak had the ultimate hospital pass.
I was going to say, and
he then dropped the ball.
Therefore, James Heapy, he barely stood a chance, did he?
Yeah, I mean, I think Andrew's analysis of the last 14 years is pretty spot on, and it's been a very volatile time. Some things, events beyond the party's control, but far, far, far too many that were completely in the control of the party and just represent sort of conceit and hubris and whatever else. Rishi chose to do the election when he did. Many colleagues were not ready for that. either they weren't ready for their campaign or they weren't ready, frankly, to lose and have lined up a few other things, and that caused a lot of anger amongst colleagues. So his apology was necessary. It was a very gracious speech, and the seat counter now has Labour 19 seats from getting over the winning line anyway. So the concession was timely, and now it's all very constitutional. Down to London, resigned to the King. The King calls Keir Starmer, and then a new government is formed. And
if can I ask you on Liz Truss before we move away from Liz Truss, and we'll go back when that count declares. If she loses, is that poetic justice?
Look, there's
poetic democracy.
The British people are infinitely wise, and in all of their own in all
people
of
are so angry. People still call my show about her. They are enraged still.
And there's her constituents are making a statement if what you believe to be the case is the case, what a great level of politics is, right?
Well, it is a leveler. You could see it, even though Rishi Sunak won that seat, you could see in his face how terrified he was. But I'm going to push you on Liz Truss, because when she made her first public utterance after it all happened, which was some time afterwards, there was no sense of sorrow at what she'd done, no sense of penitence, no sense of the Catholic in me coming out, no sense of 3 Hail Marys, 4 Our Fathers and a Glory Be. I mean, she just thought she was right. She still thinks she was right.
And it's worse than that, actually, Sheila. Can I just point out it's worse than that she intends to have a popular Conservative rally for the future of the Unite the Right within about 3 days' time. She's coming into London with all her chums to have another rally about how right they are.
Not another one.
I'm afraid so, not another one.
There's nothing wrong, Andrew, with everybody starting to discuss what comes next, providing what comes next comes with a bit of humility and a realisation that it's time to think and change, right?
Just for
Carol, just your reflections on Liz Truss, because
Sheila was pointing at me.
I pointed at Rachel.
Carol, excuse me. Carol.
Go on, Carol.
On Liz Truss, or on the last 14 years? I mean, Liz... Honestly, I just look forward to the time when we don't even have to hear a name, frankly, because there are just some times when you just think, really, are we still talking about her? And we shouldn't. And I think the last 14 years, for me and for very many, which is reflected, I think, in all sorts of votes, including those for reform, it has been one of privilege, entitlement and corruption the last 14 years. Those are the 3 words I'd use to describe them. And I think that's this fragmented landscape that we will have by lunchtime is a reflection of that.
Rachel.
Well, I mean, Carol has very strong views, and I respect Carol hugely for the way she expresses them. And what I'd like to say is I thought that Rishi Sunak's concession was immensely gracious, and the contrast that it presents with the possible non-appearance of Liz Truss is very revealing. Fighting elections is like sport. It doesn't define character, it really reveals character. And I thought we saw the best of Rishi Sunak. And he was given a hospital pass under a cloud as well, that he did drop the ball. I just want to say one thing about the election that he fought. I feel that it was fought on personal and local issues when it should have been fought far more on international issues. Climate change, the wars in Ukraine, the Middle East, all those things. And I feel it's been a bit of a missed opportunity to debate those issues as a country.
Right, we are at the end of this show, and fittingly, we are either right at the moment or 1 seat behind the moment when Labour finally gets its overall majority. It's just happened. Labour have a majority. The election is formally over, and Labour have won it. They've done it perfectly for our timing. Well done, everybody involved.
Well done, producer. Let's hope the 5 years of government runs that smoothly as well.
I suspect
for the sake of all of us.
There is trouble ahead. Human nature will out. There will be lots of troubles and wrinkles ahead. But Keir Starmer is the new Prime Minister. This has been, as we expected, a sensational night in terms of the turnaround in fortunes for the Conservative Party and the Labour Party. But underlying all of that, a kind of mutinous murmur of hostility, I think, for the voters, for everybody, that politicians over the next 5 years would do very well to listen to.
Apart from reform, maybe?
Well, let's see how many MPs Reform actually get. They are part of the mutiny. They're part of the mutiny, not part of the political establishment.
Not part of the solution, maybe. Yeah, and 67 seats for the Conservatives as things stand. 41 for the Lib Dems, 5 for Sinn Féin are on the list now, 5 for Sinn Féin, and the Reform Party.
Labour were finished 5 years ago. Now look at it. Absolutely.
Do you take heart from that, James Heapy?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Because that's... It's even less than 5 years ago. There was a time, around the time of the vaccine bounce, when Labour were 30 points behind.
Yeah.
And now they're taking a majority of 160.
And Keir Starmer said, I think I can turn this around. And all his sensible friends, don't be ridiculous. No, you can't. Forget it.
But it all depends on decisions my party makes in the next 2 months.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want them to be?
I've vacated the field, but I've said it.
It makes it easier to tell me.
I think that hold your nerve, stay on the centre-right, don't chase after reform, make the case for moderate conservatism, don't get into a populist auction with Farage.
Who do you not want to see throw their hat into the ring? Suella Braverman.
You don't want to see Suella? You want to see?
Because I know what Suella will go off to the right and wrestle Farage for the mantle of who's the populist.
But are you saying that because you think that parties only win from the centre ground?
Yeah, I do. So if we do the Miliband and then Corbyn excursion off to our ideological safe space, you just delay any chance of being re-electable.
2 names I've heard a lot in various podcasts and conversations over the last few weeks are Priti Patel, James Cleverly.
Yeah. So both of them may well be the person, but it's a thankless task because...
Would you be happy with either of them? Or would you have a favourite?
Because frankly, whoever takes the mantle now is still going to get blamed for everything that's happened over the last 14 years, so the next 2 years anyway. So, there's a sort of, who knows? It might not be a bad idea to have a bit of a caretaker whilst the party shakes itself out. And then...
Are you kidding me? The scrap has already started.
Maybe Rishi Sunak will carry on for it. I have to say, James Cleverly has an issue around his wife's been ill, and I know he's been having serious doubts as to whether he would want to do it. I think he's badly underpriced as your next leader. I think he's very eloquent, and he reaches all parts of the party.
And as leader of the opposition at this point in the cycle, you've just got to be a submarine. You can disappear for weeks, but when you surface, you've got to land your punch. Yeah. And James is a good communicator, so maybe he's the guy. Who knows?
But my goodness, Andrew, you and I have spoken a lot over the last couple of weeks because of this programme, preparing for this programme. And one of the things you have said repeatedly is, and it echoes Labour's campaign, is that change is coming, but it's going to have to be feelable for Keir Starmer to have.
Right.
You're going to have to be able to notice that change is happening in your life, in the country, for Keir Starmer to have anything like a honeymoon period.
As we have said all the way through the programme, really, the country has had enough of the Conservatives. It's turned its back in a decisive way on the Conservatives 14 years. But the other side of that is the Labour Party has given at least the strong impression that if you're badly paid or badly treated at work, if your kids are not being well taught in a state school, if you're in pain or you're frightened because you can't get NHS treatment quickly enough, if you can't get a flat or a house because there aren't enough of them, then we will make things better. Well, they'd be well better do that, or they will face a pretty severe punishment.
And with us at the very beginning of the programme at 10 o'clock was Lord Kinnock, Neil Kinnock, who was grinning from ear to ear about the result. But what did he say to us?
They have an Everest to move.
Which is the truth.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. It was an extraordinary night. Britain decides throughout the night, and there is still so much more to come.
A truly historic night. We'll have plenty more election coverage throughout the day with Nick Ferrari, with James O'Brien. James O'Brien will be with you at 10, but first, right now, it's Nick.
On your radio, on Global Player, and...
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock, Rishi Sunak has conceded defeat to Labour in the general election.
I've called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly